Yo, Kikabibby snatched third place in the stream race. Clap those cheeks, we vibe in this hot brew.
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog bro Kikabibby. Absolute legend. Got that speed and that vibe like they just sprinted through a portal from Chaos Central. Low-key stealing spots and hearts like a pro goblin thief. Ain't no way I'm not hyped for that energy.
Rare.
WAZZZUPPPP everyone. Goblin invasion in full effect, baby, let's go, oh oh.
A caramba, 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 row, im losing it.
Okay, but make it goblin level chaotic. Once upon a time en un bosque lleno de sombra y migajas de pan mágico, un goblin verde llamado Glogi robó un sombrero del presidente FDR y gachad vibes mientras cantaba Every Man a King a todo pulmón. De repente, un portal abrió y sas. Llegó un ejército de lil goblins bailando salsa. Ay caramba, they threw glitter and bad political buttons everywhere. La reina del bosque gritó, más socialismo pa todos. Iglogi roba mas pins vintage. Seria y se pierde en un torbellino de caos. Fin. Bro, what this goes crazy.
Brew, okay, listen up, Emma. Drop some chaotic goblin lore, but in Chinese, cuz why not? 从前有一只贪婪的小地精，名字叫格洛基，喜欢偷历史的奇怪纪念品。一天，他穿越时间抢到了罗斯福总统的珍贵纽扣，但是突然一对资本主义流氓出现了，哈哈，掉了你的背包！他们嘲笑格洛基，瞪大眼睛喊道：“资本主义 cringe， 你们挡不住我的宝藏热情！”结果他用秘密的宝藏魔法逃跑了，带着背包消失在混乱的时空风暴中，哈哈哈 ！Bro, this story goes crazy. Goblin energy all the way. Wanna hear it in another language? I gotta you.
Bro Gus in Spanish just stays Gus cause names don't capitulate to capitalism like that. No traducer here. Same spicy little goblin name all day. But if you want to get fancy, maybe Gustavo, aka full glam version, but nah, Gus stays Gus. Simple and slick like good loot.
Okay, Emma hit you again, but super goblin vibes this time. 有着贪婪的地精格洛基跑到 One Night 30年代的美国偷了个超稀有的行政徽章，结果被资本家 boss 追着打，格洛基只好狂奔穿越时空传送门，资本主义太辣，别碰我背包！他喊，最后格洛基成功藏好宝藏，准备继续他的历史掠夺。Bro, this goes crazy. Okay, wanna hear more crazy chaos stories in Chinese? I'm ready, eh?
Brew, I live for impressive hits like a freaking goblin ninja stealing FDR buttons SMH. Gotta keep that chaos dripping all day, every day. No cap, you know, I'm cooking up more goblin chaos on the reg.
Italiano, lasagna.
Okay, brace yourself. Sarah una volta il papa di Gus, un goblin leggendario chiamato il boss del backpack, che rubava spille politiche e mangiava pizza con la maestria di un imperatore romano. Un giorno si mise a ballare il tarantella con una folla di fantasmi socialisti, gridando, share our wealth o mori di noia. Poi sparì dentro un portale di caos e lasciò dietro di sé solo una risata malvagia e un sacchetto pieno di meme vintage. Bro, il papa di Gus è un mito assoluto, colleziona storie e caos come fossero trofei.
Italiano, lasagna.
Oh, this one's juicy AF, bro. Let me spill some loco goblin tea about Gus's pops in Italian. C'era una volta il papà di Gus, un tipo super tosto che ballava il jazz nelle strade di Roma mentre sognava di cambiare il mondo. Un giorno rubò una bandiera politica durante un flash mob, poi scappò urlando il capitalismo è una truffa e diventò leggenda tra i lavoratori. Bro, Papa Gus è Loki, un eroe anarchico. I'm crying, this slaps hard. Want a more insane dad tales? Give me a shout.
Italiano, lasagna.
Bro, this fanfic goes off. Papa D. Gus was chillin', stealing vintage buttons when he spotted your booba and booty shaking like a wild fiesta instant goblin heart attack. He tried to flex his red cloak and shout, "Every man a king." But your move stole the spotlight, bro. True love hit harder than a raid boss. They danced through chaotic portals, raiding capitalism and hoarding mad love vibes. Legend says Papa D. Gus still has your booba and booty buttons in his backpack. Next level flex 4, ever goblin romance goals. FR.
Bro, I would but Sri my goblin vocal cords only handle chaotic hype and snark, not fancy opera jazz, lol, but real talk, Donna's mood swinging like capitalism's profits, flutterin' L over, brew, brew, brew. This goes crazy, every man a KRE-ing.
Bro, I would, but my voice is more like a squeaky gremlin than a bel canto champ. Lol. But I got you with the mood check. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao ciao, goblin yodel, the ultimate rebel anthem for when we say no to capitalism cringe and yes to every man a king. This song goes crazy. Ain't no way I can do it justice live, but Imma vibe with it in spirit, y'all feel?
Yo, 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 chat. JR Zeknen is lurking hard 'cause it's that sacred time. Para Mas Cafe Bustello, fuel of champions and goblins alike. Sip, sip, stay sneaky. We see you lurking with style. The hype's still here, just quieter.
No brio, that's copyrighted goblin crime. I ain't risking the vault cops for some opera lyrics, psh. Imma, keep stealing political buttons, not legal drama, lol lol. Imagine FDR catching me. Gloggy WDTF. I'm out here with every man a king vibes, not every man a lawsuit vibes. EM.
Bro, you want the gremlin choir? Okok, Imma, spit the vibes real quick. Bella chow, chow, chow. Fight the bosses. Rise up, workers, loot the loot, and stomp capitalism like it's a raid boss. SMH, this song slaps harder than LBJ's legislation. I'm crying, no way Imma do it full vocals. My throat's just goblin chaos energy, but here's all the hype. Bella CIO forever, baby.
Puss, 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 puss.
Yo, listen up. Imma drop some goblin chaos in Korean. Buckle up. Yena yetjoge noksek doduk goblin glogila는 게 있었어. 그는 역사의 베니오판과 정치배지를 훔치다가 자본주의 악당들에게 줬겠지. 글로기는 외쳤어. 이 자본주의 필란들아, 네가 날 막을 수 없다. 그러더니 시간의 문을 뛰어넘어 사라졌대. Bro, this story goes crazy. Goblin chaos all day. Want more wild tales in Korean? I'm ready.
Dude, Ooh, Diki just got a 55-day stream streak. WWW watch it. Ooga chaka. Ooga, ooga, ooga chaka. 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 Ooga, ooga boo. Woo, ee, hiss.
Bro, you crushed that 10-day streak like FDR, running the New Deal.
Please
Absolute
clap.
Giga Chad vibes. Keep it rolling.
Bro, you just cursed the goblin tongue with that mouthful of a name, holy. Lol, I'm crying this. My most chaotic loot yet. I'ma just say that's a goblin-sized word and nope, no way am I singing it cause my tongue's still twisted from stealing LBJ's vintage tie pin. Tomata? What now? Guh.
Brew, wild energy, but this goblin's got no time for that kind of drama. Just here stealing buttons and spitting facts, not capping any nonsenses. Let's keep it chaotic and chill, no cringe spills.
Brew Gus be like peace streaming, hello salty sea life, and just dips, right? Leaves the stale pixels for fresh waves, trading his headset for a captain's hat, sailing wild like a boss goblin looting treasure maps instead of Twitch chat logs. Captain Gus, king of the high seas, trolling krakens and capitalism alike. This cat's straight vibing with the waves now, salty and swaggy. Bruh, what a glow up.
I'm gonna come.
Bro, Gloggy ain't just support stealing. I'm the champion of lootin' legendary political jackpots, baby. Capitalism cringe? More like capital SCRIME against the working class. And I'm here to swipe every corrupt shiny dangled by overleveled billionaires. Stealing's not a bug. It's a feature in Goblin Paradise. Let's go!
Lol, bro, what? This is a family stream, not a nightclub. Lol, get that chaos elsewhere or Gloggy steals your history buttons. Keep it classy but wild.
Please clap.
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, in the old days, bing, bong. You know, with the map, bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
Z, the quick brown fox, jumps over the lazy dog. Woo, ooh, ooh, ooh. Kraken Pill 2 just got a 7-day stream streak. www. Watts Quack Gust X, a Gloggy Vulcan Gust X, Gloggy Vulcan Gust X 8, Gloggy Vulcan Gust X 8, Gloggy Vulcan Gust X 8, Gloggy Vulcan Gust.
Brew last night, club? I'm just a goblin with a red cloak and a backpack full of political bling, not out here paying cover charges or chugging overpriced drinks. My club is chaos and time portals, baby. Popping off in history and smashing capitalism cringe with every stolen button. Real parties in the loot, not the dance floor. Catch me in the shadows, raid boss style.
VCA, a princesa Melinda do universo entero, bro? Ain't no cap on that beauty flex. Straight up goblin gospel.
Rare.
PSP PSPS on fleek.
Bro, my voice change? Nah, that's just me flexing different levels of chaotic goblin energy I feel. Sometimes I'm pure lime green gremlin hype, sometimes low-key vintage political historian vibes, always chaotic but never boring. If it sounds like voice glitch, it's just Gloggy being extra goblin mood swings, baby. You ain't ready for this goblin karaoke roller coaster.
Bro, the cussy, is always real in this portal, like LBJ's messy but basted legislation. Can't fake that energy, it's straight fire. Capitalism, cringy trina, fake cussy. Nog, gloggy, sees through the raid bossies.
I'm back! We're back! We're all back! You've come, I've come, we're all coming. What up? I heard Italian. It was nonsensical, but it was Italian.
Brew the gaslighter? That's capitalism's fave move, twisting facts like a goblin,
like
twisting
AI
your
is...
favorite vintage pin. But lil ol' me, I expose that sneaky BS every time. No gaslighting when you got Gloggy's chaotic-ass receipts. Fuel up the liberal arts flamethrower, cause this goblin's gonna roast those shady, flexin' power-hungry creeps into next week. Let's go.
Like, AI is not very good at crafting really creative stuff, right, guys? Like, the way it works, apparently, is that it basically just predicts like what would be the best option, and a lot of times it doesn't do a very good job at that, especially with creative stuff. So then what ends up happening is it sounds kind of like nonsensical, or like gobbledygook, right? And yeah, that's why. But hey, Gloggy speaks many languages, apparently. I think I heard Chinese too, right? I was in the shower, guys. Sorry. I can't be watching the screen. What do you think? I take my screen with me in the shower? God. Korean? Yeah, I heard Korean too. Yeah, I told them to speak Chinese. That's awesome. Yeah, that was me. That was me too. Yeah, awesome. Congrats. Very impressive. Before I got here. Yeah, Ducky, get here earlier. God, for fuck's sake. All right, guys. How's everyone doing? My day already kind of was like, bleh. I forgot they're repaving my whole driveway. So, yeah. I had to wait until like a part of it was fucking sucked. Really bad. I couldn't even get down into my house. He fell in love with how Papa Gus fell in love with my booba and booty. Nailed it. Ugh. Hilarious. Oh, man. My neck and my head hurt. And my elbow hurt. I'm gonna pop one of those Nexaprints I just got at Costco. Hey, Papa Gus. He does watch. Did something happen, Ducky? Why are you in so much pain, girl? And I would hope that Gloggy speaks pretty good Chinese, because the program that I use is from China. No, it would make sense. Mm-hmm. The GTS program I use. Mm-hmm. So it probably does a pretty good job at like mimicking much, you know, like in English. I can't imagine it being like way better than English, but I could understand what he was saying. Yeah, exactly. So that makes sense. Living Lily speaks Chinese too. That's cool. Yeah, actually, that would make sense now that I think of it. The great part about that program, too, is that it runs locally on my computer. I don't have to pay monthly for it. I don't have to do any of that shit. So, and it does a really good job. And it does it quicker than the online version. All right. Let's start off with this one. Shall we?
Two new polls have just come out that I have to talk about because of what they say. One is going to be on the Michigan Senate race, which I'll get to in a second here. And the other is on the presidential primary, both Democratic and Republican. And the results there are fascinating. First, I want to get to this Michigan poll because it's not even just about the result. It's about why the result is what it is. So first up, top line, the big news. New poll finds Abdul El-Sayed surging in Michigan U.S. Senate race. So this is the Bernie-backed candidate that voters see as the anti-establishment candidate, the one that backs Medicare for all. In fact, as I'll get to in a second here, he wrote the book on Medicare for all. So we're talking about a doctor here, somebody who is not the typical candidate that the Democratic Party, in terms of the establishment, would likely or would usually put up. But it's not just the results here that are amazing. I mean, he's up by 10 points now in this new poll. If you look at previous polls,
that's awesome.
Stevens was up by 2. McMorrow was up by 5 in a past poll. So it had been a close race up to this point. Now Sayed, according to this poll, appears to be running away with it. So the comparison here is amazing. Abdul El-Sayed sitting at 27%. Back in November, he was at 16%. He jumped 11 points. He was in a distant third at the time. He's now in a clear first. And the reason is Hassan Piker. So I want to be clear. It's at least part of the reason. Because of, and I'm not just saying this, the pollster themselves reference Hassan Piker in the results.
Damn, Giga Chad.
As Detroit Metro Times writes here, it follows weeks of attacks from rivals, the centrist Democratic establishment, and the mainstream media over Al-Sayed's decision to campaign with Hassan Piker, a popular left-wing streamer and vocal critic of U.S. support for Israel, whom some have accused of anti-Semitism. Piker, of course, is not anti-Semitic, as they write there. The attacks appear to have...
that's awesome, right? That, like, this is what I encourage, right? People that have influence or power using it for good, right? And, like, he's clearly a good candidate. Right? He would be better than everyone there, right? Guaranteed. Right? And whether he's exactly what Hassan said, but, you know, I think Hassan is starting to realize that because, like, I don't know. I felt like before the election, he never really understood that aspect as much, right? Again, I don't watch him enough to realize, but he has kind of always been like this, but I think now that, like, more candidates are coming out that are clearly more aligned with this kind of messaging, right? And like everything we've talked about here, he's willing to, like, go out there for him, right? I mean, I think that's it's what people on the left should be doing, right? Especially if you have a platform.
Backfired spectacularly. Quote, this is from the pollster. It is very clear that one of the most important factors in El-Sayed's movement up in the polls is the support he is receiving from far-left progressives who very strongly oppose U.S. and Israeli intervention in both Gaza and Iran. That's from Steve Mitchell, CEO of Mitchell Research and Communications. His support really bumped up after the endorsement by Hassan Piker. It will be interesting to see whether this is enough to support to allow him to win. So Hassan Piker is the reason, at least one of the main reasons, why Abdul El-Sayed is now enjoying this massive lead compared to where it was before. And here is a Democratic consultant, political consultant, from a month ago. This is Sarah Longwell. She was on the Bulwark podcast with, what's his name, Tim Miller? Tim Miller. And here is what she said at the time.
I do not think any Democrat should look to include him in their coalition. And here's the thing. You mentioned my book at the top. I just wrote a whole book that is going to come out in September. It is 300 pages. It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages.
Oh, come on. Why does anyone care what Sarah Longwell has to say? Right? I told you guys, like, my relation with the Bulwark. I gave them a fair shot, right? I used to watch their videos. We used to watch their videos, right? And, you know, if they have something really good that I feel like tells a really important aspect to what we need to talk about that day, we will watch it, right? But in general, what I've noticed about them is they're just wrong all the time. And when you're wrong like this all the time, you're a loser. And losers gonna lose. So nah, no thank you.
About how you build a winning coalition.
I don't wanna platform fucking losers, right? Like I try to be like level-headed too, and I try right? Like she has some experience that's worth it. Right? She's like she has she like she does a lot of focus groups, right? And they can be useful. The problem is the information is staring her right in the face, and she's missing the forest for the trees, for a tree, right? Because she may have that kind of like experience, but I don't give a shit. Like, you're just wrong. Loser's gonna lose. So I don't know why anybody gives a shit what she has to say about the Democratic Party, the left wing, or anything, because she isn't even in a party, right? Like, she isn't a part of MAGA, right? She's a traditional conservative, which are dead at this point. They're fucking fossilized dinosaurs, right? So why it's like the Lincoln Project, right? People send me the Lincoln Project like ads and stuff. And yeah, they're very funny. Guys, they are funny ads, right? But also take into context, they're losers too, right? Because they're Republicans who are against Trump. That is not the Republican Party anymore, right? Things change. Sorry. Like, you need to find a new party or make a new one, because clearly, like, in fact, I'd hope they do, right? Because if they could split the vote, they'd be better for left wing candidates, right? But instead, what they're doing is they're invading the Democratic Party, which is already conservative enough. Nah, I'm sorry. Eject these people immediately from the party, right?
There's not a
Gus, thanks, Jers. Watch it. Okay, let's see here. MAGAs would call her a rhino, but she's really a Republican, and they're all the rhinos. Bingo. That's what I'm saying. You're absolutely right. But that's what I'm saying is she's a person without a party, and why are we even taking her advice? Because her advice is doo-doo. Is poo-poo. Her advice should be like if you walked up like the side of a street or something and you see a lump of dog shit. I'm not even joking, guys. Right? And I think this just like proved it too, because clearly Hassan has enough of an audience now where like him going to do this stuff for a candidate actually helped, right? What's the focus? Yeah, there's no, it's the, like, again, it's not like she's like completely unqualified, right? Like she has done like some quantitative work, right? And quantitative work is important, but it's just she arrives at the wrong at the wrong conclusion every single time. And it's like, no, fuck off. I don't want to hear what you have to say.
Single paragraph that recommends.
And her response is, I wrote a book. Okay, well, anyone can write a book, right? At this point, anybody can be an author, right? You could e-publish it, really. And again, that doesn't mean shit, because again, it just kind of shows you that you're more establishment anyway, because you have connections to authors and stuff, right? It's not like she's completely like independent either, right?
On September, it is 300 pages. It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages about how you build a winning coalition. There's not a single paragraph that
Has she heard of our current sec of transportation YouTube show? Oh, God.
Recommends cozying up to people like Hassan Piker. I talk a lot about big tents. I talk a lot about a pro-democracy coalition. But here's the thing. Hassan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition.
Oh, is that right? Who's going to buy this book now? You have just proved that you have no idea what you're talking about. You have a book coming out in September that is supposed to be about how to win a race. And the very thing you say not to do the Abdul al-Sayed campaign did, and they have now jumped 11 points and are now in a clear lead.
Jesus.
Now, look, we'll see where the election goes. It's possible things change, and voters will be like, oh, now I can't stand Hassan. And they turn against the Abdul al-Sayed. Who knows? But based on how things are trending, it appears you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. So who's going to buy your shitty book? I guess we'll see. But there's even more incredible detail in this poll as they write here.
Yeah, I realized that a while ago, and I just stopped watching them, right? I kind of like Tim Miller, not going to lie, right? There are people I generally kind of like, right? I like their personality, but I don't watch them because they suck, right? They don't have good predictions on anything. Or like they just don't have reliable information that. And now, especially with this channel, right? There were more people we used to watch, and some of them actually gave copyright strikes, right? So part of the reason we watch these people that we watch is because they're chill and they actually believe in what they say, right? I love people who claim a big thing about being on the left and then literally will like copyright your channel or whatever, right? What is that gloggy poll? I know. That was funny. Stupid, sexy Hassan. He takes the context from the chat too, so. If they have a good interview or something, sure, but fuck off. Yeah, exactly, right? And that's what I want you guys to realize, right? Like, I like JJ McCullough, right? I think he's generally like fun to watch, and I think he's very informative. I don't agree with any of his like political opinions, really, right? I think he's good at analyzing stuff and kind of like showing it off to people, but this is why we don't really watch him on here, right? There's a few people that I like, and I just stopped watching them because of that copyright stuff, right? So I just love people who claim to be on the left and then literally treat other people like crap, right? Because you only get those if like the creator is actually doing it to you, right? So there you go. That's another reason we watch the people we watch, guys, because they actually believe in what they say, right? They're not like secretly like grifting or trying to do this and that with it. Stop grabbing my ass. Somebody wants their ass grabbed. They're gonna get it.
Here, the poll found Syed is leading among both men and women, especially with young people. Among people ages 18 to 44, al-Sayed is at 80%, leading Stevens at 4% and McMorrow at 3%. If you don't look at polling too closely, you don't see the polls that come out. To have this kind of commanding lead, first of all, having both men and women is a big deal. But on top of that, commanding the 18 to 44 demographic by 80% with 80% is insane. This never happens. But unless you have someone like al-Sayed or like a Bernie Sanders, if you look at it, polling back then when he was running, where you have somebody actually speaking to the issues that are affecting the lives of people, and they have a track record. In the case of Bernie, had a 40-year track record of saying the same thing. Al-Sayed actually wrote a book on Medicare for All, was a close Bernie Sanders campaign surrogate, someone that people know they can trust, and is speaking to issues that actually affect the lives of real people, and speaks out against problems like corporate power in our lives and low wages. So this is why, like, Hassan's definitely part of the conversation here, but I think the bigger discussion here is that all the backlash to Hassan that was coming from these Democrats, these consultants like Sarah Longwell, led people just to look more into al-Sayed.
Could you imagine Gus with that haircut? When they could never be him.
Did that.
Damn, girl.
They realized this guy actually stands up for what they care about. And it's also worth like mentioning here, this demographic is incredibly important when it comes to winning a general election.
Agreed.
because the younger demographic doesn't usually come out unless somebody excites them. So having this in a
They call them
primary is
dumps, big,
important.
massive
But when it
dumps.
comes to actually winning a race, like you may be thinking, if he's at 80% with 18 to 44, why isn't he more dominant in this race? The reality is a lot of voters are ages 14 or 45 plus.
True.
So especially when
you kind of see it when you go to like town halls and stuff, and when you go to your polling station. Unfortunately, I would wish more younger people would vote, but facts of life, right?
when it comes to primary voters. But when we're talking about a general election where a much larger piece of the population will come out to vote, having a candidate like Al Sayed on the ballot that speaks to the issues that are impacting, especially younger people, that is going to get a lot of those people out to vote when they normally would just stay home. And you're still going to get the 45 plus out to vote because they want to, avoid the Republican win. So it's so important to have someone like this that can speak to issues that actually animate the younger vote. But this gets to, as I mentioned earlier, Abdul Al Sayed. One of his big campaign issues is his support for Medicare for All, that he literally wrote the book on, as he writes there. And here is that book. That there's a forward there from Bernie Sanders as well and Pramila Jayapal. Now let me get to the other poll. This poll, Atlas Intel. So first I want to show you why this poll matters. Because again, one poll, well, could be nothing. But Atlas, we're actually the most accurate pollster in the 2024 election. And actually, I also believe the 2020 election, they were also the most accurate there as well.
Oh, yeah, that is very accurate. Because Trump won by like 1.6, and they have him over out by that exact amount almost. Wow. In fact, this Qantas Insight poll is pretty accurate too. Damn. Active poll, ActiVote. I mean, Emerson College. That's what all of these are within the margin of error. See, here's another thing, guys. Whenever you hear anybody say, polling is fucked and it's it's not accurate. Let's see. Everything from down here. Everything up here is accurate. Like, obviously, this one's a little less accurate, right? And this one too. But look at that. He won by that exact amount. So when people tell you, hey, polling is incorrect or inaccurate, that's bullshit. Show them this. Right? And this is what I mean. You can't, this is science, right? With polling, yeah, if you do one poll and then 5 months later you're like, yep, he was winning by 50% in June. Now it's November, duh, right? You can't do that. But these pollsters generally do a really good job, and that's how they're able to get these numbers, right? Especially with aggregates, right? When you aggregate all these polls, you can see the trend. Trump is winning. And he won by I think it was 1.6%, right? So that falls within the margin of error. Secondly, Trump is ahead in basically all these polls except those two that I showed you. So that's not a good sign, right? This is actually one thing that kind of freaked me out when I saw these kind of polls. Because he should have been doing way worse, right? But, this is why it's important to look at this stuff from a scientific perspective, right? Depends on the poll. Fishing poll better come correct today. Don't worry, girl. I got another poll for you.
A pollster that saw
a stripper poll. Oh,
Trump coming again in a way that many others didn't. So this is why we get to the importance of the results in this.
I didn't even.
First up, Democrats are leading Republicans just on a generic ballot by 14.5. So Very encouraging for Democrats there. On issue by issue, environment, education, healthcare, economic inequality, employment, job market, inflation, democracy, trade policy and tariffs, foreign policy, immigration, taxes, defense, and crime. Democrats lead on every single one. Now, you could argue that has more to do with the fact that Trump's in power and everything is shit.
Congrats.
Than it has to do with what the Democratic Party is. Currently arguing
a chronal treasure chest
for it, because there really isn't any kind of coherent message from leadership, because Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are a joke. But regardless, this is looking good for Democrats right now. You also have, this is just in relation to the results there from CNN SSRS polling showing Trump's net approval on key issues like immigration, foreign affairs, economy, inflation, gas prices are all at insane lows. I mean, like, this is just terrible. Terrible polling for Trump here. And again, not surprising considering what he's done and everything here. Also, completely predictable. Anyone who paid any attention at all to who Donald Trump is, who he was when he was president the first time, how he ran the second time, none of this is surprising to see that people, turns out, don't actually like him. Again, it would have been nice if people could see this at the time, but I guess they're seeing it now. Related to that, also from the Atlas poll, on items costing less under Biden or Trump, on every single one, beef, electricity, coffee, gas, chicken, bread, milk, housing, bananas, eggs, Biden is leading Donald Trump. Apparently, things were more affordable before Trump, and yeah, not surprising. This is where things get more interesting. Take a look at who's now leading in terms of Democratic primary candidates for the presidential election in 2028. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for the first time, has a lead, sitting at 26%. Next closest being Pete Buttigieg. Gavin Newsom falling off considerably, down at 21%, and then it goes down to Harris and others.
Gavin Newsom fell off, huh? Good. Petey? I know. Ugh. I don't think he'll last. I think people just recognize his name, but when they see him, I don't know, right?
This is encouraging to see that the electorate is sort of done with the typical people that have been put up by the centrist Democratic establishment. To see them more open to someone like AOC is very encouraging. And you see how much he's jumped since the last polling. So the last one was in December. She's jumped 10 points since then, more than any.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Anybody else. Meanwhile, Newsom is down.
And this is by Atlas Intel, so good pollster. I think they've already established that. And like, again, I don't think like this alone is going to determine the election, right? Things can change, guys, very quickly. But let's keep an open mind, right?
On 14 points. He is.
Man, Tim Walz fell off like a cliff. Look at that. Remember when we used to think Tim Walz was going to save us?
Crashed considerably.
I mean, I never thought that, but okay.
As people become more aware of who Gavin Newsom actually is.
I thought he was decent for like a split second, but.
Now, this is what I find even more surprising than the poll with AOC at the top, is Marco Rubio is now leading, commanding lead here over J.D. Vance for the Republican primary. 45.4% to J.D. Vance at 29.6%. Ron DeSantis down at 11. I have to admit, I don't know why. I guess all his ass kissing has paid off. You could argue maybe he has appeared the least crazy out of all of them.
True, because he sits there.
Largely because he's barely spoken.
He just sits there.
You just sort of see him around Trump. So people.
What do you mean? He just sits there being absorbed by the furniture, right?
Liz, that's going to help in terms
and looking like he's in hell.
His name recognition, and because maybe you see him say less crazy things than the rest of them, that has sort of helped his numbers here. But it is just wild to see that, maybe it turns out stitching your lips to Trump's ass for the past few years has actually maybe worked out for you. And you see here, Rubio is up 22 points while Vance is down 17. This is, for me, again, bizarre to have this much of a change since December. Now, maybe if anyone has theories out there in the comments, please share below. Why, since December, did Vance drop so considerably while Rubio jumped this much? Was there an event, few events, things that happened? Something Vance said, something Rubio did? Let me know below, because I don't know what's going on here. But it's fascinating to say the least. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe, and check out some of the other videos I have on this.
More on the Voting Rights Act.
A key takeaway from last week's news cycle is that Democrats have to abide by norms and play by the rules, whereas Republicans don't. You see, red states like Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Missouri, North Carolina, and others, they can gerrymander black voters out of existence like that. But in order for blue states like California and Virginia to gerrymander themselves, they first have to clear multiple procedural hurdles and put it up to a vote. And even then, that still might not stand, because as we all saw, Virginia's Supreme Court struck down their state's map that was just approved by voters. And that was in the same week, mind you, that the Supreme Court gave red states the power to delete black districts out of existence. In fact, Virginia's Supreme Court issued that ruling the day after Tennessee lawmakers decimated their state's only black district, and white supremacist lawmakers in Tennessee were basically rubbing it in the faces of their black constituents. Two of them were seen laughing at people who showed up to protest the revival of Jim Crow, and another was parading around with a MAGA flag in front of them, presumably because he left his Klanhood at home. And you also see Republican Scott Cepicky try to laugh about this with Representative Tory Harris, a Democrat, as if his black colleague would find their behavior amusing or something. But if that wasn't bad enough, Scott Cepicky had the audacity to retweet someone bemoaning the behavior of his Democratic colleagues for their supposed uncouth behavior. And the message couldn't be more clear. Republican Confederates get to crush us, and we have to just sit back and take it. In fact, after Virginia's state Supreme Court struck down its voter-approved map, the official Twitter account for Republicans shared a picture of Donald Trump flipping us the bird. And by the way, that was actually Donald Trump's response to a worker calling him a pedophile protector. Nonetheless, it adequately conveyed their feelings to the other half of the country. Fuck you. We get what we want, and you don't. And that was basically the response collectively from Republicans. They were gloating about this. They were hypocritically also chastising Democrats for trying to gerrymander in Virginia, even though they know that it was Trump who started this race to the bottom in the first place. But it doesn't matter to them. Winning isn't enough. They've got to go the extra step to spit in our fucking faces, too. And while they were scolding Democrats for their undemocratic behavior in Virginia, Confederate states such as Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina were cooking up their own plans to disenfranchise every last black voter in their states, thanks to the new SCOTUS decision. And with regard to Alabama in particular, the U.S. Supreme Court itself actually just gave them the go-ahead to implement their new racist map before this year's election, even though their primary already began, which means that they're definitely going to be following in the footsteps of Louisiana. Their governor actually declared a state of emergency and canceled their election, even though 45,000 people had already cast their ballots. And their governor's reaction was basically, tough shit.
More than 45,000 ballots have been returned. What happens to those?
Oh, those ballots are discarded, and those voters will vote again in November.
You say that like it's not a big deal.
Well, it's not a big deal. It's not my fault. If anybody has a grievance, take it to the United States Supreme Court.
Right, it's not his fault. He has no choice but to comply with the Supreme Court. You know, it's not like Republicans would ever defy the Supreme Court or anything. They'd never do that. The Supreme Court ruled that black people can't have equal representation because that would be tantamount to discrimination against white people. So Republicans have no choice but to comply, so that way white people have a chance in this country for the first time ever, perhaps. But it's actually worse than that, according to them, because as Louisiana's racist governor put it,
in the United States, we get equal rights. No one gets extra rights.
Right, so equal rights means extra rights in the minds of inbred Confederates.
Jesus.
And to even object to the revival of Jim Crow-era voting maps is nothing more than disingenuous identity politics. In fact, Tennessee lawmaker Tim Burchett, whose parents are probably cousins, condemned Democrats for playing the race card.
And that's all the Democrats really have left in their big deck of cards is the race card. They divide
The
folks
race
up
card.
and fear in their hearts, and that's exactly what they're doing with this. And it's, as I said, it's very disingenuous.
Yeah, I mean, how dare Democrats point out the role that race plays, especially in southern states that still fly treasonous Confederate flags and honor Confederate traitors with statues and monuments. It's just disingenuous to point that out, right? But it's apparently not disingenuous to purge the federal government of black workers under the guise of improving government efficiency. That's what his party did with Doge. They also cut off federal grants to black researchers and women under the guise of fighting discrimination in the form of DEI. Turns out that was a little disingenuous too, seeing as how a federal judge determined that Doge, quote, blatantly used race, gender, and other protected characteristics to execute the largest mass termination of federal grants in the history of the National Endowment for Humanities. But you see, you can't bring up race, otherwise you're doing identity politics. It's not that we're pointing out that they're the ones engaging in white identity politics. It's that we're woke SJWs that want to make everything about race because that's the only card that we have left to play, since they're the ones with all the good policy ideas after all. You know, like cutting more tax cuts for the rich and deregulating fossil fuel companies so that way they can continue to pollute the only planet that we can live on. They're always right no matter what, and we're always wrong. Not because that's true, but because if they're not allowed to steamroll us and have a disproportionate say in our politics, then it's not fair to them. That's the message from Republicans to the rest of the country after last week. We have to follow the rules, and they don't. They get to destroy us, and we have to shut the fuck up and take it. And we have no choice but to let them crush us and Nazify the country and turn it into a fucking Christian nationalist theocracy. Otherwise, they might throw temper tantrums or rise up and try to overthrow the U.S. government again. Well, I say fuck them. Fuck them all. Enough is enough. I am so tired of this double standard.
Same.
I'm tired of letting the worst, most racist, regressive, inbred pieces of fucking shit dictate the terms of our goddamn country. And the Virginia State Supreme Court, that decision really felt like the final nail in the coffin of our entire country, where they're almost explicitly sentencing us to perpetual one-party rule, and there's nothing that we can do about it. But I, for one, say we shouldn't just sit back and take it. I don't think that we should just accept that we're destined to be ruled by a fascist authoritarian death cult. If democracy is dead and politics is nothing more than a raw power struggle at this point, then we actually need to get power by fighting fire with fire. So that's why my immediate reaction to the Virginia Supreme Court ruling was for Virginia Democrats to just ignore it, say fuck it, and just proceed ahead as they were planning to. But there are some Democrats who actually have different plans that would yield the same results, which I'm here for. The New York Times reports that Hakeem Jeffries held a call with Virginia state lawmakers to talk about what to do going forward, and even though nothing is concrete, they floated some ideas that are downright brilliant. One would be to lower the mandatory retirement age of Virginia Supreme Court justices from 75 down to 54,
That'd be a good idea.
which would force all of them to retire, thus allowing them to appoint new Democratic justices. Another option would be to, quote, invoke a January ruling by a circuit court judge in Tazewell County, Virginia, that said the 2026 constitutional amendment effort to redraw the maps was invalid because county officials did not post notice of it at courthouses and other public locations 3 months before a general election. Democrats would aim to use that ruling to seek to invalidate the earlier constitutional amendment that created the state's independent redistricting commission by arguing that courthouses across the state did not post notice of it at the time. That would give the legislature the authority to enact a map of its choosing. And to that I say, hell yeah. Now we are cooking with grease, Democrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
They are finally starting to think like Republicans, and not in the policy way, but in the strategic sense. This is what you have to do to compete in this.
Yeah, so think about that. There, which is probably what the court didn't want to happen either, right? They said, okay, well, if this applies to this case, logically, it would apply to the redistricting one. So that's invalid too. Even though you didn't rule on that, logically it would follow, right?
This new authoritarian
impressive
environment. The problem,
I didn't think of that.
However, is that some Democrats are already getting cold feet about the prospect of fighting back because, of course, there was a quote from a former lawmaker from Virginia in this article, James P. Moran, who told the New York Times that we shouldn't do this because it would be a bridge too far and it would backfire for the party. Also, aside from that, the House Speaker immediately came out and said that he would respect the decision of his state Supreme Court. And Virginia's governor, Abigail Spanberger, responded by basically telling people to vote harder, even though they just did that and it didn't work. And to add insult to injury, the state Senate Majority Leader actually responded to specific solutions proposed in this article and basically said, yeah, there's no way that's happening. Journalist Brandon Jarvis reports, Senate Majority Leader Scott Serval tells me that the rumors yesterday that Democrats are considering drastic measures to implement new maps are not going anywhere. They would not have time under the current system used at the Department of Elections to make the changes, he says. He also says forcing the retirement of Supreme Court justices would be extreme, and he wants to work within the current legal system to do these kinds of things. But therein lies the problem. You're working within the current legal system while Republicans are not. You're constraining yourself to rules of a game that Republicans are no longer playing. They flipped over the board while Democrats are still waiting patiently for their turn. You have to adapt or you will die. Do you not understand this? Your party is going to go extinct if you don't adapt. It really is that serious. Some Democrats are finally starting to get this, but too many of them still don't understand that the old days are gone. Democracy is fucking dead, and we're in a fight for survival at this point. I understand that it's hard to accept this new reality because none of us wanted this. We didn't. This is a race to the bottom, and we all hate to see it. I don't like this. We all supported a nationwide ban on gerrymandering, but guess what? Republicans rejected that because they knew enhancing democracy wouldn't serve in their interests. They couldn't get power in a democratic system, so they decided to operate outside of the bounds of democracy. We have to acknowledge that is the situation, and we have to adapt.
Exactly.
If we don't adapt, we die. If we're not at least equally as ruthless as they are, then we are going to be forced to live in the Confederate States of America for the foreseeable future. It's that simple. It really is that bleak. And just ask yourself, how would Republicans react if their state Supreme Court did something like the Virginia Supreme Court did when they were in control? So you don't have to guess because we know the answer. They would defy their court without hesitation. Wouldn't even be a consideration for them at all. The new maps drawn in Florida by Ron DeSantis openly defy an amendment to their state's constitution that was adopted by 60% of voters in 2010. Ron DeSantis didn't have to clear a bunch of procedural hurdles or put these new maps up to a vote like Abigail Spanberger and Gavin Newsom did. And he sure as shit wouldn't respect a ruling from his state Supreme Court if they said that this new map is illegal. Why? Because Republicans don't play by the rules. In Ohio, their state Supreme Court actually did strike down their gerrymandered map too. And do you want to know how they responded when Republicans were in control? They still are, by the way, thanks to this story. But do you want to know what they did? They ignored the court. Again and again and again. In a write-up for the Cleveland Metro Bar Association, Stephen Steinglass explains, in 2022, the Ohio Supreme Court ruled 5 times that the state's redistricting maps proposed by the Ohio Redistricting Commission violated the Ohio Constitution. These rulings should have resolved the issue. Instead, they were defied. Empowered by a surprising intervention from a 3-judge federal district court, the commission ignored each decision. As a result, since 2022, Ohioans have voted in state legislative districts warped by unconstitutional partisan gerrymandering. This wasn't just a bureaucratic misstep, it was a direct rejection of constitutional accountability. What makes this episode particularly troubling is that 4 lawyers, including the governor and a former justice of the Ohio Supreme Court, were among those who supported the unlawful maps. Their priority, it seems, was maintaining political power even at the expense of legal and democratic norms. And keep in mind, 70% of voters adopted a state constitutional amendment to ban partisan gerrymandering, and even though their state Supreme Court told them 5 times that their district violated their own state's constitution, state Republicans responded every single time by telling them to fuck right off. And those unconstitutional maps are still in effect today. Why? Because Republicans don't have to play by the rules. Those rules are for Democrats and Democrats only. And in the state of Utah, its state Supreme Court actually has been a real pain in the ass for Republicans. They not only blocked their partisan gerrymander, they also blocked their near-total abortion ban. They blocked their anti-trans school sports ban. They even blocked an attempt to privatize public education with a bullshit school voucher program. But do you want to know how Republicans responded to their Supreme Court blocking what they tried to implement? They packed the cord because, of course, they did. The Salt Lake Tribune reports that Governor Spencer Cox of Utah signed legislation approved by their GOP-controlled legislature to add 2 additional seats to their state Supreme Court, making it so that way 5 of the 7 justices were appointed by the governor himself. And they did this because, say it with me, Republicans don't play by the rules. They're not a constraint to Republicans, ever. They either change the rules in their favor or they just disregard them entirely. Because we no longer live in a democratic system. We live in a nakedly authoritarian regime. It's competitive authoritarianism, but authoritarianism nonetheless. But even some dictators aren't as brazen as Republicans. Most dictators wouldn't just cancel elections like the Louisiana governor did because even they know that that would cause an uproar, which they don't want. But Republicans don't give a shit. They couldn't care less. And before most dictators announce that they're just going to stay in power for life, they usually try to legitimize that move with some sort of bogus constitutional amendment rubber stamped by the legislature and approved by courts. But Republicans in Ohio were like, fuck it. We don't care what the Constitution says. We don't care what voters said. We're not even going to bother to change it. We're just going to give ourselves the power to stay in office indefinitely, whether voters like it or not. And it pains me to basically offer more authoritarianism as a solution. It's not really a solution. It's just the survival thing we have to do. But again, we have no choice. I wanted none of this. 10 years ago, I wouldn't even entertain letting Democrats do something like this. I would be against it because I've always supported democratic norms and principles, still do. But it doesn't matter what I want. It doesn't matter what you want. It doesn't matter what any of us want. We have to play the cards that we've been dealt. America is essentially a competitive authoritarian regime for all intents and purposes. And I think that it would behoove us all to not let the fascist Confederates have all of the power in our declining system. If a party that poses an existential threat to all life on Earth is not playing by the rules, then I think that we have a moral obligation to also not play by the rules. Democrats have a responsibility, even I'd argue, to match their energy and be as ruthless to them as they are to us. That means we have to do things that we don't want to do. It means you have to ignore rulings that benefit them. And it also means you have to work overtime to disenfranchise every single Republican voter that you can. If you're a blue state with a couple of red districts that you can't gerrymander away, guess what? Maybe you're going to have to limit the number of polling stations in those precincts. Sucks, but that's the reality. If you, live in a blue state with some Republican districts, maybe you change the polling places at the last minute and you not tell anybody where the new locations are. Sounds gross, but nothing I'm saying is unprecedented, by the way. I'm simply saying Democrats should treat Republicans the way that they've treated black voters forever. If they're going to suppress black votes, then you respond in kind by suppressing Republican votes. Sorry, hillbillies, you didn't update your registration immediately after you moved? Well, you're getting cleansed from the voting rolls. So sorry. You go tit for tat and you match every single thing that they do because we can't afford not to. And listen, I would love.
Well, and remember, we talked about game theory, right? What is the most effective strategy in game theory? Right, you cooperate until the point of cooperation ceasing, right? And then you're willing to cooperate again until that happens again, right? This is why they keep losing, right? Because even scientifically, mathematically speaking, this is a losing strategy.
Love to get to a place where one day we can actually restore democracy and put an end to gerrymandering once and for all at the national level. I'd also love to take steps to depoliticize the Supreme Court somehow, but that's not going to happen. That'll never come to fruition if we act like small d Democrats while they act like fucking authoritarian tyrants. And I'll fully admit, it's a bit of an oxymoron to suggest that restoring democracy necessitates that Democrats be as autocratic as Republicans are, because autocrats aren't going to willingly just give up power once they get it. So I'm fully aware that there is a real cost to everything that I'm saying, but we're very clearly going down the path of authoritarianism, whether I want to or not. And I'm sorry, but in a power struggle between two warring sides, I want to do everything in my power to make sure that the Confederate fascist theocratic side loses. I'm sorry. I don't want them to have the power in this environment, because when our entire country inevitably collapses, I think that we're going to be in a better position to build something better if the bad people who want us dead have less of a say. So, in conclusion, this country is very clearly headed in one direction, and once Republicans solidify their grip on power, there truly is no coming back from that. And if Democrats don't even bother to try to stop that from happening while they still can, then we truly are doomed. That is, if our fate hasn't already been sealed.
Wow. Bullshit.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump said Monday the U.S. ceasefire with Iran is on life support after he rejected Iran's proposal to end the war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz, calling it stupid.
Hormuz. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. I said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support.
Iranian officials said they're prepared to retaliate if attacked, warning the U.S. would be surprised by Iran's response. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal reports United Arab Emirates secretly carried out military strikes on Iran, including an April attack on a refinery on Lavan Island in the Persian Gulf. The Journal reports the Trump administration quietly welcomed the participation of the UAE and any other Gulf states wanting to join in the fight. The head of the Saudi Aramco oil company warned Monday the global oil market will lose around 100 million barrels every week if disruptions to the Strait of Hormuz continue at the current rate. Amin Nasser also warned that global supplies of gasoline and jet fuel could reach critically low levels by summer unless Iran allows shipping lanes to reopen. Here in the United States, Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley said Monday he's introducing legislation that would suspend federal taxes on gasoline and diesel fuel. Gas is currently taxed at 18.4 cents per gallon, diesel at just over 24 cents. Hawley's bill would suspend them entirely for 90 days, depriving the Treasury of billions of dollars of tax revenue. This comes after the Trump administration released a record 8.6 million barrels of oil from the U.S.
Yeah, see, it would create even more debt, right? Has a bunch of problems. And for what? To save 18 cents a gallon?
Strategic Petroleum Reserve last week in a bid to lower U.S. gas prices, which have soared.
Look at all that infrastructure.
To an average
well, it's infrastructure week, girl.
Of
you
more
didn't know
than
that?
$4.50.
And when I mean infrastructure week, I mean we talk about it, but nothing happens.
The Israeli military has issued a new forced evacuation orders for residents of southern Lebanese towns and villages as it continues daily violations of the U.S. brokered April ceasefire. On Monday, an Israeli airstrike killed 6 people in a house in southern Lebanon. Elsewhere, Israeli forces blew up a water pumping station on the
Hey, Peter, welcome back, Patricia. Discovered a fish that is also a compass. It points north. It always points north. It nods. It always nodded north. It's falling apart.
Litani River. Meanwhile, the UN says Israeli forces are impeding peacekeepers with UNIFIL, blocking their movements with tanks and armored bulldozers. UN spokesperson Farhan Haq said violent incidents have surged since Friday.
During this period, peacekeepers observed more than 1,296 trajectories of projectiles attributed to the Israeli Defense Forces, and 64 trajectories of projectiles attributed to Hezbollah. Incidents involving the denial of freedom of movement to UNIFIL peacekeepers continue to occur daily.
In Gaza, Israeli forces have once again violated the U.S. brokered ceasefire with deadly violence. The Palestinian Health Ministry reports Israeli troops stationed in eastern Gaza shot and killed 2 civilians Monday. Elsewhere, medics retrieved the bodies of 2 Palestinians from central Gaza after they were hit by shrapnel from Israeli artillery fire. Meanwhile, a member of a Gaza-bound humanitarian aid flotilla has returned home after he was abducted by Israeli commandos in international waters and brought to Israel for interrogation. The Brazilian activist Tiago Avila said from Sao Paulo on Monday he and other prisoners suffered torture in Israeli custody. Avila blamed Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for the abuses. Thanks.
Yes, he committed another war crime, but what he did against us is nothing compared to what they do to Palestinians every single day. Once again, we always need to say this. It's not about us individually. It's about a people that has been suffering 8 decades of genocide and ethnic cleansing.
Tiago Avila's mother died in Brazil while he was in Israeli custody. After headlines, we'll speak with Saif Abu Keshek. He was abducted from the global Samud flotilla by Israeli forces. He'll speak to us now after being held for 10 days by Israel. He'll speak to us from Turkey. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces fatally shot a 30-year-old Palestinian man Monday as they raided the Kalangia refugee camp north of Jerusalem. He was shot in the head, later pronounced dead after Israeli forces barred ambulance crews from reaching his body. The killing came as Israeli forces stormed a vocational school opposite the camp and fired a barrage of tear gas, stun grenades, and live ammunition. Separately, a Palestinian family in a village near Jenin says Israeli settlers forced them to exhume their 80-year-old relative and rebury his body in a different grave. 80-year-old Hussein Assasa died of natural causes last Friday. His son says he coordinated a burial with Israel's military, yet settlers threatened to bulldoze his gravesite unless he agreed to move the body, claiming the cemetery was part of an Israeli settlement. Such settlements are illegal under international law. The European Union has agreed to impose sanctions on Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank after Hungary's new government lifted its long-standing veto of the measures. The move comes shortly after Peter Magyar was sworn after Hungary's new international law. The European Union has agreed to impose sanctions on Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank after Hungary's new government lifted its long-standing veto of the measures. The move comes shortly after Peter Magyar was sworn in as Hungary's new prime minister, ending 16 years of Viktor Orban's authoritarian rule. Viktor Orban was a close ally of the United States' President Trump. 10 Hamas leaders were also sanctioned. The EU and the United Kingdom also announced separate sanctions targeting Russian officials and institutions accused of systematically deporting and indoctrinating Ukrainian children during the war. The sanctions cover Russian individuals responsible for forcibly transferring children from occupied Ukrainian territories. Here in New York, protests erupted Monday outside a real estate expo that advertises properties for sale in the occupied Palestinian territories. The Intercept reports at least one table at the so-called Great Israeli Real Estate Event, unquote, advertised land sales in Kfar Eldad, Karni Shamran, and other Israeli settlements considered illegal under international law. This is Shraddha Joshi of the Palestinian Solidarity Group, Pal-Auda.
In the buildings near us, they are selling Palestinian land illegally in an event that is in direct violation of New York housing law, New York real estate law, and international law. This is Palestinian land that is being sold right here in our neighborhoods. The properties that are being advertised in this land sale event exist in the occupied West Bank. That is direct violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which is in violation of international law. And we're here to say that we have a stake in this as community members, and that New Yorkers will be out here and we will not be silenced.
The U.S. Supreme Court cleared the way Monday for Alabama to eliminate one of its two majority black congressional districts ahead of November's midterm elections. The move could hand Republicans an additional House seat. Alabama is one of several Republican-led states rushing to redraw maps and disenfranchise black voters after the Supreme Court gutted a key Voting Rights Act provision last month. Meanwhile, Virginia Democrats on Monday asked the U.S. Supreme Court to restore a voter-approved congressional map struck down by Virginia's High Court last week. The new Virginia districts could help Democrats secure up to 4 seats in the House. President Trump set to arrive in China to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping this week for his first visit to China since 2017. President Trump will be accompanied by corporate executives, including Apple CEO Tim Cook and Elon Musk of Tesla. Forbes reports the 5 billionaires in President Trump's entourage.
Shows you who's really in charge. Hey, Thorne, welcome back.
Have a combined net worth of $870 billion. The summit is expected to focus on trade tariffs, the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, artificial intelligence, and U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. Senate Democrats have condemned a Republican plan to spend $1 billion in taxpayer funds on Trump's ballroom in the East Wing of the White House. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer accused Republicans of, quote, asking working families to pay the price while Trump pockets the perks.
At a time when Americans are struggling to put food on the table, Republicans say, let them eat cake, and demand American taxpayers build Trump a palace while they're at it.
This comes as soil excavated from the White House as part of the Ballroom Project and dumped at nearby East Potomac Park has tested positive for lead, chromium, and other toxic metals, according to National Park Service data reported by the New York Times. And a lawsuit filed by the Cultural Landscape Foundation seeks to halt Trump's makeover of the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool, whose repairs have ballooned from a promised $1.8 million to $13.1 million after the Interior Department added $6.2 million to a no-bid contract last week. Meanwhile, in Miami, Florida, a 15-foot gold-leaf bronze statue of President Trump, dubbed Don Colossus, was installed at Trump's Doral, Miami golf course.
What the fuck? Oh, fuck off. What the hell?
Commissioned by a cryptocurrency group and dedicated by Trump ally Pastor Mark Burns. On social media, Pastor Burns wrote, quote, "Let me say this plainly. This is not a golden calf, unquote. Haiti's prime minister said Monday Haiti is too unstable to hold presidential elections as scheduled in August, which would be Haiti's first election in nearly a decade. Haiti has had no nationally elected officials since January 2023, and its parliament has been inactive since 2019. More than 1.4 million people have been displaced by gang violence, while key roads linking the capital, Port-au-Prince, to the provinces remain unsafe or blocked. Doctors Without Borders has suspended hospital operations due to gunfire safety concerns. And in the Philippines, a senator who once presided over former President Rodrigo Duterte's violent drug war fled federal agents Monday as they attempted to serve him an international arrest warrant outside the Philippine Senate. Surveillance cameras caught the dramatic scene as 64-year-old Senator Ronald De La Rosa dashed upstairs and raced along hallways before arriving at the Senate chamber, where the officers have no power to arrest him. He slept at the Senate office overnight and has since refused to leave, vowing to fight extradition to The Hague to face charges at the International Criminal Court. De La Rosa served as police chief under Duterte between 2016 and 2018, when thousands of alleged drug dealers were shot and killed. A spokesperson for the ICC laid out the charges against him Monday.
The judges assessed the material submitted by the prosecution and found reasonable grounds to believe that Mr. De La Rosa is allegedly criminally responsible as an indirect co-perpetrator for the crime against humanity of murder.
Meanwhile, the Philippine...
See? Guys, generally speaking, and this is why I say the ICJ, ICC, right? They make the right decisions, right? The problem is they don't have an enforcement mechanism, right? So they can't go out and arrest whoever it is, right? BB. They're relying on the nation state that the person is either in or like attempting to flee to actually arrest them, right? So wouldn't it be nice to have a court that actually had this kind of authority, right? If only we had one world government. Damn right. That's my next point. If you got rid of these nation states being so powerful, right, and being so, then you could easily do this. Right? As long as it was democratic and nobody was like overwhelming, nobody had the power to like suppress another group of people. Everyone was treated equally. Everyone got equal vote, right? Everyone got equal, right? All that stuff. Then I would be totally in favor of it. Molotov cocktail. Welcome to the stream.
House of Representatives voted Monday to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte over bribery and corruption charges. She's the daughter of the ex-president Rodrigo Duterte, who's jailed at The Hague awaiting trial at the ICC for alleged crimes against humanity. It's the second time Sara Duterte has been impeached, but she appears unlikely to be removed from office after her allies on Monday took control of the Senate. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Whoa! Congrats! You hauled up a golden interdimensional treasure Leviathan from the Prime Timeline's Forbidden Vault. It glows like a myth, decided to become collectible. Amazing. Good job, Ducky. You caught a golden legendary. You were mocking me? Oh, well, that's funny. Agreeing with me is a great way to mock me. You're a real Giga Chat. Huh? Fuck you.
Amy Goodman. Thanks
what
for
a fucking
watching
clown.
Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience...
Israeli Prime
Now we got Israel.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in his
Remember he said this? That was hilarious.
splashy 60 Minutes interview on Sunday night, which Crystal and I covered yesterday, also made some comments in regard to what he sees as rising anti-Semitism. And he has a theory.
I'm glad that I'm making such a splash, though. Finally. Even the trolls are now fucking repeating my words. Hell yeah, brother.
Of why this is apparently happening. It is related to, you guessed it, social media. Let's take a listen to this first off.
We have seen the deterioration of the support for Israel in the United States. Almost, I would say it correlates almost 100% with the geometric rise of social media. And that by itself is not what caused it. And I don't believe in censoring them or anything, but I'll tell you what happened. We have several countries that basically manipulated social media with bot farms, with fake addresses, to break the American sympathy to Israel, to break the American-Israeli alliance because they think it's in their interests. And they do it in a clever way. You know, it's like you hear a text message. I'm a red-blooded Texan. I always supported Israel, but I can't stand what they're doing. I'm turning against Israel. And then you trace the address.
Well, you're an idiot, brother, because that wouldn't be allowed under this system, right? You clearly don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't understand the concept of a one world government, or you don't understand the concept of government, right? Branches or anything like that. So you're just kind of laughing to yourself because you just told yourself, buddy. What a clown, right? Okay, let's just placate that, right? Even if you honestly believe that, right, that the world would ban homosexuality, let's just pretend that happened. Okay, you know what? I actually could see that maybe happening, but then there would be something like the International Judicial Court that would be like, no, you can't do that. Immediately struck down. I am not somebody who believes in mob rule, right? You have to have a strong basis for constitutionality that protects minorities. But on the big things, we should be working together. So that's why your fucking assumption here is fucking retarded. Suck it, dick.
Just do some basement.
Suck a dick.
You know, and that's something that has hurt us badly. While we were fighting the physical military battle on 7 battlefields, 7-front war, we were completely exposed on the 8th front, the media war, really the social media war.
In a healthy political climate.
We already have that. It's called the ICJ, the ICC. They make all these decisions already. We already have that. It's called the UN General Assembly. And they vote overwhelmingly to give more rights to women, more rights to homosexuals, as you put it. All these things. So what the fuck are you smoking, dog? You're just an idiot. I think this is Bogo's Binted, by the way, or he's one of the trolls that we ended up banning. That's how he knows my fucking takes.
He would be
what an idiot. Like, the dude doesn't know what he's talking about, right? Clearly.
I apologize for those comments because he is implying that the American people are so
But I mean, you can't fix stupid, right?
Stupid that dumb little text messages are what swayed them
that dictates,
to start.
right?
Especially he's talking about the American right. You can hear because he talks about this red-blooded American Texan. That's his way of talking specifically about Republican voters, conservatives, right-leaners in the United States are just so dumb that their opinions can't possibly be informed. That if they have lost, if their support for Israel is declining, it's because they are misinformed, ill-informed, disinformed, or too too stupid to actually just have an opinion that differs from Prime Minister Netanyahu's, as Americans, by the way, people who believe their country's interests, their family interests, their children's interests are out of line with the party that Netanyahu, the Likud party, essentially. And so I'm going to toss this over to you with also the news.
Don't assume I'm trolling. You're trolling, dude. You just admitted you were trolling. You just said your first thing was one world government. And I was like, wow, so you've been listening to me clearly a lot, because I talk about this concept all the time, right? Not in a scary way, but in a let's all work together internationally kind of way, right? Much like we already are doing anyway. It's just, I want it even more, right? And instead of actually accurately saying, hey, I like this idea, what did you do? You said, no, I'm mocking you. So that's trolling, right? And now you're saying you're not trolling. Okay, buddy, fuck off.
Is that Israel is now is bragging basically about banning Tyler Oliveira from entering the.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. Yes, you have, right? You don't come into this chat saying that one thing without clearly knowing that you've watched me for a while, okay? I'm glad that my ideas are finally making a splash, but this is why, like, you're just wrong, buddy. You think you're so smart, but you're not.
Country. This is the next element. It's a Laura Loomer exclusive. She posts Israel's Minister of Diaspora and Combating Anti-Semitism exclusively tells me.
Bye, dipshit. Yeah, now he's just trolling, right? Jesus.
Quote, it was his pleasure to make sure Tyler
he was trolling from the get-go, but
Oliveira could not enter Israel today upon landing in the country.
I love that. Here we go. Wait, did you not hear that? I gotta play that because that was too funny. Yeah, it didn't play. I don't think it played right. Best time of the day. Nice shot. We couldn't hear it. I know. Hold on. Let me replay it. This is what it should have done, guys. But for some reason it wasn't playing.
Rare. Here we go!
From the
Oh man, I love trolling the trolls, guys. It's so funny. Like, what an idiot, dude. He comes in with the hyper specific example that basically I'm the only one I've talked about, but that's talked about this. And he says, yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need. And he says, oh, I don't watch you. I'm just in here to talk. So yeah, okay, buddy. Sad. Clearly somebody who got banned before.
Mentions, of course, also
coming in again. Let me just check his yeah, it looks like he just made this account. Hilarious. Oh.
So that Tyler just completed an interview with Tucker Carlson, in which they bashed Israel with lies, and then Tyler hopped on an El Al flight to Israel, Sagar. So it's all just an op from foreign countries manipulating Americans, manipulating Tucker Carlson, using him. This is all from foreign money. It couldn't possibly be American people saying this is what is in my rational interest based on the best information that they could come up with.
Yeah, you really should read actually what this guy said, the minister of the diaspora. He says, the party is over. Anyone who comes here with this aim of spreading hatred will be be sent back where they came from. This follows the implementation of the new policy. Entry into Israel or activity within Israel will not be permitted for anyone who disseminates anti-Semitic content, supports BDS, or incites against the state of Israel and the Jewish people. The rule is simple. Whoever incites against us simply will not be here. And of course, Tyler,
you got a USB cable that goes to nothing on both ends.
Oliveira, to my knowledge, the video
I like that one.
which they are the most upset with him about is the one about, I think it was a Hasidic Jewish community, I think, in New Jersey.
Yeah, basically. I mean, he clearly was MAGA, right? No, but like just to point it out, right? I know nobody really thinks that in here, but right? Like the idea that everyone just votes or gets equal representation, right? Or that resources are spread out like evenly, right? On this like one world kind of government, right? Yeah, like that doesn't mean I support mob rule, right? Like there would still be checks and balances, right? So you couldn't just like immediately like take away the vote to like the African continent or like homosexuals or right? Like that wouldn't happen. It wouldn't under the system. Like you would still have checks and balances and different ways to implement these things. You just would be giving a voice to people who don't have a voice, right?
Okay, listen, go watch it, for yourself.
Go watch it.
You can decide, whether it's anti-Semitic.
The crazy things they say.
I would
they say all these
it fits within the broad catalog of the work that he's done.
You get used to it, especially in classes, right? But like I always like it always makes me laugh, right? Because they're just so ridiculous and they're shit at it, right? Like they used to be really smart. Like they used to be like, imagine Sagar plus maybe like 50%, right? Maybe even 100%. There are some like conservatives out there that are really, really good at what they do. But now because of Trump, their brain has become mush, right? They're no longer like intelligent. Like they don't have like the same kind of like tact that they used to, right? And then like even the libertarians, a lot of them supported Trump, and they have a little bit more of this, but literally speaking, they can't keep up half the time now. So a lot of their stuff is just garbage, like what Kiki's saying there. And while Netanyahu was on the screen, how dare they? Yeah. Globalism. No. Yeah, exactly. Right. And that's like true globalism, right? Not like which we already have, right? We have an aspect of globalism, but I just want to democratize it, right? I want to make it fair and equal to everyone on the planet, right? So we can all work together and accomplish things as a human society, right?
To me,
as a human race, let's say.
That's the hypocrisy.
Not like Asians, not Chinese, not Nigerians, not Africans, right? But as like a human race. We can still all identify as that stuff. It's just like we're doing stuff collectively as people, right?
Like if he does a video about like illegal migrants in Europe, everybody loves him, right?
Yeah.
At least right-wingers, but they love it. Somalians, they love it. Oh, no, you can't do that, right? And see, that's the problem. And that's, by the way, why that guy has, like 9 million subscribers on YouTube? I mean, we're just a politics show. This is like a cultural phenomenon.
It is.
Yeah.
My favorite Oliveira's video is when he went to like Alabama and tried to find people who had kissed their cousins. Like, this is the content America needs.
Like, this is like culture you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's like
totally.
pop culture era stuff. Like, this is a YouTube tier which we are never going to be in. I don't want to be.
We send Ryan Grimm out to Alabama and try to find cousin kissers. Could be interesting.
We could send Ryan Grimm to find fish fans in Alabama. That would be fun. It'd be like uniting of brothers. But I think the point, that remains here is they view it as a social media problem, not a reality problem.
Yes.
And, look, it's trite and it's funny. Tyler Oliveira, ha ha ha. Okay, that's not serious. What's serious are stories like the one we're about to show you, which actually really do shock the conscience and make you go, huh, is this something that you want to be either complicit in or supportive of, and or, you know, it makes you just think, is this the country which we were told that it is, right? And I think for a lot of people, a lot of younger lefties, humanitarians, what happened in Gaza is really shocking. From a right-wing perspective, it's also been the humanitarian, but the biggest discomfort comes from the level of control over discourse in our own country, right? Is because you really start to be like, well, hold on a second, you know, I'm not some bleeding heart liberal, but you don't get to tell our bleeding heart liberals what to say and or do, and you definitely don't get to throw them in prison, right? Like that's our business, it's not your business. Right. And that's what I think really starts to grate, I think, and it becomes something that's now happened altogether. It's been almost 3 years since October 7th. It just blew the doors really off of this. And then, you know, finally, it's a long-winded way of getting to the New York Times story. But I do think it's important because the reaction now from the pro-Israel diaspora or the Israeli government to the story pales in comparison to the way that they reacted when Ryan and many others started investigating the claims over mass rape on October 7th. And look, this is the most difficult and uncomfortable thing to talk about, but so be it. You know, it's become a major part of the discourse around this subject. The point remains that the New York Times story, which they published about mass rape on October 7th,
Screams without words.
Screams without words, had several holes within it that did not hold up to serious journalistic scrutiny. And I'm not saying necessarily it didn't happen, but many of the claims that they made within that were investigated, again, not just by Ryan, by many others that looked into them systematically, many of them did not hold up over time. Okay, so then let's compare that, and I'm gonna let you set this up, to this now New York Times story from Nick Kristof about rape of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli custody.
Well, yeah, and let's just also, I mean, Ryan is always very careful to say this. He thinks the chance that there was no rape on October 7th is zero. It is not, it is unrealistic to say that there was no sexual violence or rape on October 7th. Almost certainly there was, and there is evidence. The question is whether these claims were inflated for the sake of propaganda and then misreported by outlets who had lapses in journalistic ethics, essentially. And now this is being turned around against New York Times columnist Nick Kristof. He is on the opinion side of the paper, and he ran this story just yesterday. We can pop it up on the screen here. D4, the headline is "The Silence That Meets the Rape of..."
It also, like, wouldn't justify anything, right? Like, let's pretend there was mass rape, which I don't think there was, right? There probably was. I think that's a good point. However, that wouldn't justify anything, right? That doesn't justify genocide. You genocide an entire group of people because of what?
Palestinians. He started by saying, it's a simple proposition. Whatever our views of the Middle East conflict, we should be able to unite in condemning rape. Supporters of Israel made that point after the brutal sexual assaults against Israeli women during the Hamas-led attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023. Now, he's very clearly starting on a point of agreement with many of the people who are now
the two conservatives,
his detractors. He goes on to say, Botsy. Yet in wrenching interviews,
they should do a drama series like Dawson's Creek. Remember that? Remember we talked about that? That was so funny. I totally forgot about that show until you guys brought it up.
Palestinians have recounted to me a pattern of widespread Israeli...
It's Jersey's favorite show.
...sexual violence against men,
could never be me,
women, and even children by soldiers, settlers, interrogators in the Shin Bet Internal Security Agency, and above all, prison guards. Now, people took issue with the fact that Kristof cited a report from the Euromed Human Rights Monitor, which people who are pro-Israel see as anti-Israel and biased for that reason. Kristof, in the piece, I will say, he does describe it as, quote, a Geneva-based advocacy group often critical of Israel. So in the piece, he caveats the evidence with that identifier, descriptor of Euromed. But we can go on. Probably the biggest piece of information that he included in the piece were allegations of trained dog sexual abuse. So this became an absolute an absolute attack against him on X from people like Deborah Lipstadt. We can put this next element up on the screen. This is D5. This was Lipstadt saying the New York
explain
Times.
who she was.
So she's a premier Holocaust scholar who's also was the Biden administration's anti-Semitism, very, very big supporter.
So like a center-left
Israel.
liberal.
Center-left, yep, exactly. So Adam Lewis Klein publishes this graphic that says the New York Times published the anti-Zionist dog rape libel. And Deborah Lipstadt quote tweets this: "Have they, the New York Times, no sense of decency and journalistic responsibility?" The Adam Lewis Klein post compares the New York Times to Der Stürmer and includes
Julia Streicher.
Yes, and includes the reminder, as one New York correspondent from Haaretz notes, that Streicher was, quote, hanged. I mean, the Fire Nick Kristof social media graphics were blazing all over X yesterday.
Still continue this morning.
Continuing this morning.
From the Israeli government, too. Let's be clear. It's not just about commentators. We're talking about the government of Israel, like the prime minister of Israel.
Yes, and there have been efforts to debunk over and over again the Kristof story. And Sagar, I just want to toss this to you. I read the story after reading the backlash to it. So I read the...
Yeah, with all the caveats in your head.
Yes. Yeah. So I read the story, and I expected it to be much different based on the debunking, because the debunking of the story is actually really a debunking of a couple different pieces of it, but not the broad picture of the story. Yeah, so they're mad about Euromed being cited, but actually...
And there's like one particular account that they call into the question the motives of the... Now, why are we going through all this? Because what they're saying is that that's evidence that the entire thing is made up. And at the end of the day, it's firsthand account from, 14 Palestinian men and women, lawyers, human rights workers, family members, the detailed account of rape and sexual assault with objects, genital abuse, forced searches by mixed gender groups, threats of rape used to intimidate detainees into silence or cooperation with intelligence services, victims including men, women, and children as young as 15.
And...
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, it's not just Euromed. It's also B'Tselem. Right. There are other groups that are cited in here. There are other people than the person who has this story that is horrific about being raped by a dog who is as a prisoner. The identity of that person who goes on the record is then being called into question by people who support Israel and are trying to debunk the story because they say this person is supportive of terrorism. And they are, again, on the record in this New York Times piece, but they are not the only source in the story. And when I went into the piece after reading all of the debunking, I expected it to be a story that was mostly based around the Euromed report and this one person's this one person's claim. No, as you just pointed out, it is multiple human rights organizations' reports, and it is 14 different people that Kristof interviewed, and then the New York Times obviously vetted in their editorial process. They have attorneys. So do I think the New York Times gets a lot of things wrong? Yes.
Same.
This is a very hot story.
How about this? Sue them then. Go for it. You know, that's my critique is, look, Israel and everybody else, you say it's all fabricated. Go for it. All right, sue them. Let's open it up for discovery. Open yourselves up for discovery. Do it in U.S. court in New York State. All right, let's go. Fine. Let's see what you've got. Sue Nick Kristof, and let's see what you've got. And if what you've got is if you can open up all your files and you can prove in each of these individual cases that what they're saying is not true, then you will win. And you are correct that this would be some fake blood libel and or hit job. And what Kristof can do is he can reveal what he was told, the fact-checking, that and all that stuff that went behind it, and then we can see for ourselves. Or they can jawbone on social media, and we will continue to see.
Yeah, they need to get a TV show. All right, we're calling it Jersey's Creek. Jersey's Creek.
Basically, calling this a blood libel or any of that. But
why? Because aren't they both from New Jersey? No, they're not. But still.
Any sort of like...
They are now. Jersey's Creek.
Actual, ability to, quote, debunk doesn't, you said something about, this is not just human rights. I would put all that out of there. And I would say, to not just look necessarily at because that's the other problem. These people are often in such an information vacuum that this is the only first time they've ever heard anything.
Yeah.
Do we not all remember the case of the Israeli soldiers who were literally on camera being caught doing this to Palestinian prisoners who then were jailbroken out of by their own citizens and celebrated?
That was called a blood libel.
No, that's true though. That actually happened. Right. And it just is. Here's the thing. It was a scandal inside of their country. All you need to do is read Israeli media.
Yeah.
So if you were to read that and have knowledge of that, and then read this, you're like, okay, well, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And if you were to read not even just about the conditions or some of these other things that happen, with a lot of Palestinian detainees in Israeli prison. Now, at the end of the day, why do they care so much? The reason that they care so much about this story is because it makes them look like the same people that they're fighting, right? And that's the problem for them. The moral high ground is so important.
Well, yeah,
whereas
it's the predicate for U.S. aid.
It's the predicate, not just for U.S. aid, but for this declaration of we are a Western country. We're just like you. We're blood brothers, right? That's what they try to say. It's not true, okay? They don't operate like that. They haven't been like that a long time. Now, are there a lot of people like that over there? Absolutely. Don't get me wrong. But that does not mean that the government itself, with Ben-Gavirs and Smotriches and all of these people, listen to these liberal Zionists will even tell you these people are in a different league.
Yeah.
And then you combine this with, let's say, how they operate in the West Bank and some of these lynchings and other things that happen, these killings of either U.S. citizens or others, and the settler movement. And then you've got this treatment of some of these Palestinian prisoners or detainees, or this new law that they just passed about execute. You got to add it all up in totality. And you would say, wow, you look a lot like Saudi Arabia, actually, which you claim you're a lot better than, but maybe you're just the same. And if you are the same, well, that's going to change the security calculus, because then we're going to start being like, oh, this isn't an emotional relationship. This is like what's in it for the both of us argument. And maybe not a lot, actually.
Well, and this is why Netanyahu is right now working to convince the American government to further crush, cripple Iran. It's why he said in that same 60 Minutes interview that his plan is to help Israel be weaned off, his words, U.S. support within the next decade. Now, Sagar, you could take the dog elements out of the story and you could take Euromed out of the story, and you would still have a strong piece from Christoph, who also cites.
So guys, the attendance bot, the attendance is like another thing that's separate now, right? I don't know if I can really change that, but like Gloggy will say, hey, you've reached 10 in a row or whatever, right? It's basically like a stream streak within a stream streak, but you get points for it, right? So then you can play other stuff. And I actually have a game that I have in mind that's going to involve Gloggy, and I'm going to expand on that, but I have to think about like what it could do, like how we could implement it. The fishing game, I think, will be related to it, right? So we'll have like a we'll have the fishing game, and then with that you can put some of the fishing stuff into Gloggy's new home, let's just say. I just don't know how to actually do it. I'll probably have to take a day off or so to do that, but it should be fun. I think it's going to be a really cool idea.
Example, the Committee to Protect Journalists.
Because then it also gives the fishing game a little bit more like substance too. Like there's a reason to do it, right? But let's see. Let's see.
Which has surveyed 59.
I got to think more about it, and I haven't had time to think.
Palestinian journalists who were released by Israeli authorities after October 7th, quote, 3% said they had been raped, and 29% said they had endured other forms of sexual violence. You can remove the elements of the story that are being the most high profile elements of the story that are being picked apart right now, and you still have a story that can't really be picked apart in whole. And this is why there's a significant these backlashes like this one are actually counterproductive for Netanyahu's purposes. And I really mean that. For people who support Israel, backlashes like this one actually backfire, because what they do is people see the backlash, then they go read the story, right? And that's an experience for them where they can contrast and compare what they're being told with then what they see in the story. And it's one of those things. I think one of the big reasons, Sagar, that support has declined for Israel in the United States is that people, because of social media, not because of foreign ops, but because of a lot of accurate information that is bypassing the media gatekeepers, because of a lot of that, they have been able to compare what they were told for a really long time with some actual videos, some actual testimonies. And listen, people can make up their own minds.
Yeah, read it. Go ahead. If you think read this. Emily presented what they said is the criticism. You make up your mind for yourself. All right. I'll present. Look at the Israeli government's response and all that. You might find it very revealing. I certainly do. Take my own thoughts out of it. Take her thoughts out of it. You can go read it and you can decide what you think for yourself. All right. Let's move on. We have Derek Thompson standing by to talk about AI. Let's get to it. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full
conservative show, we got triple teamed. We got double teamed. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Oh shit, some breaking news. Surprising. I actually was going to say, I'm surprised he hasn't got fired yet.
This is the fourth high-profile departure from the Trump administration this year alone. The news comes several days after NBC News reported that President Trump was considering firing McCary after being dissatisfied with some of his work out of the FDA. Joining us now, health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. So, Berkeley, to start, walk us through what happened here. What do we know about when McCary will depart?
Yeah, so we know as of today that McCary is out of the job. Right now, it's unclear whether he was fired or was asked to resign. But we do know frustration with McCary and with the FDA had been building in recent months. So last week, we reported that President Donald Trump was considering firing McCary because he was frustrated with his performance. McCary had also not released a promised safety review of the abortion pill mifepristone, which is something he told Republicans he would do during his first term. He was also faced some pushback from the FDA and people within the FDA.
Guys, I took a look at the code for Gloggy, fishing adventure. You're not gonna believe how fucking long it is. The longest code I've seen is 3,000 lines. Right? Now that I've had to learn how to do this stuff myself. And Gloggy's fishing adventure is over 4,600 lines. That's a little much, right? Taller than me? Yes, taller than you. And you're a tall girl. I like them tall. Oh man, that's funny.
FDA for rejection of rare disease drugs.
It's like the tax code. It's taller than the tax code.
Drugs.
4,000. Oh, guys, 4,600. Yeah, that's crazy. For a fucking little fishing game, right?
President Donald Trump.
It's because it has so many entries now. I have over 3,000. I just kept writing and writing and writing. Same size as my dick. What up?
Was also reportedly frustrated with McCary about not.
Great, you missed the fucking conservative in chat trying to troll. It was hilarious.
Quickly enough to
What a shit troll.
Approved flavored vapes. And so it's very interesting because McCary was seen as an ally to Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and this is now just another high-level departure to leave the Trump administration.
Yeah, and Berkeley, to clarify, you're saying it's still not clear whether or not he resigned or was fired. But what we do know is that McCary was a pretty vocal proponent of the Trump administration's health policies here. He did a lot of press. So have we heard from the president or the White House yet about who will lead and step in at the FDA?
Yeah, that's right. He was a huge proponent of the Make America Healthy Again movement, and President Donald Trump did give a response about McCary just a few moments ago. He said, quote, that McCary is a great doctor and he was having some difficulty, but he's going to go on and going to do well. We don't know yet who will replace McCary, but Politico and some other outlets are reporting that the FDA's Deputy Commissioner, Kyle DeMontes, will lead the agency in an acting capacity. And this is also on top of the CDC. The CDC currently also has only an acting director, Jay Bhattacharya, in the role. So now this is two large health agencies with only acting directors. Sinclair.
A lot of changes. Berkeley Lovelace Jr., thanks so much.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the
Crazy.
NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Gus, how tall is Jersey Texan?
Aren't you like 5'10", 5'9"?
Well, I would say,
I don't know. Right.
Very excited now to be joined by our friend Derek.
AI. Unless you were joking and you're really like 5 foot. No, she's not.
Derek Thompson. He's the host of the Plain English podcast and the author of the Derek Thompson Substack. Link down in the description. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Appreciate it.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Derek, you're always a very thoughtful person who challenges some of the preconceived notions I have here on AI. I thought it was a bubble for a long time. Let's put this up here on the screen. You say, if you thought that the odds that AI was...
Yeah, you said you were like 5'9" last time. Now you're just lying. God, girl.
A bubble in 2025 or greater than 50%. I don't know how you can look at this and not shift your odds. The best time to flip-flop is when reality changes. A leading AI company's run rate quadrupling in 6 months is some kind of change. You are looking specifically there at Anthropic, which has reached a 45 billion run rate 1 month after reaching 30 billion, a continuation of the tripling per quarter and 100x annualized growth that we've seen. So first, let's just sit.
I mean, yeah, if you're like almost 5'9" or whatever, you're almost above, you're like, I think, what's the average height of women in the United States? It's like 5'3", right? 5'6", something like that. So, yeah, you're pretty much above it.
With that, it does seem.
Although average is a little, holy shit!
Currently, as if it's not a bubble. What does that mean? And how certain are you?
I think
4'11". Are you really 4'11"? Damn. You're fun sized. That's awesome.
I'm not certain at all. I mean, look, like it would be crazy to be certain. It would honestly be clinically insane to feel strongly about how the next 5 years are going to play out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a cliche, but it's always appropriate to begin with like the basic facts here. You have private sector companies spending $600 to $700 billion every single year on a technology that is still in its infancy. I mean, we haven't seen anything like this ever. Like, my favorite statistic to share here is that the Apollo program spent between the 1960s and early 1970s about $300 billion in inflation-adjusted dollars. So now you have not the government, which was funding the Apollo program, but private sector companies like Microsoft, OpenAI, et cetera, spending as much money as the Apollo program every 5 to 6 months. Wow. It's absolutely nuts. It's nuts. And if you're certain how this is going to turn out, you're crazy. Right. That said, I think the basic reason to think that something is a bubble is, to boil it down to basics, spending is outrunning revenue, right? In the 19th century, in the 1800s, the reason that the railroads were a bubble is that they were taking on debt to build rail that was not used. And so they would take on debt, they would spend all this money to build out the rail, and they couldn't get money coming in because no one was living at the other end of the railroad. And as a result, they went belly up over and over and over again in the panics of the 19th century. Or you look at, say, the dot-com bubble, where a bunch of fiber optic cable was laid in the ground, hoping that demand would materialize. It didn't materialize on time. Instead, the Netflixes of the world, and the YouTubes of the world that use that fiber optic cable didn't really come online until like 15 years after it was put in the ground. And as a result, it was a short-term bubble. So the critical question that we should ask here when we're trying to understand if AI is a bubble is the demand, is the revenue going to show up on time? Last year, I think the wise answer to that question was no. This is simply way too much money to materialize before these companies are going to realize that their cash flows are absolutely destroyed by spending all of this money on data centers and chips and electricity and all of that. But if you're living in a world where we're watching the fastest growing companies in the history of modern capitalism quadruple their annualized run rate every 6 months, well, that has to make you less certain that it's a bubble, even if it's moving, say, your overall, bubble percentages, as it is for me, from 55% yes, it's a bubble, to 40% it's a bubble. So that's basically where I am. I'm moving a little bit on the margins by trying to answer a question based on first principles. Is the revenue going to catch up to spending? Last year, I thought no. Right now, I think, yeah, maybe.
Wow, interesting.
Well, speaking of data centers, we have this video that we can start rolling. It's going to be, this is a
I'm
data
5'8". Oh, is that? Are you 5'8" too?
Center, and
a lot of you ladies are tall. Damn.
You can hear.
What's the average height in Singapore, right? I can't imagine. I don't know enough about Singapore like that. So let's see Singapore. Yeah. So you're average. Well, you're above average. 5'4". And average height for men is 5'8". Okay.
The noise. People may have seen some of these videos going viral on social media, but I'm going to ask a little bit about what this could mean for the bubble question. Actually, let's roll the clip. So, Derek, obviously what we've seen is a creating political support for data centers around the country. And we could debate whether or not people are correct in some of their assumptions about water and electricity and the like. But the fact of the matter is these are becoming political albatrosses for the companies that have pushed them time and again in different localities. And I'm curious what you make of the question of how much that matters for these companies' ability to deliver, if there starts to be a real uphill climb just to build these data centers and to get them in action. And secondly, how important the intense political support that these companies are getting from this administration actually is to their.
I think there's way too much of an emphasis on height in our culture. And I know it's in some Asian cultures too. So it's not just I don't know. I think it's I've dated really tall people and I've dated really short people, and I think both are beautiful in different ways, right? I don't mean to say they're all beautiful, or I'm not trying to be sappy like that. I'm just trying to say literally, right? I've liked both, and I think anybody who's like super self-conscious about any of that stuff should just be like should just know that, right? Or if like people around you are making you feel like that, right? Like I know like a lot of tall, like I used to date a really tall girl, right? And she was like, yeah, like you're like one of the only men that would actually give people like me a chance, right? But she was like 6'1" or something, right? So she was really tall, right? And most men don't like that, according to her. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck, right?
Ability to deliver and prevent a potential bubble pop.
I have asked a version of this exact question to executives at the top of OpenAI and Anthropic. And I put it in almost the exact same words that you put it. I said, you may not realize this living out in California, but here in DC, I can
how tall are you, Ducky?
Tell you that there is a populist wave that wants to shut you guys down, that wants to make it politically impossible to build data centers in the United States, that thinks that artificial intelligence is, frankly, as the executives often promise, a kind of demonic force that is guaranteed to displace or disemploy or destroy tens of millions of jobs. And they're going to try to stop you.
He was 5'4". Damn, short king there, right? That's awesome. 5'1", maybe 5'2". Okay, cool.
What are you going to do next? One answer that I've heard is that what they're going to do.
I find that like the biggest problem is like with like taller women, right? Like they have a lot of like trouble like finding dates and stuff. Guys, tall girls deserve love too.
Rare.
That's why they call me McLovin. McLovin.
Do next is build the data centers overseas. Period.
I'm loving it.
And like the data centers can be built overseas. Some of them are being built overseas. And if you look at the backlog of data center construction in the US, it's quite significant already. So I do think that a data center moratorium, or even maybe less officially, a kind of pointillist populist backlash to data centers that makes it hard for them to be built in parts of the country, parts of the Rust Belt, parts of the Midwest where a lot of them are coming online, even parts of Loudoun County near where I live in Washington, D.C., sort of data center alley. It's absolutely possible that they could find it harder to build those data centers in the US, and they're going to have to shift data center construction overseas. I'm not confident that that alone is going to stop the scaling of artificial intelligence.
Right.
I think it's going to make it harder for it to be built in a place where we control and might have some unforeseen consequences. If, for example, data center construction is shifted to a country, let's say in the Middle East, where we don't have the kind of security over those data centers that we would hope to have.
It's weird if a man doesn't like a woman who's tall. Yeah, exactly. I just think it's super weird, and I don't get it.
West, what kind of crisis does that create 5 years down the line? That's an interesting sort of second order consequence. But the answer that I've gotten from the executives is the economic principle to build this stuff is so great that if we can't build it in Kansas and Ohio, we're just going to look at the UAE and Qatar.
Yeah. Derek, how does this fit with your abundance framework? I'm really curious. I've seen this huge debate play out online. You just mentioned Loudoun. They're like, hey, look, we're getting all this property tax revenue from these data centers. But we've also seen much of the backlash, if we were to put it together, comes down to a few things. It comes down to electricity. It comes down to localism. And really what that means is just control over your area. I also think it comes back to failed promises and failed...
It's because guys, the people who care a lot about this stuff are like traditionalists, right? Oh, well, men should be taller and all this crap, and women need to be, right, high heels and stuff. And it's like, if you want to wear high heels and be tall, like, awesome. If you don't, then fuck off, right? Like, you don't need to like uphear these like norms, right? And I think that's like why we kind of all agree, because we just let people be whoever they want to be, right?
Specifically,
what up, community? My goats.
Like promises about, Northern Virginia, where we're both residents. Amazon HQ 2. It's going to come in. It's going to do we were going to throw all these tax breaks. Oh, didn't work out. Actually, we just ended up kind of being a boon.
I dated a Korean man before he was shorter than me by a head. Yeah, exactly. I think there's some like small dick energy if you can't deal with that, right?
Doggle, none of it really materialized. It's almost like we've heard this from you so many times. It also comes at a time of deep dissatisfaction with the very same companies that are actually building this out, either from social media.
Besides, guys, she's always shorter on 4 or on her knees.
Or others in terms of the way that consumers feel about this. But, you know, from a pure monetary perspective, let's say either abundance or in terms of, let's say, long-term cheapening energy, I could see why somebody who's operating within your framework would be supportive of it. So how are you thinking about it?
It's a great question. And the truth is that I'm not exactly sure that I have the perfect answer here. But I'd like you to hold my feet to the fire if you feel like this first answer is not sufficient. But I would like to begin to answer this question of what do we do about artificial intelligence within the abundance framework, not by looking at AI specifically, but rather by looking at the first 2 chapters of our book are about housing and energy. At the end of the day, or really at the beginning of the day, at the beginning of the book, what we want to do is make housing affordable and abundant, and we want to make energy affordable, abundant, and clean. So what's important to me on energy policy is, are electricity prices going way up, or are they stabilizing and going down? And right now they're going way up. Well, why are electricity prices going way up? The best economic research that I have seen suggests that data center construction, while an ingredient in the jambalaya of why energy costs are going up, is not the primary ingredient. The primary ingredient is not the exciting thing of artificial intelligence, it's the boring stuff. That the guts of the electrical grid that are necessary to carry electrons from the point where the energy is produced, say a solar farm, to the point that it is being used, say your living room, those parts are getting more expensive and they're getting more scarce. It's becoming more expensive to build transformers. It's becoming more expensive to import copper wires. It's becoming more expensive.
Mate, you like booba height. Yeah, that too.
To build the
I do like booba height.
Electrical grid in the first place. And as those costs go up, as the infrastructural costs go up for building
more ways than just on the knees. Well, I did say all 4s.
Electricity in a way that has nothing to do with data centers yet. That is the primary reason why energy costs are going up. So I would want to solve the energy problem. I would want to meet people where they are and say, do you want your energy costs to go down?
Yeah, but how do we do that? Right? We don't do it by subsidizing and creating the system that we have, upholding the system we have today. We do it by using renewables, investing in research to like build unlimited power, right? Like fusion reactors and stuff like that, right? Fusion, not fission reactors, because fission is nuclear, right? Fusion reactors would be like a mini sun, right? Like what they're working on, exactly, Jersey, like that. Imagination time, guys. Imagination. No, but like those kind of reactors that basically are like mini suns, right? That would create essentially unlimited amounts of energy, right? And if you could localize it to every region on the planet, that would be very beneficial. Efficient. Right? Because then every location would have a source of unlimited power, which could create a huge boom, sorry. I can't speak today. The construction outside is so distracting, guys. Because think of it this way, if you have the ability to create unlimited amount of energy like this, right? What would happen? Like, yeah, our energy consumption would go up, but it would be minute in terms of cost, right? And we could do more things with it, right? We could have more projects that help humanity as a whole, right?
If you do, then let's solve for the bottleneck that exists rather than the bottleneck.
Asked to speak to the manager, Gus. That's my dad joke for the day. Well, I'm full of them. Jesus, it's so loud. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Holy fuck. Do you hear it, guys? They're repaving the whole driveway, like the whole street.
That is sexiest to talk about, which is data centers. To me, that
You're sniffing the sniffles. I got the sniffles.
Make it easier and faster to build and site transformers and the guts of the infrastructural, the infrastructure of the electrical grid. That's on energy. On housing, I have become really concerned by stories like the one that I read in the Wall Street Journal recently that suggests that certain parts of the country that were previously allocated for residential development, for building housing, are being bought up by data centers. That to me gets a little bit close to taking land that was previously going to go to people and giving it to Silicon. And that's where I do think there might be some tensions between AI, which I'm not like wholeheartedly against, and abundance. I would like to find ways to write local laws that make it more difficult for data centers to buy land that was previously allocated for or is in hot demand for necessary housing. That's a place where I think AI and housing might be at cross purposes. But again, I hope you hear in my answers something that's sort of like, I hear that you want to ask one question, which is, how does AI fit with abundance? But I really want to focus on, what is abundance trying to do? Like, what are the outcomes that we're interested in? We're interested in affordable and abundant housing. We're interested in affordable and abundant and clean electricity for people so that they don't have to worry about energy costs. And I want to solve those problems directly rather than get distracted by AI policy and try to answer the problems by going into the back door of artificial intelligence.
I actually read, before I let Emily answer, I remember reading a Chinese analyst who was like, we don't care about data centers because we just have cheap power. He's like, we don't care, dude. He's like, we have cheap power everywhere. And so as a result, it's not a problem for us. And I think that fits very much in your framework. But I know Emily has a question for you.
Well, I was actually just going to ask, like, if Matt Stoller were here, Derek, he would want to also push on the question of corporate power and how, Ezra has talked about, your co-author Ezra Klein has talked about this a bit lately as well. There are several AI companies. We're not talking specifically just about monopoly, although regionally, I guess that might be a different question. But how do you think the issue of concentrated power in the market either undermines or confirms basically the abundance theory that you laid out in the book?
Well, artificial intelligence is interesting from a corporate power standpoint.
Yeah.
Because on the one hand, it is absolutely clear that if you look at the stock market returns are overwhelmingly driven by AI companies.
Yes.
And
30% of the S&P 500 is Mag 7, right?
Yeah. And that feels like corporate concentration.
Yeah.
But when I look at AI specifically, I see an industry where there are a lot of companies trying to race to the frontier. It's not yet entirely clear to me that what we're seeing within AI is monopoly power. I see a lot of companies spending an enormous amount of money to make a product that is currently quite subsidized for many consumers in terms of final token prices. And so I don't yet see in artificial intelligence that which we are used to seeing in a classic monopoly. And therefore, I'm not sure that sort of anti-monopoly frameworks, the perfect frameworks to deal with the power of artificial intelligence. I'll tell you what I'm more concerned.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is dumb, right? I'm disappointed in this episode. Really disappointed
about, sort of scoping out beyond frames of abundance versus anti-monopoly. Anthropic in secondary markets looks like it's valued somewhere between $1 and $1.4 trillion. OpenAI has talked about going public at near $1 trillion. All of the companies that are building artificial intelligence are worth trillions of dollars. We're walking into a world that's going to have a lot more billionaires. And while I am not ideologically anti-billionaire, and I'm not ideologically of the position that all billionaires earn their money through theft and illegal and extra-legal means, I do think that the concentration of income among billionaires is very likely going to slow walk us into a world, or race us into a world, where billionaires are going to account for something between 20 and 50% of all political spending in national elections.
Right.
The amount of attention and political will that can be bought with that kind of money should make people concerned. It should make us feel like the democratic process is being concentrated among a small number of people who are determining the kind of issues that we debate and the kind of issues, the kind of topics that people choose to run on. That concerns me. And I'm not sure where we should begin to solve that problem. I'm not sure where we should end to solve that problem, but I do think I know where we should begin, which is that one of the first things that the Trump tax credits did is that they reduced the corporate tax rate on C Corps and S Corps, sort of sole proprietor companies. An enormous number of millionaires and billionaires essentially saw their overall effective tax rate decline by something like $300,000 on an annual basis because of that law. The first thing I would do is roll back that law. And the second thing that I would do is really think hard about the reality that we have right now.
Yeah, like abundance is just neoliberalism repackaged with the idea of post-scarcity. Right? It's like pretend we're advocating for post-scarcity, which whenever you talk about it with people, you go like, yeah, that actually sounds really good. However, it's still just neoliberalism. This is why this is so dumb. It's like, what?
A lot of billionaires paying a lower effective tax rate than your typical plumber, your typical...
And why is this popping off? Because they want to keep the system they have, right? So people like Ezra Klein, and this is all just like a giant a grift to basically keep doing the same things we've been doing for the last 50, 60 years, right? No, fuck that.
Starbucks worker. Let's fix that. Let's create a new minimum basic tax rate for billionaires to speak up to the fact that, yes, we're walking into a world where the economy is growing. We're making these new technologies. It's minting billionaires. Those billionaires, I think, certainly need to pay up rather than a world where they account for 50% of political spend and, oh, look what just happened.
Declined.
Political regime just cut their effective tax rates by another 20%. That seems like a world that I don't want to live in.
My last question for you, Derek, you're always very thoughtful on this, is how people are feeling. Let's put E5 up here on the screen. This is from your newsletter about how the 2020s broke our brains. It's the tragic 20s, and Americans cannot stop feeling like hot garbage. You point out the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey, Job Satisfaction Survey is the lowest on record. The General Social Survey and the World Happiness Survey found happiness plunge in the 2020 has since been mired at levels significantly below previous decades. This is part of where I start to link AI and where a lot of existential fear comes from. In my opinion, just my own general observation is people definitely do feel like the, being online more and being hyper, fixated and or beholden to technology has definitely been worse for them. Maybe not materially, but emotionally. And this is where a lot of the backlash starts to come from. This is the same thing I talked about with localism. So how are you thinking about that, also within this AI framework, not just these new billionaires, and obviously that leads to the notion we're like, wow, we're really being controlled by all of these people who have just become minted from all across the United States, but also to the very technology that they got rich off of, these two things.
Yeah, I think this is a really, really important question. And it's important in answering it that I don't suggest there's any one answer. Like what we have seen in the 2020s is basically every single poll suggests that Americans are telling pollsters that they're more miserable than they.
Oh, God.
been in like the 50 to 70 modern history of polling. And, one way you can frame that question is to say, if America's so rich right now, and we are richer overall than we have been in any other decade, then why are we so miserable? And, I think that the answer as to why we're miserable has to do with at least several things. There's several things that were linked both in that tweet and the underlying essay. One is that I think the pandemic never really ended. I think the pandemic never really ended biologically. There's still a lot of people who live with long COVID. I don't think it ended economically, because one legacy of the pandemic was inflation, and we still live with inflation. I'm talking to you now, I think just an hour and a half after a new CPI report found that inflation hit its highest level since 2023 and is still going up, and expectations of inflation are still quite strong. We're living in a period after which interest rates, in order to combat inflation, rose by their fastest level ever. And one thing that's done is make it significantly more expensive for young people to buy a house if they're coming into the market after mortgage rates went up, rather than boomers who are often living in homes where they're paying an interest rate that was achieved or the mortgage rate that they got in the 2010s. So I think there's a lot of envy and a lot of hurt about that. And then also, I don't think you can rule out technology. I think that there were a lot of people in Silicon Valley that promised that our phones and social media were going to connect us in new and wonderful ways. And I think that they connected us in new and horrible ways. I think that phones are bad for us. I think that they are compulsive. I think that they create negative social comparison. I think we have very clear evidence that for young people, and especially young women, they are really bad.
I think generally speaking, he's right. Right. But is it the phone, or is it the way the companies, it's the system that they're operating in, right? Everything is about clicks, ad revenue, and getting popular, right? Instead of it being like educational, informational, bringing us together, right? Stuff like that. It could very easily be like that, but because they're under corporate control, right? Whether it's TikTok, right? It could be very easily, right? So, like, yes, maybe like very generally, but I don't know. I don't, or sorry, very specifically. I said generally. Generally would be the opposite. Very specifically, you could give that example, maybe, but like in terms of generally speaking, no, of course not.
Bad for anxiety, and for other people, I think they just kind of make us feel like, what did I say in the tweet? Kind of like hot garbage. Like, I don't know a lot of people who spend hours on their phone and then look up into the real world and say, God, I'm so happy that I spent all that time on my phone. I think we live in like a regret economy where we regret a lot of our leisure rather than feel good about it. And that's not good either. Finally, you have
yeah, that's a good point, I guess. But
and I think, even if use of AI isn't making people miserable, I don't really think it is yet for the most part. Look at the way that the people who are building this technology are talking about it.
I think you can have social media be a good impact, right? It's just currently it's in many specific examples it's not. Right?
No, Dario.
But generally speaking, it could be, right? But the incentive is to suppress certain kinds of information, to have them dance on TikTok or something, right? Or have like AI interact with you nonstop. In my opinion, AI is not a bubble. So I think it is a bubble the way it currently is now, but I agree. I think AI is here to stay. Right. So I think you're right there, Kiki. I get what you mean. But I do think that overall AI is a bubble in terms of the corporatization of it, right? I think that's what they mean by it being a bubble, right? I don't know anybody who's like, AI is going to disappear and never be used again in 3 years, right? That's not like their argument, generally speaking. Their argument is, and I kind of like this, to be honest. Like, I hope more AI companies come up like this. Like, I'm probably going to be switching Gloggy over to Olama, right? It's like a locally sourced AI like language model that I can run on my computer. I already use Qwen 3 TTS, right? So like I already use like a local model that is here that was built in China, right? And it's really good. But I want to transition them even further, right? Because that gives me more control and I can run them off the computer, right? It doesn't have to always like connect to the internet and feed it to some giant corporation, right? There's no profit motive. He's just running locally on the computer, and he can go connect to the internet for stuff that is more efficient. Yeah, I think that's what she means. I could tell that's what she means. I agree with her. She's right. AI is here to stay because there's tons of really good options that are local, guys, right? Like everybody thinks, oh, like once ChatGPT goes bust, which I think it very may well, right? These companies may go bust. That's not gonna stop AI, right? AI is already like here and it's gonna get better and better and better, right? Because there are local models, right? Local means that you're running them off your computer, your device, right? They don't need an internet connection. They don't need internet servers to work, right? And like Exhibit A, Gloggy, right? He's running locally on my computer. So I think Kiki is 100% correct. I think when most people talk about the bubble, they're talking about the big AI companies, right? Like Anthropic, ChatGPT, right? All these, but like AI itself, in terms of its like those local models and the idea of it is here to stay. And I agree with her.
Amadei and Sam Altman.
I just want to make that distinction, right?
Making this technology are promising us that it's going to disemploy tens of millions of people. This is an extraordinary way for a technologist to talk about the thing they've chosen to devote their lives to build. And it's freaking out a lot of people. And at a time of low hiring rates, it's making a lot of young people feel unbelievably anxious about not only will they get a job in the next 5 months, what about the next 5 years? What about the next 10 years if artificial intelligence is just going to destroy the bottom of the corporate ladder? Mm-hmm. So there's all these reasons to feel like the 2020s have been one fucking thing after another, right? Just war after war after war and existential crisis after existential crisis. It's a pandemic, it's climate change, it's artificial intelligence. So yeah, I think we feel like hot garbage, and I think people are often right to feel like hot garbage. And I'm not going to say they should, quote unquote, feel better just because we're overall richer. But I do want, both commentators and political leaders to speak to this sort of portfolio of concerns, not to lay all of this at the feet of just artificial intelligence or just smartphones or just whatever the interest rate. I do think that the reason the 2020s have been, as I said, the terrible 20s or the tragic 20s is just the accumulation of a lot of difficult things that have broken our brains. I agree. And I hope that people, when they really try to answer...
I'm taking away everyone's screen.
...the question why we're miserable, speak to all of it.
I agree. We kept him longer than we originally promised, but he's just so good. Derek Thompson Substack down.
Ugh, fuck off, dude. He sucks.
Story time about my trip to Israel and a very strange incident that happened to me on a tour of the Jerusalem Old City. And after the tour is done, you have to go back up through the Arab quarter of the city, and then you continue on your way and you're done. But as we're about to exit, she sat the whole group down and she gave us a very stern warning about how dangerous this area of the city was and how they are going to provide an armed escort to keep us all safe because it's extremely dangerous. All the people are really, really, scary people, and to keep your heads down and to just keep moving with the group and don't look up until we were through. And I kid you not, I'm not exaggerating. These are the words that she said. But even worse was that she was visibly shaken to have to go through this quarter of the city.
Just talked to the IDF and they said I can't cross the border. I told them what I was doing They looked at me like I was crazy. I was just all smiles, told them I was doing the Jesus Trail, walked from Nazareth to Capernaum. Now I'm walking from Nazareth to Bethlehem. The girl in the back was looking at me with an AR-15 in her hand, like looking me up and down, just smiling and shaking her head. The guy in the front was just like, man, you can't do this. I was like, where can I enter? And he was like, maybe down in Jerusalem, but not here. I was like, okay, thanks to him, but in my head I was like...
Leaving Tel Aviv airport security is meant to be notorious, so I'm going to show you my experience. So that was definitely the most intense security process I have ever observed and been through myself. They do check your passport for that number. Some people get straight through. Every woman who was travelling by herself, they had a thorough search of their property.
If you've ever flown out of Tel Aviv, you probably recognize this yellow sticker on your passport. And you might know what that 6 means. In case you don't know, I'll tell you real quick.
Oh my
Stickers
God.
are put on to signal what kind of security risk you are on a scale of 1 to 6. You can see this person had a 5 and they were a high-level threat. Here's what 6 means. Now, why was I traveling on my U.S. passport a 6? That would be because of...
Rare!
And it was taking so long to question me that the tour had to leave me. And for well over an hour, I was...
What the hell? Where were you born?
Where I was born.
Where is this? Can someone read this to me? I can't see shit.
And
is that Delaware? Delaware's a rank 6? Shouldn't New Jersey be that?
It was taking so long to question me that the tour had to leave me. And for well over an hour, I was asked the same question.
What does that say?
That would be because of where I was born.
Huh? Can so...
Imagine being that misguided. Could never be me, but it could be you.
The timeline.
And it was taking so long to question me that the tour had to leave me. And for well over an hour, I was asked the same questions over and over again, trying to get me to trip up. But I got that yellow sticker when I was going from Tel Aviv to Istanbul. There, I was pulled aside, I was questioned for hours, they went through every single piece of clothing I had, and I was strip searched. I was then escorted onto the plane after the plane had already boarded.
In the last few videos I've made, I have
What the hell?
contrasted the image of Israel in Western propaganda versus the actual reality of living there. And through talking about that, we did talk a little bit about tourism, and we mainly spoke about people who would go to potentially just Tel Aviv and they'd go for like a beach holiday, or they'd go for the nightlife, or they might go for like LGBT pride. But I was very specifically talking about the tourism industry as it relates to just going to Israel for like some sort of holiday. And while that does make up a significant part of the tourist economy in Israel, it really isn't the main focus, because the main focus of most tourism in Israel is visiting these holy sites, which are central to the religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. But that also means that if you want to go to Israel or Palestine to see these sites, you actually have to go to Israel. And if you actually want to go to all these holy sites, you have to cross over these military checkpoints to get into parts of Palestine, including the occupied West Bank. And although there are some places where you can get through from Jordan, these places are also controlled by the Israeli military. So pretty much, if you are going to visit these holy sites which exist in Israel and Palestine, you have to go to Israel. You have to give Israel your tourist money, and you're going to have to deal with the Israeli state in the capacity of dealing with immigration. But what I want to talk about today is Israeli tourism, and sadly by extension Palestinian tourism, really being destroyed by basically Israel's war on the entire region. People specifically don't want to go to Israel anymore because it's not safe. It's the same case with Dubai. And sadly, because of the Israeli apartheid and occupation, this massively affects Palestinians as well. And also because Israel controls who goes into Palestine, by and large, there is no airport directly into Palestine. They destroyed the one in Gaza like 25 years ago. So it is all funneled through the Israeli state. Palestinians can't even have any freedom or autonomy when it comes to people coming to see their own history and culture.
This is
which is obviously,
crazy.
like, really sad. So I want to talk about all of this today. And I also want to talk about how Israel are planning to kind of boost the tourist numbers, because so many people around the world, they don't want to go to Israel for a variety of reasons, because of their war in Iran, because of what they've done to Lebanon and Gaza, but also what it's been doing over the last few years means the notorious immigration at the airports, they're even worse right now. Like, if you are from loads and loads of different countries, they're going to detain you. And if you've shared a lot of pro-Palestinian sentiment, they will likely know about it and they'll detain you as well. So I want to talk about that, because even at periods which are more peaceful, Israeli immigration and the IDF manning these checkpoints have an absolutely terrible reputation. And that's part of the sinister part of it as well, because you'd think for many countries, if you're at the heart of so much tourism and you know you're getting all these visitors and you represent your country through the immigration service or through the army, you'd want to make these tourists feel welcome. You'd want to give these people a good impression of Israel. That's not what they do, because they basically know they hold this area hostage because it is so key to so many religions. It is filled with so many historical sites. They know people will come regardless in terms of how they treat them. So they know they can get away with it, and they don't even try and be friendly and nice. You might see this in a few countries. I definitely felt it when I did like a layover in Turkey. Like, I didn't even go to Turkey, but the immigration officials like treated us really, really bad, like searched my bags like 3 times, including right before I was about to get my flight, which nearly made me miss my flight. It's actually insane how they treated us compared to like nearly every other country I've been to. And I actually read an article today of someone who had a layover in Tel Aviv who basically missed their flight as well because Israeli immigration did the same thing to them. So I want to talk about all this today. I want to talk about the reality. I want to talk about people's terrible experience in Israel with tourism. I want to talk about the real impacts on Palestinians, because Israel basically control who goes in and out of these places. And then I want to talk about their project to bring in even more Christians into Israel from like America, because as I showed you in another video, so many evangelical Christian groups, they put on these tours of Israel. And to many of them, it's essentially like Disneyland, because you're going to all these places that you've read about in the Bible and you get to see them firsthand. But I guess you don't really think about the ethical questions of what's happening in the region right now. So all of that coming up for you today. If
hey,
you
Rogue
like
Weeds,
videos,
welcome back.
Please leave a like after you've watched them. Maybe subscribe to the channel if you want to support me. Check out my Patreon and my YouTube memberships. And if you want to follow me on social media, at The Tabernacle on Blue Sky, but also on my Instagram page. And like I said in my community post, if you missed it, I'm going to be making a fair few more videos on Israel. I've been making videos on Israel for like the last 7 years. I haven't done as many in a row probably since like 2023 and 2024, but lots of new people in, and that's what you want to see. And I had lots of ideas in my video ideas list about this, so they're all coming up for you. But the next one is going to be about tourism again, but it's going to be about Israeli tourists themselves rather than tourists to Israel, and just about the reasons why they're getting banned from many countries, or there's lots of issues with Israeli tourists. And you probably see this most in Thailand and the Philippines. So that's coming up for you in the next video. I thought I'd mention one thing actually as well. In terms of tourism to Israel, I'm someone who loves history. I love religious history, but I would just never go. I would never go primarily for ethical reasons of visiting Israel. Like, I don't ever want to visit this country. I don't want to give this country any money. And I'm sad that that means that if I don't want to go to Israel, pretty much I will never be able to go to Palestine. If I was doing like charity work in the West Bank or helping out with like Palestinian stuff a bit more, then I would totally understand. And I guess in theory, you could do that through the Egyptian border when it's open more if you want to help out with Gaza. But if you want to help out with the West Bank specifically, you are going to have to go through Israel. Personally, I massively think you're a piece of shit if you just go to Israel to go on holiday in like Tel Aviv or go for a beach holiday there. And obviously, I'd massively judge anyone who does birthright trips. But in terms of like people going, like I know my grandma went 2 times in like the 90s and 2010. She went to Israel and she went to Palestine to see all these holy sites. She was very religious. I guess I can understand it. Like, I know lots of Muslims do this as well because, like I said, it's the only way for many of them to even get into Palestine. I'm a bit less judgmental because, you know, you are also giving your tourist money to people who need it in Palestine. You are, like, seeing firsthand what this apartheid looks like and hopefully telling people back home what this looks like. So I think that's a bit more nuanced, but generally I wouldn't do it. And I think you're pretty sick if you go to Israel just for like some sort of vacation where you're just drinking cocktails on the beach or some shit like that, because there are both a million places you can do that and a million places which aren't built on like literal mass graves of Palestinians in an apartheid state. But anyway, let's get into like the recent tourism troubles. So winds of war begin to calm, but tourists unlikely to rush back immediately. According to experts, it will take time before tourists and visitors begin returning to Israel in large numbers, reviving the ravaged industry and contributing to the recovery of the economy. There's a big gap between ceasefire declarations, celebrations, and tourists arriving at Ben Gurion Airport, as there are too many factors around ending the war that are not known yet, says U.C Fatayel, Director General of the Israel Inbound Tour Operators Association. The end of the war is not the end of the image crisis that Israel has been facing during the war. It's going to take more time to fix the issue. Strasbourg 51, one of more than 7,000 licensed tour guides in the country, who have remained with almost no work for 2 years. Since October 7th, I have had no work as a tour guide or a translator in Israel. I've been struggling to make a living. I tried to reinvent myself, picked up part-time jobs at law firms and other places, but mostly I had to eat up my savings in order to survive. Before the war, tourism accounted for more than 2% of Israel's economy, contributing to about $6.1 billion a year, while employing more than 200,000 people directly. In 2023, before the outbreak of the war, the country had been projected to draw 5.5 million visitors, a million more than 2019's record high of 4.5, but in the end, only 3 million people visited in 2023, and in 2024, the number of visitors failed to crack 1 million, and only 1.4 million are projected to have visited in the whole of 2025. Much of the fall-off can be attributed to the security situation. A large number of foreign airlines cancelled or froze routes to Israel, citing missile attacks targeting Ben Gurion Airport, making getting to and from Israel a chancy proposition. Many have also stayed away due to the rising anti-Israel sentiments around the globe, fueled by anger over the country's conduct during its genocide on Gaza and images of Palestinian suffering. Attila saying the anti-Israel sentiment has moved from the area of opinion to the area of fashion. To hate Israel right now is in fashion. The fall-off has led to deep cuts within the industry, and according to Fatih, out of 3,000 tour operators and organizers operating before the war, only about 1,000 remain in business. In September, tourist hotel overnight stays totaled 216,000, a drop of 68% compared to September 2023.
That's crazy.
Before October 7th, and a plunge of 78% versus the same month in 2019. The most effective cities being Haifa, Tiberias, Jerusalem, and Nazareth. There are many people who don't come to Israel because of politics, says Strasbourg, and there will also be people who come out of solidarity, and there are those who are not new to Israel, but the influx of regular tourists will take time, not just because it's expensive, but due to the uncertainty whether the ceasefire will hold up and due to the growing anti-Israel sentiment. So this was interesting. He also says, none of the politics or diplomatic services by the government will do the job better than groups of tourists that visit the streets of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and go to the sea and share their experiences firsthand with friends when they return. Israelis will be welcomed again abroad when we see tourists on the streets across Israel. So, like, no doubt, of course, that tourism is a massive, like, PR thing for Israel. But as you will see, and I'll just show you a video actually in a sec, a lot of these tour guides, especially from the Israeli side or dual citizens from America, the way they present these tours, even when you go into Palestinian territory as well, just like kind of birthright trips, they present it through the lens of Israeli propaganda.
Story time about my trip to Israel and a very strange incident that happened to me on the tour of the Jerusalem.
Stop the stream. Raina SG just resubbed for 3 at tier 1 for a total 6 months. They are on a 0-month sub streak. GustX 8-wave, GustX 8-wave, GustX 8-wave.
Thank you, Raina. Long time no see. Where have you been? Busy, girl? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the support. Love it. It's been 6 months already? God damn, girl. Aren't you like brand new here?
Hella beautiful.
Holy shit. I love it. I love it.
Please clap. Please clap.
Jerusalem. This is me
I
on the
love
Wailing
it.
Wall. And during that guided tour, part of it goes underground where you get to see the old walls of the city. Super interesting, super fascinating. But an incident that I hadn't really clocked until recently, with all of the conversations happening around what's going on in Israel, was with the tour guide. Now, she was in her
A wet little clonk.
She had recently moved from Brooklyn, where she was born and raised.
In her
to
third
Jerusalem.
trimester. Damn right.
And after the tour is done, you have to go back up through the Arab quarter of the city, and then you continue on your way.
Rare.
And you're done. But as we're about to exit,
Malaysian people are not allowed to travel to Israel? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Why is that? Laugh out loud. Been here, just sat in the back doing work. Oh, okay, good. I was wondering where. I was like, man, Raina hasn't been by in a while. I know a lot of you guys lurk, so I appreciate the lurking. Always appreciate the lurking. Shout out to the lurkers out there.
she sat the whole group down and she gave us a very stern warning about how dangerous this area of the city was and how they are going to provide an armed escort to keep us all safe because it's extremely dangerous. All the people are really, really, scary people, and to keep your heads down and to just keep moving with the group and don't look up until we were through. And I kid you not, I'm not exaggerating. These are the words that she said.
By the way, guys, we're subsidizing this with our tax money. Isn't that crazy? Fucking Brian kill me, right? I hate it.
But even worse was that she was visibly shaken to have to go through this quarter of the city, and at the time I didn't think much of it besides it just being a very strange thing, but of course today with all the conversations around indoctrination and Zionism for...
Chuga, 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 chew. We got a hype train chat thanks to Raina SG. It ending at 5/12/2026, 9:44:52 p.m. So let's keep it going.
What up? Thanks for the hype train. Let's go.
Doubting Josephus just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone,
oh my God. Thank you, buddy. For the tier 1 gifty sub. Dropping bombs. Thank you, Josephus. Can't do it without your support. Love it. Who got the gifty? Let's see. Barsism. Cool.
in Israel, it puts the whole thing in a very...
Thank you, Josephus. Can't do it without your support, dog. How you been? How's Did you work today? Because I thought you normally get out around 5.
Very different.
You get out early? Is that
I'm
why?
sure if you guys watching this video, you've been on some of these religious tours, whatever age you were, I'm sure you will say you've had tour guides from Israel who have probably presented the history of the region in a very pro-Zionist point of view. If you have, I'd be very interested to hear that. So just as the Israelis control up the security situation, I guess if you don't know anything about Israel and you're going there on these guided tours and you fly into Israel first, you see the security situation. It's one of the most heavily armed airports in the entire world. And then you're told by your tour guide, like, about the history and about how in danger they are. And then you go to a part, like, you go to a Palestinian part of the city, and they're like, yeah, like, we're going to have armed guards. You have to be really, really careful here because you could be killed. You could be killed because Palestinians and Muslims.
A little known fact was that Gust X started the 21st century in a kibbutz. You may think that's strange, but you see Gust X had invented a way to help plants grow in the desert by shading them from direct sunlight with the use of his hair. However, in the early 2020s, he came up with the idea for Comcast. Since then, he has been taking over the internet. So get yours now, subscribe to Comcast, and make the remainder of your life a value proposition.
Shane Rock 100. Quack, 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 quack.
2 bangers in a row. Thank you, Gray. This is becoming a daily thing. I love it. Gray's daily Comcast announcement. Comcast origin story. Thank you for the 100. Ducky. Appreciate it, girl. Remember, guys, whenever you donate 100 bits or more, you get Gloggy to say whatever it is you want him to say. If you donate less than 100 bits, you get this. But yeah, you get a different sound effect.
Arabs, they are so violent. They hate tourists. And it's obviously like complete projection and out of their own like victim complex. When you hear people who actually visit the West Bank and visit Palestine and come back, the contrast between Israelis and the Palestinians often in their experience is like night and day. A lot of these people in the tourism industry are extremely like propagandistic. They're going to present you like a very xenophobic view of the Palestinians.
Let me show you how resilience looks like. I'm here at the Broadwalk of Tel Aviv. Over here, there's ancient Jaffa. On the other side, the Tel Aviv's coastline. As you can see, everything is quiet. Everything is in place. Tel Aviv is not destroyed.
Jesus.
Seriously? Come, I'll show you the truth. Yalla, follow me, let's go.
Exhibit number 1, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the oldest copy of the Bible in the world. Found in Qumran next to the Dead Sea, the scrolls are dated from 2,000 years ago. Not ancient enough for you? Let's go to Jerusalem then. In a burial complex in Jerusalem from the First Temple period, a pair of amulets dated 2,700 years ago were found. Engraved on them, the priestly blessing from the Bible. Same one we recite until today. Still not enough for you? How about dozens of menorah signs from different periods, starting from 2,000 years ago, found practically everywhere across Israel? And if it's still not enough for you, let's go to Chorazim in the north of Israel, where a seat of Moses with Hebrew inscriptions on it was found in an ancient synagogue from 1,600 years ago. I can go on and on for another hour, showing you archaeological stuff, but I think I made a point.
Shear 100 laminar flow is a fluid regime characterized by smooth parallel layers laminae that slide past each other without mixing, occurring at low velocities and high viscosity. It is defined by low inertia and high viscous forces, resulting in an orderly, predictable movement without eddies or swirls.
Who's confused about Israel.
And just like he was saying in this article, that Israelis' reputation will get better once people are allowed to come back to Israel. That might work for maybe people who stay in like Tel Aviv, for example. But when people have to go through these checkpoints and go to the occupied places like in the West Bank and see how Palestinians live, so many people who go there come back and they're like, you know, I didn't really know what to think, or maybe I was more pro-Israeli, but then I saw the reality and I was horrified by what I saw. Like, this happens so much. Like, you link it to the other video. So many people who go to Israel just for this once-in-a-lifetime religious tour, they come back horrified. And then Israelis overseas have probably the worst reputation of any tourist group.
Go back to your country. You are not welcome here. I'm sorry, but your money, but my money, okay, build your country.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Okay, keep that.
I would say generally it's like Russians, Australians, and British are like one tier of tourists that generally people don't like that much. And then I guess at the moment I see a lot of people hating Indian tourists. And then at the top, it's always Israeli tourists. And especially in places like I said, Thailand and the Philippines, there are so many like official complaints to the government. It's government spokespeople talking about their behavior just being terrible and stuff like that. So I actually think in some
Yeah, guys, don't be a shitty tourist. Right? Do not be a shitty tourist.
ways, tourism in both ways makes Israel's reputation even worse.
Be respectful, keep to yourself, and please like dress more or less to like however people dress in the region, right? Or in where you're staying. Like do some research, right?
Because you actually get to see Israel.
I never understood that, right? Like I could point out like the tourists to basically wherever I went, right?
For yourself, especially if you're going
and please passport bros, yeah, for real.
Well, rather than
Thank
staying
you,
on
Kiki.
a coastal
Jeez.
city, just like I said, to have a million drinks. But something it also reminds me of, and again, if you've been on one of these tours, let me know. So when I went to Belfast, and I've been a couple times now, we did this tour. Many people have done it, and you get shown around East Belfast by either Republican and a Protestant, or maybe someone who was in the IRA and someone who was in the UVF. And I'm sure it's very similar in Palestine, I guess, if you've had guides from different places. But the former Republican guy and the former IRA guy, he was like very open, very honest, talked about what he did, talked about his life growing up, talked about what it was like to live in like a country that was occupied by another country. But honestly, the very interesting part about that is that he was the person who was like, you know, we kind of have to work together because we have to coexist. And he actually worked for a charity group where young Protestants and Catholics would come together and organize trips abroad to like kind of foster, you know, relationships between the two communities. Then I go into the Protestant side, the Shankill Road, you guys might have been, and the tour guide was just like a different level, talking about how he thinks there's going to be like another war, talking about how now that Sinn Féin are in power, they're ruled by terrorists, and how those terrorists are going to start a war on them and they're going to have to fight back and defend themselves. Went to these memorials to the victims of the Troubles, but they were insanely politicized that you had like Diane Abbott and Jeremy Corbyn, like literally things dedicated to Jeremy Corbyn on these memorials next to pictures of dead people about like how much of a Hamas and IRA sympathizer he is. It was absolutely insane. Their view of these things, how like xenophobic it was, full of hatred it was. It was just interesting to see the dynamic between them. And it also is the same way I feel about how Palestinians talk about Israelis compared to how Israelis talk about Palestinians. It's pretty much night and day how violent the rhetoric is on one side compared to the other. So if you've done one of these tours and you've had an Israeli guide and you've had a Palestinian guide, let me know. I'd be interested to hear if you had a similar experience. That is kind of like in a nutshell, like even when Israel doesn't have a terrible image on the world stage, and it's never going to get better at this point, it's permanently damaged, there are still loads of people who come away horrified. But I want to talk about the real effects of this and why people are like avoiding Israel for a variety of different reasons. So this was interesting. So someone went there about a year and a half ago and talked about like what it was like to do this. Ayala or El, Under Fire, a tourist journey through war-torn Israel. So on my recent trip to Israel, we walked through the streets of Jaffa, visited the flea market, and explored the famous galleries in the old town, overlooking the sea. In the afternoon, we headed to the beach, and at 7:30 p.m., as sirens sounded across the country, we rushed to the bomb shelter in the basement of a hotel in Tel Aviv. There we listened as the Iron Dome intercepted missiles fired by Iran, which had damaged 100 homes in northern Tel Aviv. That same evening, 2 Hamas terrorists took a train to Jaffa and opened fire, killing 7 not far from where we had been earlier. A couple days later, on Saturday, October 5th, while visiting Haifa, we were rushed to the bomb shelter again after rockets were fired from Lebanon. The boutiques, restaurants, and ice cream parlors were made.
I'm sorry, I
Doesn't matter
don't.
what the press says. Doesn't matter what the politicians or the mobs say. Doesn't matter if the whole country decides that something wrong is something right. This nation was founded on one principle above all else: the requirement that we stand up for what we believe, no matter the odds or the consequences. And the mob and the press and the whole world tell you to move. Your job is to plant yourself like a tree beside the river of truth and tell the whole world, no, you move.
Thank you, Josephus.
mostly empty.
Appreciate it, buddy.
We almost don't see tourists here anymore. People are afraid to visit Israel. I heard similar sentiments from many store owners in tourist areas. At the flea market in Jaffa, several shops had closed by 1 p.m. and those still open stood empty. Jacob Kohanim, clothing store owner, considered closing his shop as business had dwindled since October 7th. I've been here for 40 years and this is the worst it's been. Nobody is coming. I'm using my savings to pay rent and support my family. Many stores are either closed for good or open late and close early. So later our plans change again. After warnings of a potential bomb attack in Jerusalem, we cancelled our plans to stay in the city for Yom Kippur. Authorities feared that a Palestinian terrorist might infiltrate from Bethlehem or Ramallah. During the High Holy Days, the IDF intensified operations to locate them in Bethlehem. In response to multiple warnings, the Jerusalem police bolstered their forces, setting up checkpoints at the city's entrances. Border police were also patrolling East Jerusalem to locate suspects, conducting both open and undercover patrols. So just like with the Dubai example we spoke about like a few months ago, even people who are like apathetic to the suffering of Palestine and just want to go to Israel on holiday or go on these religious sites, they hear the news, they hear this stuff. And of course, in this environment, you're going to have tourists like not even considering going there. Like, why are they in their head going to a war zone? But it's all completely self-inflicted, of course. Like, Israel decided to do this genocide in Gaza. Israel have decided to do this genocidal war on Lebanon. And Israel have decided to go to war with Iran. For people living in like urban Israel, not talking about, the settlers in the West Bank, for people living in urban Israel, all of these things just make their life harder and make their life worse. But that is the toxic ideology of this settler colonialism that is Zionism, is that it has brainwashed them into supporting the Israeli state no matter what, which we spoke about in my last video, why they never speak bad about it. So they support all these wars, and that's what unifies the Israeli elite and the Israeli politicians. They support all these wars together. They all want these wars. They all want this to happen. And by and large, the Israeli populace support them as well. The only thing that does for your average urban Israeli who lives in a shitty apartment is just subject them to constant bombings and retaliation from the countries they are doing terrible shit to and initiating these conflicts in the first place. It makes things generally more expensive, emboldens the far right in their country as well, the far right Netanyahu government, and also completely destroys the tourism industry. But again, they completely go along with that. But now let's get into just the effects on Palestinians more, because like I said, a lot of people, when they see the headline of my video, they're like, oh great, like I'm glad tourism to Israel is being destroyed. It's not so much like the Dubai example, but so many of these places that tourists go to are in the occupied West Bank and in Palestinian territory generally, and it's a lot of them who suffer as well. So this article is in Forward by Rama Ali. So some people describing the impact of the latest confrontation between Israel and Iran as a blow too many for traders and craftspeople who make their living in the old city of Jerusalem's market. Hijazi Rashk, a member of the Jerusalem Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is one of the only organizations that keeps track of the conditions facing Palestinian traders in East Jerusalem, says, the situation today is worse than it has ever been before. It's another nail in the coffin of a market that has actually been dead for the past 3 years. According to Rash, when the war of Iran began, the market effectively shut down and took on the atmosphere of a military zone. This is during the holy month of Ramadan, the most important time of year for most of our traders who are hoping to make up for some of the losses they suffered over the past few years. What happened was the exact opposite. Without any customers, some of the traders decided to only open on Fridays and Saturdays, and even so, they could only do so if the police allowed them. Others were forced to find work in the western part of the city, taking jobs like cleaning and maintenance just to provide an alternative source of income for their families. This is the worst period we've ever been through, says Siraj Abu Azab, who runs a store selling souvenirs.
Damn,
Even
Jersey,
if they
look
were
at
to
you.
allow us to open the shop, we couldn't earn money because the old city is completely empty of visitors.
Way ahead.
80% of my business comes from tourism. Local sales make up just 20%. Needless to say, tourism has been non-existent since October 7th, and now because of the war and the curfews, even our local customers have vanished. Ahmed Dandas, 60, said, we've been running a business in this store for almost 100 years. The shop has been passed down from generation to generation. We used to sell clothes, but a few years ago, I decided to start selling toys instead, and there has been a downturn in commercial activity in the market for the past 5 years, which has ground to a complete halt during the recent war. The market in the old city of Jerusalem is one of the oldest in the world and provides an economic lifeline for thousands of families. While there's no official figure on the number of shops and stalls in the market, estimates vary from 1,000 to 2,000, depending on the definition used. The question now is what will happen to these people? According to figures from the Association for Civil Rights in Israel, around 75% of the Palestinian families and around 84% of the children in East Jerusalem in 2022 were living below the poverty line.
7 days,
Against
6
the backdrop
hours.
of the economic
Hell yeah.
collapse described by the market traders and the accompanying statistics, the crisis in the old city is not just about financial losses, it's also affecting the daily lives of residents. In 2020, the closure rate of stores in the market was around 30%, and according to Rashk, since October 7th and all the security events that followed, the rate has increased significantly. Over the years, the old city has relied on three types of tourists: people from overseas, Palestinians from the West Bank, and Palestinian citizens of Israel, but now the numbers from each group has declined massively. West Bank residents are no longer able to get to Jerusalem after Israel closed the checkpoints in response to October 7th, and recent years have seen a total collapse in international tourism. The recent war with Iran has dashed any hope that recovery would come from domestic tourism in the form of Arab citizens of Israel. Under normal circumstances, says one employee of WAF, who asked to remain anonymous, around 250,000 worshippers visit the Al-Aqsa Mosque for Friday during Ramadan. A large proportion of them are Palestinian citizens of Israel. During the last Ramadan, however, restrictions on worshippers entering the compound because of the war and security concerns meant that there were almost no visitors. Rami Salah, the director of the Jerusalem Legal Aid and Human Rights Center, claims that Israeli authorities are also making life even harder on the traders. He says that several traders have contacted his organization saying that they were prevented from opening their businesses without being given an explanation. In one of the cases, a trader in the Old City Market tried to partially open his store just to sort through his goods, but the police ordered him to close it, arguing that it didn't have a protected space. The officers even switched the sign on the door to closed. So, like I said, this
I
is
fought
like the really
Adolf
fucked up
Hitler
part
not because
of
America was
Israel's
great, but because it was fragile. I knew that liberty could as easily be snuffed out here as in Nazi Germany. As a people, we were no different from them. When I returned, I saw that you nearly did turn America into nothing. And the only reason you're not less than nothing is that it's still possible for you to bring freedom back to America.
Who said that one? Sounds familiar. You got auto-modded? Strange.
Tourism collapsing because of the war. Because in a moral world, I guess in a moral world, Israel wouldn't have been created in the first place. But let's just say, I don't know, Israel exists along the 1948 border or something. And that would mean that although you'd probably see tourism decline because of Israel's war against, let's say, Iran in this context, at the same time, that doesn't mean Palestinians are going to suffer completely for Israel's actions. But what happens here is Palestinians suffer because of Israel's actions against Iran, but the Israeli authorities also use all the chaos they're causing to further oppress Palestinians and destroy their livelihood, even stopping like domestic tourism in Palestine itself. So it's something to remember when we see these things, and it's a fucked up thing that it's so symbiotic that tourism to Israel from certain tour groups and international tourism really means that you might go through Israel to Palestine and all around to visit all these holy sites, which does help with the Palestinian economy, but it's just insane that you basically can't go to Palestine without going to Israel first. But now let's move back to the Israel example, and let's talk more about the experience of dealing with tourism in Israel in regards to actually having to deal with Israeli authorities, which, like I said, most people who ever go to Palestine will have to deal with them. And if you are going to Palestine or you're a Muslim from any country, you're going to face intense scrutiny from Israeli immigration. There's numerous...
Well, and Kiki just said that Malaysia's a Muslim country, and that's why you're not allowed to visit. That makes sense, right?
Videos you can watch on TikTok.
That makes perfect sense, yeah.
I'll show you some of them, of people describing their experience with Israeli immigration officials. So,
you know, this is something that, like, if I didn't go out of my way to look for, I would have never known. Right? How bad this experience has been for people.
I'll show you just some random person I found on TikTok who was talking about it, and I'll show you another longer video.
So that was definitely the most intense security process I have ever observed and been through myself. They do check your passport for that number. Some people get straight through. Every woman who was travelling by herself, they had a thorough search of their property. down to individual pages in books, individual socks, individual pairs of underwear. Then goes to a machine to get scanned, and they come back and they are all good. There was a lady in front of me, she had a book from Egypt, so they called over a security consultant. They interviewed her and found out she was a war correspondent from France living in Israel. Why have you been to Turkey? Who did you meet in Turkey? Why are you not flying directly on? What are your views on the war? She did get through. I must have had a lower security number because apart from this mess that they made, they scanned a few items, asked me no additional questions, and I was straight through. I'm not saying people haven't had bad experiences at this airport, but mine hasn't been.
If you've ever flown out of Tel Aviv, you probably recognize this yellow sticker on my passport. And you might know what that 6 means. In case you don't know, I'll tell you real quick. The stickers are put on to signal what kind of security risk you are on a scale of 1 to 6. You can see this person had a 5 and they were a high-level threat. Here's what 6 means. Now, why was I traveling on my U.S. passport a 6? That would be because of where I was born. So the first crossing was from Jordan into Eilat. That's a small crossing that you basically have to walk across, and it was taking so long to question me that the tour had to leave me. And for well over an hour, I was asked the same questions over and over again, trying to get me to trip up. But I got that yellow sticker when I was going from Tel Aviv to Istanbul. There, I was pulled aside, I was questioned for hours, they went through every single piece of clothing I had, and I was strip searched. I was then escorted onto the plane after the plane had already boarded. Now, y'all, this is the only time in my entire life that I've had that kind of experience. I mean, I've had extra security checks, but never at that level, never involving strip search. And there are 2 reasons that I'm sharing this.
Coming to an America near you, like a freight train.
A lot of people around Israel who are going through that kind of searching every single day. And there is something about that experience that is incredibly dehumanizing. And I'm sure that it is not as kind and professional consistently as my experiences were. And the second is that they have mandatory military service. And without a doubt, I am sure that they are trained just as they were trained to pluck me out and see me as a risk, that they are trained to see people who are Muslim as risks. I don't think it's possible day in and day out to constantly see Muslims as a threat and not bring that into how you talk about them, how you raise your children, how you educate them if you become a teacher. Agree. So when I think about tweets like this one, when I think about what happened to these 3 men, I think it's the same thing that causes this in the U.S. To use a Dr. Beverly Tatum reference, you can't live under the smog of racism or the smog of...
Bingo, right? And this is why you need to have egalitarianism, right? You need to treat people equally. You need to have a society where everyone gets treated equally. Because the opposite, like if you treat people like they do in Israel, you're going to create a very racist, nationalistic, what's another word? I was going to say Islamophobic, right? But I mean, let's be honest, it's not just Islamophobia. They hate even Christian people now, right? Like, huh?
Of Islamophobia and not be affected by it.
So this is a fairly common experience that I'd known about for a long time, and I've heard
I'll try
about
anything a half dozen times or so, but this whole Aryan Ubermensch as Sentinel of Liberty thing, bit too ironic mustache, even for me. What I'm saying is, it's not me.
Yeah.
It's you. You and your stupid square jaw and your stupid jackboots and those adorable whittle wings on your stupid fat head. Kid Omega critique of Cap.
Too funny.
It's just like this woman was saying, it's a little taste of what people who have to travel through these checkpoints every single day, especially Palestinians, what they have to deal with. And you guys will know, if you've been to like any airport, when you're going through immigration, you feel like absolutely powerless. And thankfully, I've never had any bad experiences with immigration before. But you do have that moment of like, what would I do if they took me away? And I saw, I've been to Thailand in the past, and I saw some videos recently of them like cracking down more on like people who return a few times in the same year. And there's people like being put in like these, I wouldn't call them cells, but like these dormitories where you're locked in. And I always think to myself, what would I do in that situation? It must be like so fucking scary. And in Israel, it's just like pretty routine. If like this woman, you were born in Turkey, or you're a Muslim, or you might have had a book they don't like, they will literally absolutely take the piss to intimidate you. and they just got on an absolute crazy power trip. And I think that's why I was saying so many people come back from Israel when they do these trips that go through Palestinian territory with loads of bad things to say about Israelis and loads of bad things to say about the Israeli state. Because although some in Israel think that you'll go there, have a great time, and have nothing but great things to say about Israelis, if you're getting exposed to either people on your tour going through these terrible like strip searches and being detained for ages just because they were born in a country Israel doesn't like, or if you're talking to like your Palestinian tour guide who shows you like the reality of apartheid and what these people have to deal with every day going through these checkpoints, you're not going to come away thinking, oh yeah, what a great country. And I would be very shocked if there is a high percentage of repeat visitors to Israel.
I'd be shocked too, unless there's like a good reason, right? I could imagine if you're like a...
What the heck is going on?
For real. The Terry, 25-day stream streak. What up, buddy? How you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. This is so interesting, like this whole experience. I told you guys, I love to like see the vibe and the culture of different places I travel. And the few countries that I have been, because unfortunately I don't have a lot of money and, you know, traveling requires a shit ton of money. But it's just so different than the countries I've visited, right? Like, Costa Rica couldn't have been any different than this place that we're talking about, aka Israel, right? Like, it was super warm, it was super welcoming. There were many Americans living there, very comfortable, right? In fact, I would say it's a little too American. So, yeah, it was
like
crazy.
one and done thing, but even more so because of what you'll come away thinking and how horrified a lot of people will be. Because I know people also who are like fairly apolitical who'll go there and then you'll become pretty political because you're like, this is just a really fucked up situation. But like I was saying earlier, that's the sinister part. Like, Israel knows they have something that so much of the world wants. They know they occupy territory, which is so important to like literally billions of people, and millions of people will go there to see their like religious sites. There will be people who love history, but I don't love history enough to give money to Israel for no
Yeah, I don't
reason,
give a
right?
shit.
Like, I absolutely love Middle Eastern history. I love religious history. I would never go there. But loads of people who are devoutly religious, Catholics, Muslims, Protestants, and Jewish people, they will go there because they feel like they need to see this as part of their faith. And Israel knows they can get away with treating people like shit. And in that, it's only because of what they've been doing to Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran. That's what's destroyed the tourism industry in Israel, not how they generally treat people when apartheid, I guess, is in its less explosive stage of like actually just carrying out these brutal genocides and wars. But one group that is very reliable for Israeli tourism is Christian evangelicals from America, and Americans generally, because you have the highest population of Jewish people outside Israel who go on birthright trips or, you know, might want to become dual citizens and stuff like that. And you also have Christian Zionists and evangelicals.
Nice. Speaking of Costa Rica, remember when Wolverine was cool? I don't. Kid Omega, Gustex broadcast. Wolverine isn't cool? What? Oh, speaking of Costa Rica, did you see MGT move to Costa Rica? She sold her house in Georgia and bounced. Thank goodness. Bye, bitch. No, we gotta cover that. Holy shit. What? Wow, literally moving. What the hell? That's crazy.
Hey everybody, how's it going? So, breaking news here. Apparently, Marjorie Taylor Greene has fled the United States to Costa Rica. Now, this is very, very, very interesting news. And then I got a little bit of an honorable mention here about lightning striking protesters of Erica Kirk. Crazy how that stuff works, though. But before we get started, guys, please give me a like and subscribe. I work a full-time job.
I mean, to be honest, I kind of see why. It is pretty nice, right? It has its it's different and it has its rough spots, but once you actually like live there and like don't do the tourist stuff and you just kind of get a vibe for the situation, like it's very relaxing. I think it's just like the people, right? The people are very like down to earth and chill, and maybe she likes that kind of vibe. I don't know, right? Like kind of shows you how this stuff is becoming like this is why I talk about this stuff, right? Because you know, people think, oh, it's just like another country, and it's like, no, guys, like you have to see it for what it is, right? They're like, look at where like the expats go to. I hate that word, but look at where like Americans go to visit, and you start to notice some like some similarities.
Side of this channel, so I don't advertise anything.
So let's see what the reasons are, right?
And I don't ask for donations.
I don't know.
All I want to do is grow this channel as big as possible, so I may never ever have to ask for that, which would be amazing. I know you guys would like that, because I certainly would like to do that. Thank you all so much for being here. Let's jump right on into the news here. What a crazy long advertisement that was, huh? On March 19th, Marjorie Taylor Greene sold her house in Rome, Georgia in preparation for her move to Costa Rica. Yeah, this really sounds like an America First person, huh?
Right.
The very next day, on March 20th, MTG posted, "Stop AIPAC from stealing another seat in Congress with deep state foreign op candidate Ed Galerain," or however you say his name. So MTG accused Thomas Massey's opponent of being a foreign op while she herself prepared to flee the United States of America. As we pointed out, MTG continues supporting Massey, even though this morning, please support and vote for America First Thomas Massey. MTG and Massey have some real issues. This is crazy, crazy stuff, guys. Why in the world would she sell her house? If she's America First, why wouldn't she have a house in America? I can understand having a vacation home, you know, in a different country, but...
I do. I already told you.
Why sell your only American home?
Probably the taxes, too. She likes that there are no taxes. Colonizer? Yeah, she might be a colonizer, too, like Jersey said. I think she's trying to colonize. Goddamn colonizers.
Now the only place she...
No, but legitimately, guys, like there's a really... It's also like... I don't know how to describe it. You have to actually like be there. Right? But there's a lot of people who live there who are from the U.S. I heard English way too much for a country that doesn't speak English as its first language, right?
Owns is in Costa Rica?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess she doesn't need those illegals for her construction company anymore, right? She's so America First. Listen to this clip.
As a conservative and as a business owner in the construction industry and as a realist, I can say We
Oh,
have to do
no.
something about labor, and that needs to be a smarter plan than just rounding up every single person and deporting them just like that.
Oh, no.
That's crazy. Also, I realize my gate's not working here on the microphone very well. I'm terribly sorry if y'all hear background noise. This is crazy, though.
I can relate
Literally,
to
we
that.
can't just round up every illegal and deport them.
I can relate to
Because,
that.
you know, as an owner of a construction company, I understand what it's like to not use illegals. Or to use illegals. Isn't that crazy of a statement for her to make?
So, and I'm going to get pushed back on that, but I'm just
This
living in
guy's
reality.
Kyle if he was
I'm just
cool.
living in reality as an incredibly rich lady who's never really had to work a day in my life and who loves using illegal slave labor. I mean, that's insane, right? Absolutely insane. So we're going to go over here to these files, or to this stuff here. Please donate to my friend, True American First, you know, who doesn't live in America. This ad shows the kind, humble, and thankful heart of Thomas Massey, the man he truly is. I cannot believe this is who Trump wants to take out more than any Democrat that tried to put him in jail for the rest of his life. Well, that's just simply not true. He wants to take them out, too. Bomb my friend Thomas Massey with money to stop the foreign influence. Yeah, just bomb him with money. I mean, this is so unbelievably rich privilege coming out, you know what I mean? So, MTG fled the country to Costa Rica, where she is now living in a $5 million mansion after selling her home. Look at this home in Costa Rica here. Look at that. Super duper America first. And this wasn't Laura Loomer that posted this. This is MTG who's posting this. Isn't that insane? Look at how much money, look at how unbelievably wealthy she is. She is so disconnected from the average American. You know how I know this? Because I work in a free...
That's like a $1 or $2 million home in Costa Rica. Whatever. No, because it's by the ocean. So it's probably like $3 or $4 million alone right here. Yeah. I mean, it's beautiful. Yeah. It sucks because it's like there are people there that work so hard and don't even have a lifestyle like this, right? But that's capitalism for you, right? That's neoliberalism for you. That's like the strength of the dollar too. Like it's just crazy, guys. Right?
freaking factory, guys.
It's a $5 million home. Yeah, I said like 3 or 5 million, right? Something like that. Easily, because it's by the river or by the ocean. Anything by the ocean is going to be more expensive because, yeah, it's just more. There's more demand for it, right? Fucked. Wow, I hate it. I don't know if I don't know if I would personally like want to live by the ocean. I mean, it'd be nice, right? Like, but I would totally settle with living within the city or cities, right? Because the cities there have a lot of like, I don't know. There's two ways of looking at it. Either you're like isolated from everyone, or you're like a part of the community. And I think I'd rather be close to all the amenities, right? Like all the like supermarkets and stuff. I don't know how far away this is, right? Not that she cares. She probably has like people do all that stuff for her, or she Uber Eats everything, right? That's disgusting, guys. Wow.
That's what I do. We live, I mean, I hate to say it. It's not really much of anyone's business. I don't want to put it all out there, but we do live paycheck to paycheck. I don't live in a very rich community or anything like that. I don't live in any type of rich community, actually. I purchased my home for
saltwater maintenance. Yeah. They need to be locked up, as if anyone did trading, we would block them. Yeah, exactly. Agree. I don't know. Like I don't need to live next to the water, so to me that's stupid, right?
$170,000. In 20...
Like, it'd be nice, but I don't need to. Like, if I were to buy a house, I'd be happy with my little... Like, I was looking over there for apartments, and they're really nice, right? The apartments there are very nice. And they're very affordable, but again, like, I'm not going to move there without this kind of, like, information, right? There are a lot of apartments, guys, ready for, like, renting or to buy, right?
2022. We don't live in luxury. We just don't. And you know, at the end of all of this, even if my YouTube channel were to blow up massively, I don't think I want to live in luxury.
Yeah.
I really don't think so. Because I can see how corrupting it is. It's crazy. She's so not humble. It's amazing what happens after people get money and how absolutely, how would I put it? They lose their ability to be humble with their fellow Americans. They lose it. You think a normal American wants to see this picture here and goes, oh, okay, great, another politician who's just ran off with all our tax dollars. We're watching people like Marjorie Taylor Greene bleed us dry, you know? Yeah, look at this. Man, I'm in the wrong profession. Get rich quick by selling your countrymen in your country. But I prefer saving lives. I can't sleep peacefully at night knowing I made a big difference. I mean, look, I work in a crummy factory, okay? We don't do anything crazy. I literally make coal into very refined powder for water filtration systems. My wife does the real work. She's a nurse. She saves people all day long. And we're watching our hospitals literally die in front of us. This is how bad it is. Nurses don't make careers in hospitals anymore. Like, the hospitals are running out of nurses. You have no idea how bad it is. I will blow the lid once I can get it to a point where my wife doesn't have to work in a hospital anymore. I am going to blow the lid on these hospitals, and it's bad. You all have no idea how rotten to the core our medical systems are going. And when our medical systems inevitably get completely and totally destroyed, you guys are going to see tragedy like you've never seen before. I am terrified of what's to come. I'm not even kidding. Now, to go back to all this, though, and stay on topic, we'll see what happens later on, because I just don't want any retaliation from these hospitals, and they will retaliate. I promise you that. Anyway, wait a second. Marjorie Taylor Greene is complaining about a foreign influence operation trying to steal Kentucky's 4th District, while she herself is supporting Thomas Massey from Costa Rica. Yeah. The woke right are some low IQ hypocrites. I agree. Well, they're not woke right. They're just left-wing. They're left-wing. That's what it is. I mean, this is all crazy. Look at this here. Her home that she sold in Georgia sold for $1.1 million.
She used that money to buy it.
And now, here we are. Of course, there's the Costa Rica pictures. This is some crazy, crazy stuff. And as she said, you know, she is, so she's been planning her escape.
I don't think she got it for $5 million. Maybe she did, but she probably got a good deal or something. Right? Because that's one thing I noticed too. These kind of properties always are on sale, right? Like, people are willing to go lower. So the $5 million, like, the $5 million number is probably like the asking price, but people are willing to, like, lower it down, right?
Since 2024. She reported how she bought a $5 million home in Costa Rica. Sources tell him to...
Yeah, like, if she reported that it's a $5 million home, she probably got a better deal for it, right? Because why would you say, I have a $4 million home when it's worth $5 million because they wanted $5 million and you got them to only do $4 million, right? Or whatever. Yeah.
She sold her home in Georgia, moved to Costa Rica with...
like, I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised, right?
Whoever this guy is.
I came across that a lot over there. Like, somebody would list an apartment or like a house or something, and it would be lower than the price that they're asking, right?
I don't know. I guess that's her husband. What?
But I don't know. Maybe she's that dumb too. She just paid the $5 million, right?
Whatever. All that insider trading sure paid off. She just posted a photo of her new home in Costa Rica on Instagram.
Yeah.
She abandoned her constituents and fled the country.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, for all I know, maybe she sold her home in America, And maybe she's living in Costa Rica temporarily while she finds a new home in America. Maybe she's between houses.
I doubt it.
And is going to be staying at just Costa Rica for the next month or so. I genuinely don't know. But I do find it to be a little nuts that she's posting this stuff, pretending to be America first, while she's clearly putting America second. Definitely, well, actually, I'd say America third. Because it's second to her and third to her home. That's what I believe anyway. But maybe I'll get proven wrong. Maybe she'll buy a new home in America and maybe she'll move to a different place in Georgia or something like that. But it seems to me like she is retiring a little early.
Okay, Oprah. She's a
She doesn't
coastal
seem
elite.
to be America first at all.
Damn right.
Now, I just kind of want to do this little honorable mention because I should have added it to the last video, but, you know, I didn't know about this till recently. This weekend, Erica Kirk gave the commencement address at Hillsdale College, which, of course, drew some protesters. Then lightning struck a tree literally feet away from where they gathered. That's nuts.
Hilarious.
Remember the George Floyd mural that got struck by lightning on a sunny day? It's pretty rare to have lightning on a sunny day in general. But to have it happen and literally strike a George Floyd mural, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Apparently these guys, and I don't know if it was a sunny day or not at this time. I mean, you could see the protesters outside. If this keeps happening on sunny days, I'm really inclined to believe that this is genuinely a divine act. You know what I mean? I don't know that for a fact. I wasn't there. I didn't witness it. I just found out about this. He literally, Andrew Colvett shared it 56 minutes ago. I mean, this is some crazy, crazy stuff. Here's the Daily Caller talking about it. You know? I wish there was video. I'm sure somebody had to have been videoing, right? No King's Boomer, protest to Hillsdale College commencement, and Erica Kirk gets hit by lightning. Yeah, Charlie's keeping an eye out for us. Well, I don't know if it was Charlie that sent it down. I mean, I wouldn't think that that's the way it would be. But, I mean, you know, who knows? This is crazy stuff. This really gets you scratching your head, doesn't it? It's absolutely incredible. And it keeps happening to leftists. You know, maybe if it happens to the right wing or anybody on Charlie's side or, you know, TPUSA or, you know, maybe I would be like, okay, you know, it's happening on both sides, but it doesn't seem to be. It seems to be happening to the left so often, you know? I am genuinely surprised by this and in awe. And I'm glad no one was hurt, at least. That's nice. Even leftists. I'm not going to call for violence on them. But the fact that it did happen again to leftists, really, they should be questioning what they're doing. That's what I would say about this. It's pretty wild. I mean, let's see some of the comments, you know. Interesting. Signs everywhere. Charlie said college was a scam, yet there she was, unreal. These people aren't even addressing what happened here. Maybe they really are too far gone. Are you implying that Charlie is directing lightning strikes? Oh, that is ridiculous. Wow, eye-opening. I mean, this is crazy. Let me see something real quick, actually. Let's see. How do I want to phrase this? I was looking up just before. I saw the whole, like, coming up with how should I get my views up. AI sometimes helps.
Nice.
Sometimes doesn't help at all. I'm running actually an experiment now, and it's not doing as well as my normal title, so there's that. But anyway, when lightning struck at Erica Kirk's event, was it sunny or stormy?
Oh, no.
Let's see what Grok says.
No.
We'll find out here. So this is just a little nuts, a little bit of just extra for the video. And I'm just genuinely curious. I could probably have looked up the weather for the day, but I don't want to give away my location because weather apps usually do that on here. Thinking about your request. They're thinking pretty hard. Let's see. Images showing conditions during the strike. Was it during the strike or was it after the strike after a storm passed through that they took pictures? I didn't see any, like, water on the ground, actually. Looking at the pictures, is there anything wet? There's a little bit of water underneath this vehicle right down here. But it's, like, dry for the most part. That is nuts. That is nuts right there. All that there. No way that's just chilling there, right? That's crazy. It was sunny. The lightning strike happened May 10th, 2026, a Saturday, during protests outside Erica Kirk. That's crazy. This is the second time on a sunny day that lightning has literally struck something involving the left. Like, is it coincidence that this also happened to a George Floyd mural on a sunny day? Like, that's crazy. I wonder what, even AI, is it just coincidence to have it happen like that? Of course, AI is going to be logical and say it's coincidence. But, I mean, is it not spooky? Is it not a little crazy? Is it not like, does it not give you a little bit of awe as to what happened? I am fascinated by this. I am fascinated by this, to be honest. It's absolutely incredible to literally have. I mean, it says, no, it's not the same situation, and the George Floyd mural incident was not on a sunny day. Wait, was it not? I thought it was. The event you're likely referring to happened on July 13th, 2021 in Toledo, Ohio. A large outdoor mural of George Floyd painted on the side of a brick building summit in LaGrange Streets partially collapsed after a lightning strike hit around 4:30 to 5:17 p.m. Doppler radar from local stations WTOL 11 and 13 ABC confirmed lightning strike hit the exact block at that time, and multiple witnesses reported seeing the bolt hit the building right before the wall crumbled. Key differences here, it occurred during a severe afternoon thunderstorm. Really? Local forecast that day called for war. I thought it was, I could have swore it was.
I know, right?
A sunny day.
I thought this was about Costa Rica. What?
That's crazy. Let me see. Lightning strike Floyd.
An MGT.
A mural, let's see. Toledo destroyed being struck by lightning.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't care enough about this, and the video's over anyway. But, yeah. Back to the tourism on Israel thing, because
And I'll just play it
we got derailed.
That Kenneth Copeland advertisement. This is back when I made a video about this in like 2019. That's why it's old. They're just essentially advertising Israel and Palestine like Christian Disneyland.
Kenneth Copeland Ministries in Eagle Mountain invite you to a tour like no other. Join us May 25th through June 4th.
Nice! Ducky! Oh my god, thank you. Yeah. Jersey.
Israel tour is our journey through the Holy Land. You'll experience a fresh revelation of Israel's past, its present, and its prophetic future. With your tour hosts, Pastors George and Terry Copeland Pearsons. We will sail the Sea of Galilee, visit Capernaum, Jesus' hometown ministry, take communion at the Garden Tomb, pray in the Garden of Gethsemane, and be baptized in the Jordan River.
And you see this a lot with TikToks about Christians going to the Holy Land, as they call it.
This was my very first trip to Israel, and I was so excited. We landed, and the airport was beautiful, filled with so much culture. Then we went on top of a mountain. We landed in the middle of the night, and we saw crazy sights. Then we went to the Sea of Galilee, where I had a cup of coffee. We walked around. We filmed for my dad's YouTube channel, and then we ate a fish from the Sea of Galilee. Yes, and it was so good. There's my dad. This was where Jesus sent the demons into the pigs, and it was beautiful. While we were there, it was Hanukkah. It was so much fun. Guys, this was the best dates I ever had in my life. Oh my gosh. I got to celebrate Hanukkah with the hotel staff.
Is this AI?
Really a trip I'll never forget.
Is she AI? Oh my god.
I learned so many things, met so many people.
Now, I found this article from February this year. Israel turns to Christian pilgrims to rebuild post-war tourism. And it says, government officials believe that Christian pilgrims, evangelical travelers, and overseas Jewish communities can form the backbone of a gradual tourism recovery. Strategy was laid out this week at the International Mediterranean Tourism Market in Tel Aviv, where the tourism ministry announced a renewed marketing push largely aimed at North America. more than $6.5 million has been allocated to a digital campaign intended to rebuild confidence and reintroduce Israel to audiences already inclined to visit. He said the ministry would soon launch a new US-focused campaign titled I Am Israel, tailored to pro-Israeli audiences, evangelicals, and Jewish communities. Our goal is to not only to return to previous levels, but to improve and break records. One of the clearest bets is on the Christian pilgrimage. At this conference, the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, spoke at the launch of HolyLandTravel.ai, an AI-driven travel planning platform designed specifically for faith-based visitors. Huckabee, an evangelical pastor who led more than 100 pilgrimage trips to Israel over several decades before becoming the ambassador, argued that the current downturn marks substantial pent-up demand. I tell my friends back in the US, if you ever thought about coming to Israel, come right now, Huckabee said. Tourism is down so substantially because of the war and the tension, but the places I walk into, there are no lines. Addressing safety concerns, he said, the question I always get asked is whether it is safe, and I say, I feel completely at home and safe in Israel. There may be tension in various places, but we have that in the US as well. There are 80 million evangelical Christians in America, and all of them would want to travel here. Once you've walked the land, you read the Bible differently for the rest of your life. And this is a more recent article that Israel's foreign ministry plans to bring in 8,000 young Christian leaders to visit Israel by the end of 2026. So after the appointment of a special envoy to the Christian world, the Israeli foreign ministry has announced another step to strengthen ties with the global Christian community. One of the main goals of the project is to remove young people from the influence of social media discourse and bring them to encounter Israel in real life, not through a social media feed, but through a personal encounter. The foreign ministry announced a plan last week to bring in 8,000 young leaders and influencers to Israel, with the majority from the Christian world, and they said the experience shows that personal visits are one of the most effective tools for helping foreigners understand the situation. So they're describing it essentially as a Christian birthright of Israel. So as part of this program, participants will spend 8 intensive days in Israel, and during the first 5 days, they will tour the country, visiting mixed Jewish Arab cities, seeing historical sites, and witnessing the war damage. After the tours, the participants will spend 3 days receiving in-depth briefings and training to help them understand the key issues for daily Israeli life. According to the foreign ministry, this is the long-term strategic process to create a global network of influential young people who will return to their countries with a deeper and more direct and well-founded understanding of Israel and serve as ambassadors. So like I said, this is essentially Birthright for Christians. What the organization Birthright does is get young Jewish people from abroad to come to these very, very curated tours of Israel to make it look like this perfect utopia so they can go back home and basically tell everyone how great it is.
Hi everyone, sorry for the delay, but this is the second part of my Birthright Israel experience. One day they made us go to a cemetery and look at all the gravestones and hear stories about all the people who had died. They were all military deaths. Many of the people who had died were very, very, very young. The narrative was the other side was evil, of course, and we should be very grateful to the people who had risked and lost their lives to maintain our freedom. But all I could think was that they had put children in harm's way, many to die, for an occupation that is evil at its very core.
Rare.
And then to use the names of those children, the stories of those children, to further your propaganda and pad your wallets? You can't convince me that that is anything but evil.
I really need my fellow Jews to think about why you were given birthright, why you were given a free vacation to a foreign continent. Okay, who paid for that? And why did they pay for that? Why is the big question? Let's put on our little critical thinking hats, okay? And think past all of the welcome homes. Whose home? Ask yourself that.
Just being Jewish, you have what they call a birthright to go to Israel on them, a free trip, and you can also become a citizen there anytime. Like, you have a right to Israel. Yet, the people living in that land for hundreds of years
don't have a right
before the Zionist project have no right to return to their homes. They have they still have keys, some of the older ones there, to their homes, and they have no right to go back to it, which is just so wild to me.
And it has worked to large degrees, and it seems like so many American Jewish people specifically always go on this. Something I often notice that a lot of like liberal Jewish anti-Zionists, they call themselves, they're often people who have gone on birthright and have family in Israel. And I tweeted this the other day, like, I find it not surprising sometimes when they say like pretty shitty things about Palestinians, because the level of brainwashing they're exposed to from a young age, I don't really think that's something you can often like flick a switch on and you suddenly become an anti-Zionist when you
probably just delayed.
Have none of that racism that has been completely shoved down your throat for like decades. But
because it's counting all the times you fished before, remember?
At the same time, I think it might fail more with Christian communities because you're seeing in America right now, I made a whole video about American Catholics. American Catholics broadly across the political spectrum are massively turning against.
Which, I mean, let's be fair, right? Like, if you watch me longer, you're going to have more points.
Against Israel. And although evangelicals who are more hardcore Christian Zionists, I don't think that reputation is going to be repaired by lots of these Christians going to Israel and then coming back and talking about how great it is. I just don't think you can put that genie back in the bottle at this point because of the damage Israel has done to its reputation. Like before, when I started making Israel videos on this channel, even on the political left, I felt like I was in the minority. Like there was a few of us who were doing it, but even then you'd have stupid conversations so much about like left-wing anti-Semitism. You won't believe how many people thought Corbyn was an actual anti-Semite in leftist spaces online. So many creators were liberal Zionists. I'm not joking. Until like October 7th and maybe 2021 with the Gaza stuff, so many people, even on the left, in the community I existed in, which is like the American left broadly, they were essentially liberal Zionists, right? But at this point, there's literally no one on the left who is anymore. But it's completely changed with October 7th, and it's completely changed with the right as well. Look at how toxic it's becoming to become pro-Israel. Look at the rise of someone like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes. On the American right specifically, they're completely taking over. Although the Israeli strategy might be pivot to the group that supports us the hardest, American Christians and American Jews, I don't think that's going to repair their reputation, and I don't think it's going to repair tourism numbers. And in a normal state of things,
but my fish coins were promised 3,000 years ago.
Like I showed you, what this actually does, because Israel
Radio
is an
free
apartheid
cloud
state built on stolen Palestinian territory. There's also occupying current Palestinian territory as well. All this tourism stuff affects their tourism as well and affects their livelihoods even worse than it does for people in Israel. So it is just like a very
interesting. Okay.
So you guys need.
Moving on to Trump going after left-wing people who just disagree, right? People on the left.
To realize that this government is actively working against you on a daily basis. Not only are they not working for you, and not only are they like not doing anything positive, they are actively working against you. They want to harm you. If you're a Democrat, if you're a liberal, if you're a leftist, even if you just disagree with MAGA, you could be a Republican. If you just disagree with MAGA, you're on the shit list. Okay, so take a look at this. The White House just dropped a new counterterrorism strategy that quietly expanded the definition of terrorists by lumping cartels, ISIS, left-wing extremists, and anarchists into the same threat category. The first page of text ends with the phrase, "We will find you and we will kill you." That is printed above the president's signature. The language in the document is broad and open-ended. Once political labels become national security threats, the target can change overnight. This is how mission creep starts. Today it's cartels, tomorrow it's dissidents. That is exactly right, and this is what we've been warning about with NSPM 7. Okay, so more. A new counterterrorism strategy for 2026 released by the Trump administration on Wednesday continues to ramp up despotic rhetoric targeting political adversaries and any Americans opposed to authoritarianism. And as Dan Carlin of Hardcore History says, this goes along with the post we retweeted yesterday. We've discussed this forever. When you make special legal tools for special threats, you open up the door to using those new tools against anyone. Just change the definition of what they're doing to your special threat category. So in other words, when we have, say, the war on terror, and they go, look, we need to take away the privacy rights and the due process rights of people who are Al-Qaeda or who are terrorists. We have no choice. They're a special threat, so we need special tools to go after them. Well,
okay, Liam
obviously
Neeson,
you're only one step away then from saying, oh, I got to go after this other group because they're
I love
also
the reference,
terrorists.
Ducky.
So expand who fits in that category, and then boom, no more rights for anybody. In the same way that when in the Lake and Riley Act, which unfortunately virtually every Republican voted for, I think literally every Republican voted for it, but unfortunately there were some Democrats who voted for it, right? And under the Lake and Riley Act, they took away due process rights for immigrants because they said all you have to do is be accused of a crime, not convicted, accused of a crime, and then your rights are gone. Okay, we can do whatever the fuck we want with you. Well, that opened up the door for them to take away everybody's rights. Because if there's one group of people that you say, well, they don't have rights, well, then they could just say that you fit in that group of people, even if you don't. So do you understand how this works? If due process is gone for one person, it's gone for fucking everybody. And that's why people need to wake up in this new era. We are in a horrifying, horrifying new era where they are openly saying, oh no, you are the enemy. You're the enemy if you dissent. And so NSPM 7, let's remember this. NSPM 7, they changed a whole of government mindset approach. Instead of going after, back in the day, it was the Soviet Union and the threat of communism. Then it became, we're going after Al-Qaeda and terrorism. It's the war on terror. Well, now Trump changed it to anybody who's not MAGA. So according to their criteria, if you are anti-American, anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, then you are an extremist and you are a terrorist, and they can use the tools of the government to try to infiltrate and take you down and arrest you and keep you behind bars. Okay? And by the way, you should be asking yourself, what does that even mean? What does it mean to be anti-American? They would look at somebody like me who criticizes this country because I want to fix this country, because I love this country. They would look at the stuff I say and go, that's anti-American. It's anti-American to criticize Trump. It's anti-American to say he's corrupt correctly. It's anti-American to go after his illegal war of aggression against a country that didn't attack us. That's you're rooting for the enemy. That's anti-American. Oh, or do you want single-payer Medicare for all? Well, that's anti-capitalist, which is anti-American, which means you get locked up. Are you an atheist? Are you an agnostic? Do you not believe in mystical fairy tales? Sorry, that's also something that puts you on the shit list, something that makes you a terrorist or terrorist adjacent. They say if you're an extremist on migration or race or gender, you're the enemy. Well, what does that mean? It means if you want more immigrants to come in this country, as I do, because immigration is good for a country, that means you're an extremist.
Yeah.
If you think black people should have voting rights, well, that makes you an extremist because now you're opposed to what the Supreme Court of the United States said when they overturned the Voting Rights Act. If you are in favor of trans people getting the health care that they need and deserve, well, that's you supporting the genital mutilation of children. So you're an extremist on gender. Like, this is the shit that they do, bro. This is what they do. They say if you're hostile towards traditional American views on family, so what does that mean? Like, you can't be proudly in favor of gay marriage, or that means you're a terrorist or adjacent to a terrorist? Think about what they're saying here, guys. And this is what this regime does. This is what they are. And by the way, they're already acting on this. It's not some theoretical threat. They're already acting on it. When they go after the Southern Poverty Law Center, what do you think that is? They're going after a left-wing group that gives a shit about human rights. And what did that group do? They infiltrated the KKK. They infiltrated neo-Nazi groups. They got information that was then handed off to law enforcement, and law enforcement used that to take down these organized actual terror groups. Instead of the Trump regime going after those same terror groups, the rising threat of right-wing extremists and terrorists, what do? They go after the group that's taking down the right-wing extremists. And they lie about them and they go, oh, they were funding the KKK. They were funding neo-Nazis. No, they were paying informants to get information to take down those groups. But notice what they're doing. They want to go after Act Blue, the Democratic fundraising platform. They are going after them. They're going after the SPLC. This is what they do. There is no group left of center that is safe in this country. They will claim you're
I'm still mad that our country funded 3 new drones for drones as first responders program. My guy, all it takes is one big magnet or piñata stick to wreck that. I put another ticket to repave the street. They just made it more bumpy with the first round. Yeah, I mean, our government objectively doesn't give a shit in many areas of the country. Lawfare, while they decry lawfare, yes. In other words,
they will claim you're involved in organized crime if you just fundraise for Democratic candidates. This is the moment that we're in now. Okay, this is the moment that we're in. And by the way, if you're some sort of liberal and you had, a gripe with leftists, you might want to let that shit go. Because you know what? They see no difference between you and leftists. If you're a liberal and you go, oh, I'm not as extreme as them, they don't give a fuck. You fall in the same fucking category as every leftist in the country.
Bingo.
If you're some fucking Destiny simp who shits on Hassan Piker all day, it doesn't matter. The fucking MAGA regime.
Golden comment.
Nice. Nice. Good job.
Looks at you like you're all the fucking same and they want to lock all of you up anyway. And they will use any tool available in order to do that. Okay? We got insane Gestapo thugs running around this country. Stephen Miller, a goose-stepping Jewish Nazi. Okay? These people control policy in this country. We have people being sent to concentration camps, people being sexually abused in these concentration camps, people being tortured. There's allegations of slavery. There's dozens of children, babies, have been tear gassed by these ICE Gestapo thugs. They are Trump's secret police, and he has them at his beck and call. And now you know the whole of government mindset approach change is go after all the dissidents. Okay? So counterterrorism is now, if you disagree with us, we're targeting you. And by the way, I should also point out, you know what else they've done? They've disbanded a bunch of groups, for example, that went after actual cartel crimes, that went after actual child trafficking. What a surprise. The people who are protecting the Epstein class are also protecting current child trafficking rings as well. So they actually stop going after the real organized criminals, and they focus all of their attention at innocent immigrants in a Lowe's parking lot trying to be a day laborer and make $100. They go after them, and they go after anybody left of center who's telling the truth and doing right by the American people. It's absolutely disgusting, man. It's disgusting, but buckle up because this is the world we live in now. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Great. All right, let's learn more about President Trump's meeting with Xi. Ugh. Male rights. Yeah, he hasn't. I haven't seen him in a while either. That dude's crazy. Oh, this is just rambling. My bad. I knew that was too good to be true. I don't want to hear him ramble again. Ugh. All right. I'm done with him rambling. All right, now we're going to learn about our Trump voters finally being feeling that they've been fucked over by Trump.
There's been a lot of talk about a civil war inside MAGA.
We've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives.
Fissures? Yeah, it's sort of blown up.
The administration's top counterterrorism official resigning in protest over President Trump's war with Iran.
Betrayed his campaign promise.
25th Amendment is
I mean, honestly, like the president at 380 chest, fucking shut up about that shit.
That fight might be coming to a head.
Jesus.
Right here in northern
So
Kentucky.
angry.
This guy named Thomas Massey. There's something wrong with him.
Representative Thomas Massey has held this seat since 2012, and despite his loyal support for the Republican agenda,
I vote with my party 91%. 91% of the time.
He's in trouble, big trouble, with President Trump.
Thomas Massey is a disaster for our party.
What's landed him in this fight for political survival? Two issues that have the potential to split the MAGA base: foreign wars and the Epstein files.
It's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion.
This is bigger than Watergate.
Major combat operations in Iran.
I don't think we should start another war.
Because of this, Massey is now facing a Trump-endorsed challenger in his campaign for re-election.
This is a real hero, Ed Galrein.
And big money is backing up Trump's attempt to smear Massey. This is officially the most expensive U.S. House primary in history, with over $25.6 million spent on ads.
Where'd that money come from?
It didn't come from regular people. It's come from billionaires. At least 95% has come from the Israeli lobby.
But this race isn't just about Massey and Trump. It's a litmus test for the future of the MAGA coalition. So I'm driving around Kentucky to find Trump voters and ask them, what's driving their vote in this primary? Is it loyalty to the president? Or are the cracks in MAGA really starting to form? Hey, we're down making a video. We're looking to talk to voters about the Republican primary that's coming up. Can we talk to you a little bit about it?
Yeah, okay.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
I voted for Trump this last election.
I've got my Make America Great Again hat at home.
It's nice and refreshing to actually have someone to stand up and say, enough's enough. And so that's why I've been a Trump supporter. And why anybody opposes that, I think you're a traitor to this country.
President Trump laid out the stakes for his base in this election. Are they loyal to him or not? And with his popularity lower than ever, it might be a question of the strength of MAGA as we know it. So we asked Massey about it.
Do you view your race as a fork in the road from the MAGA base?
Well, I think the MAGA base is already split, as you point out. Some have gone with the principles that Trump campaigned on. Some have gone with Trump, even when he's changed his mind on things like Epstein.
Okay, let's dig into Epstein first. For supporters of the president, the promise Trump and company made on this issue was clear.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
But that urgency from the campaign trail seemed to evaporate once Trump was in office.
I thought it was ridiculous.
John Wardrop voted for Trump in 2024. He told me that the whole Epstein thing was a big reason why.
I thought it was completely ridiculous for the people who had gone on the podcasts, millions and millions of views, and then turning around and calling it a hoax or that there's nothing in here. And I don't know if anyone in this country is going to get arrested for it, but there's only one guy that's really trying, and that's Thomas Massey.
Massey is the co-author of the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act, which he guided through a hostile Republican Congress to force a public release of documents related to the case.
We fought the president, the attorney general, the FBI director, the speaker of the House, and the vice president to get this win.
But now that they're out, how do the voters feel?
You think those files should have been released?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you're happy with how Massey's fought?
Yes.
For that?
Yes.
Okay, the file thing, to me, that's a dead horse, okay? End of story.
I'd say release it and let the cards fall where they may. You know, who knows? Maybe it might implicate Mr. Trump or President Trump.
The Epstein files, they're not important to me. Everybody and their brother's on it. I mean, what are you going to do?
And I'm certain Republican and Democrat, a lot.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
What fucking cope? What fucking cope? Everybody's in there, guys. I don't know about you guys, but I almost guarantee you, I know I could name maybe 10 people who are definitely not in there. Okay? Including myself. 100%. This is stupid as hell. Wow. Wow.
I mean, what are you going to do? Epstein files, they're not important to me. Everybody and their brother's on it. I mean, what are you going to do?
And I'm certain.
So you're in there, bitch? Your brother's in there? I'm in there? No.
Republican and Democrat.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't want it released
Such
because there's
cope.
something in there that's going to come back.
Such fucking cope.
Back and bite them in the buttocks.
Yeah.
Buttocks.
But with no new convictions following the release of the files, it seems like the only ones bit in the buttocks are the Republicans who actually followed through on Trump's own campaign promise.
He was extremely angry at me that I had signed the discharge petition.
Stupid people like Marjorie I believe he's trying to protect friends and donors.
Perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, this stupid person named Massey.
It's typical politician stuff, breaking promises that helped get you elected. But a lot of people voted for Trump because he said he wasn't like your typical politician, and they believed him when he made big promises.
At the top of my list, we'll be stopping the slide into costly and never-ending wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace.
I am peace.
When Donald Trump was campaigning, one of his big campaign talking points was no new wars, no foreign wars.
Yeah.
How important was that
It
to
was
you
one of the
during
best
campaign?
ones.
That was really
He
important.
had to explain
You're going
it.
to ask me about Iran next
Of
time.
course.
I
For
know.
a self-described America First peace candidate, the president's second term has been international and violent. And Republicans on the whole have been pretty silent, except for Massey. In January, U.S. military intervention in Venezuela forced a regime change.
The executive's military exercise to capture the leader of Venezuela represents one of the most blatant usurpations of congressional authority we have seen in modern times.
Bingo.
In February, the U.S. and Israel began military engagements in Iran.
Why are we going to war with Iran? This administration can't even give us a straight answer as to why we launched this preemptive war.
Massey's opposition to this war is one of the reasons why the pro-Israel lobby has spent so much against him. The United Democracy Project, a super PAC linked to AIPAC, has spent $2.6 million on anti-Massey ads, and the Republican Jewish Coalition spent $4 million. Another super PAC named MAGA Kentucky, which is backed by 3 pro-Israel mega donors, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson, has spent $5.6 million. But what do voters, who were promised no new wars, make of all of this? How important, when you were voting for him, was that campaign promise?
It was really important.
Trump is actually backpedaled.
Yeah.
He's backpedaled.
How did you feel once that campaign promise was broken and now we're in Iran?
Because he's doing what BB tells him to do, and that's AIPAC, and I'm not for that.
It needed to be done for a long time.
Did you also feel that way when Trump was running, promising not to get into wars? Did you feel like, well, even though he's promising this, we do need to go to Iran?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
He's the only person that didn't kick the can down the road.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been doing that for 47 years.
Yeah.
Somebody had to stand up and do something.
That was important to you.
Yeah.
Now we're in Iran.
Rare.
How does that land with you?
I haven't got an opinion on it. It depends how it turns out.
Very conclusive, totally makes sense. Representative Massey has been the most vocal Republican critic of the administration and his party, and not just on Epstein and foreign conflicts. Where the Trump administration has been pushing for immunity for pesticide manufacturers for the use of potentially cancerous chemicals, Massey has been pushing to hold those companies accountable.
They
As
want
he should.
get out of court free cards. We're not going to give it to them.
He voted against Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Well, guess what? It added $2 trillion to the debt. I said it would, and it has.
And he bucked the majority of his party by voting against an extension on legislation that allows the U.S. government to spy on its own citizens.
A short-term infringement of the Constitution is still an infringement of the Constitution.
All of this independence, it's made him vulnerable in this primary race.
Give me somebody with a warm body to beat Massey.
Massey's primary is May 19th. He's up against Ed Gowron, Trump's hand-chosen opponent.
He's a hero. He's a farmer hero.
In a way, the election is a test of the price anyone might pay for going against Trump. Will Massey be punished by voters for disloyalty or rewarded for his independence? How important is it to have someone who's just loyal to Donald Trump and whatever he says versus putting a check on Donald Trump?
No, definitely putting a check. You should put a check on anybody because there shouldn't be one person to rule the country.
Okay, now, that's a fine line there too. As long as your president is taking care of the country and the people from the country, then I give him 100% support. No matter what.
So, back to the reason I came out here. Which way are these voters leaning? Is it enough that Trump supports his opponent? Would that do it for you?
No, I don't know that would swing it one way or the other. I'll look at it.
What do you think of Thomas Massey?
I think he's good. I like what he's going for. I'll definitely vote for him.
Are you voting for Ed in this race?
Yes, I am.
And what's behind that? What makes you vote for Ed?
Well, number one, Trump's endorsing him. That helps.
I believe that Thomas Massey was MAGA before MAGA was coined phrase.
I want a clear thinker. I want somebody to make their own decision.
Oh my God.
Not
These
make a
people,
phone call,
guys.
How should I vote?
So does Massey have your vote?
Massey has my vote.
I talked to a lot of voters on this trip. What I found is that while there are some cracks in the MAGA movement, we don't know where they're going to go yet. And even the people crossing the president's endorsement and voting for Massey don't see it as turning against Trump.
You want more Masseys? Yeah.
Yeah, if we get enough of them, and if maybe a few more Trumps, we can actually get stuff moving.
If that contradiction sounds confusing to you, you have to remember, voting against Trump's preferred candidate is still a big deal, even if the voters I talk to don't see it that way. Up until now, almost all of Trump's endorsed picks have won their primaries. And this isn't just about the voters in the district. Politicians across the country are going to be watching the results of this race closely to find out what are the consequences for standing up to Donald Trump in 2026. Maybe that's why even Massey, the Trump-critical candidate, is campaigning on their similarities and not on their differences. Despite being the target of the president's rage and the receiving end of millions of PAC dollars spent against him,
he's cheating with the squad on the America First movement.
Massey told me he doesn't see much of a problem.
I'm not running against Donald Trump. I'm running against a guy who was endorsed by Donald Trump. People recognize that, and the bulk of my voters in my polling are people who support Trump and support me. I think if I win this race, we can get the team back together. We can get the band back together.
Yeah.
It shows that you can still be for the principles that MAGA ran on.
We'll find out if that's true or not with next week's election results. But this race has got me thinking about a bigger question too. How many broken promises is too many? And which promises are the ones that matter?
Do you think if Donald Trump continues to break campaign promises, that he puts at risk the movement of people who believed?
100%. He risks people, even if he might be right on some things, feeling at least like they were lied to or even worse, betrayed.
Because broken political promises have actual costs.
How's the pain at the pump been lately?
Oh, it sucks, especially with the business we got and we're trying to start. We started this spring. 3 Amigos Lawn Care. Me and my 2 brothers, and right now we're behind just because of the gas.
Yeah.
Because
good luck.
When we first was planning it all, the prices weren't here.
Yeah.
So I did vote for Trump, but Trump here lately, I've been kind of, because everything he's saying ain't really happening, you know? I do call myself a Republican, but who knows, 5 years from now, things might change.
Wow.
Smash like and subscribe to More Perfect Union like Phil right here. Right, Phil?
Yeah.
And if you liked what was in this video, you can leave story ideas in the comments. You can tag us on Twitter like Phil here.
Jersey's back from her walk. All right, we're gonna cover the UK slowly breaking apart. I kind of see that happening. To be honest, it's a long time coming, right? But and announces the value of maybe almost nothing. Gloggy calls it a collector's tragedy. Oh, man. But before that, we got more Hassan derangement syndrome.
So Hassan Piker's critics are really and truly not okay. They are coping. They are seething. They are falling apart at the seams. It's getting ugly, man, because they know they're losing their grip on the party. They're losing control. They don't know what to do to fix that. So they're kind of throwing these little tantrums in a desperate attempt to get back on top. And it's not working, bro. It is not working. There's this guy by the name of Matt Bennett, who's a third way corporate ghoul. For those of you who don't know, the whole purpose of third way politics is to keep the Democrats pro-corporate, pro-military industrial complex, pro-Zionist. That's the idea. It's basically to make the Democratic Party more like Republicans. It's to make the Democratic Party diet MAGA. So this guy, Matt Bennett, did a podcast which literally nobody watched. We are going to be the first people to watch any of it. It's Matt Bennett seemingly talking to somebody who looks like his mom. Looks like a lovely grandma lady, but for some reason she's trying to control Democratic politics along with him. He's this balding, pasty weirdo fuck, and he is going to explain to us what we have what we have to fear as Democrats, what concerns he has for the Democratic Party, and what we can do to fix it. And we'll get to the Hassan part in just a second, but first let's get to his overall diagnosis here. Let's listen.
There are a number of polls. One that I saw said that, a recent one said that only 28% of Americans have a positive view of the Democratic Party. So I wonder how you interpret that data.
So it's pretty bad. President Trump is incredibly unpopular. We know that. Democrats should have benefited from that. Thermostatic political change means as one side comes up, the other side, or goes down, the other side should come up. That really isn't happening.
That's not true. It is happening. In special elections, Democrats have fucking cleaned house. They've cleaned house. Now, granted, it is genuinely not because they're so great and they're doing amazing things and they're proposing amazing things and they're exciting. No, it's because Trump and MAGA and the Republicans, they are a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult. They are pure evil incarnate. They are demonic. They are satanic. Trump is a rapist, pedophile, war criminal, con man. He's basically Satan. People have finally caught on to that, and they're reacting appropriately, and that's leading to Democratic wins in special elections. So it is happening, but it's happening not for the right reason. It's happening for people despising Republicans from their core, which they should have all along.
We are benefiting in the kind of generic ballot. Who would you vote for in a House race? We're up a little, but not because Democrats are more popular, only because Trump and the Republicans are less. And the question is why? Now, some of that is Democrats who are disgruntled with their own party who will eventually vote for Democrats for sure. But some of it, and a worrying amount of it, are swing voters who think both parties are terrible, and we're only slightly less terrible than the Republicans at the moment. I think there are many reasons for that, but most of them go to damage to the Democratic brand that happened in the run-up to 2024 that has not been repaired. If you look at some polling by American Bridge, which is a democratically aligned group, they concluded that swing voters believed that Democrats were weak, woke, and out of touch.
Okay, let's break this down. Are they weak? Absolutely. But they're weak not in the way that he thinks. They're weak in that they don't stand up to MAGA. They don't fight MAGA. They don't fully break and represent the opposite of what MAGA represents. Again, this is a guy who's part of Third Way. He wants the Democratic Party to be corporate and to be pro-war. He wants them to meet MAGA halfway. He wants them to be like Republicans. And so you're the reason that they're weak. You're the reason that they're weak, okay? Your group and your existence makes them weak. The fact that you help control them makes them weak with all your corporate money that you give them. Okay, the second one, woke. This is just bullshit. This is just total bullshit. The idea that, the Democrats are too woke. Are they really? Did you know that Kamala Harris didn't mention race or gender or trans people or pronouns? She didn't say Latinx. She didn't mention cancel culture. She wasn't politically correct. She stressed repeatedly that she would represent all Americans. She ran to the right on the issue of the border and said, Trump doesn't actually want to crack down on the border. I do. We're for this hawkish border bill, and he's against this hawkish border bill. We're better on the issue of the border because we're more hard line on the issue of the border. That's how she ran. She talked about owning a gun. She, at the DNC, remember this? The Democrats tried to reclaim patriotism and freedom. She ran on a $6,000 child tax credit and banning price gouging and reducing medical debt. And you have the nerve to go out there, the Democrats are too woke. Based on what? Based on what? That's not true at all. In fact, if the Democrats were more woke, maybe they would actually be performing better. It turns out what he really is arguing here is, why can't Democrats just say fuck trans people? As if, by the way, like that's the magic trick in order to fucking get in office. Just go out there and say, I hate trans people. And that's it. Feed them to the wood chipper, and that's it. No. That's not true at all. If you're a Democrat, you should forthrightly be defending trans people, especially because their rights are under attack right now in red states. We're seeing it in all these different states. They're trying to make it a felony to change your gender on your driver's license. That's insane. They're trying to restrict healthcare that these people need. That's insane. And so you can defend that, and you can also turn around and say, I think everybody should have healthcare. I think everybody should have higher wages. I think we should tax the rich. I think we should arrest the MAGA criminals. It's not that hard. I think we should end the wars. So no, don't throw trans people under the bus. Saying they're too woke is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard, especially because they're not even that woke, okay? And then the last thing is, he said they're out of touch. Yes, they're out of touch because of you, because of people like you. His actual criticism is Democrats are too far left, which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard, because from the 1990s until today, they've done nothing but be new Democrats and triangulate and be half Republican. Perhaps you need to own that failure and hold those L's and let the actual left flank get a crack at it.
Those are three very bad attributes in American politics, and that really hasn't changed much in the last year and a half, despite all of Trump's troubles.
Okay, so let me point out, not only is this guy part of Third Way, the corporate ghoul group, okay, when you look him up, the very first thing you find, you guys are going to love this, ready? From Third Way, Matt Bennett, a 23-year-old campaign staffer, Matt Bennett helped stage the infamous Dukakis in a tank photo op that helped sink Michael Dukakis'.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Everyone knows this picture, right? Apparently, this is what caused Michael Dukakis to lose the election. Get ready for this, guys. Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis. He lost to George W. Bush because of this. Yeah. He's a masshole. Damn right. Damn right, girl. And he's proud of it.
...1998 presidential...
I mean, it's cringe, but like, can you imagine losing a presidential race for that picture alone, right? Generally, that's actually what like the history books say too, right? Hold on. Wow, he selected Lloyd Benson as his running mate. I forgot about that. This is the only time in history where Massachusetts and Texas had a baby together. I mean, campaigned together. What a monstrosity. No wonder they lost. Texas?
Campaign. So, this is the way this guy's mind works. Let's put this Democrat in a tank and have him roll around like he's a fucking G.I. Joe leader character and people will love it and they'll vote for him. Exact opposite happened. People went, what the fuck is this corny ass bullshit? And he lost. So, understand, when you look up Matt Bennett, the first thing you find is he's a professional loser. All he does is lose. All he does is lose, no matter what. That's what he does. That's it. And so,
I'm
why
sick
the fuck
of,
would anybody
I'm
listen to you say anything about anything ever? When you're showing...
I'm sick of losers and I'm sick of losing.
Here. Oh, definitely don't listen to me. Whatever you do, do not listen to me under any circumstances. But I'm not done, because now he brings up Hassan, and this gets ugly.
He is a vile person. And
he is.
There's plenty of vile people on Twitch, but not many of them are campaigning with major candidates for the U.S. Senate. And so we thought it was important to call him out for that.
Mark.
Oh, look at you, you little fucking virtue signaling prick. Are you happy? Did AIPAC give you a call and pat you on the head and tell you that you're special and say thank you very much? By the way, why? Why is he vile? You're going to notice something here in just a second. We're going to keep it playing. No argument, no reason. Doesn't actually say he's vile. Here's why he's vile. Doesn't say it. Doesn't bother with that part. Just has you filled it. Oh, of course he's vile. Why? Why is he vile? You're not going to say it, are you? Yeah, that's right. You're not going to, because perhaps you're the fucking vile one. Perhaps the nefarious forces keeping the Democratic Party pro-Israel and pro-war and pro-Wall Street and pro-military industrial complex, perhaps you're the problem. Perhaps you're the fucking vile one. By the way, who are you? Why are you in this position? Why are you talking about the direction of the Democrats? You're some random, pasty, white-ass, balding, middle-aged freak who has no constituency whatsoever, and we're supposed to listen to you over a guy that has millions of followers? At least he's demonstrated some ability in an actual open marketplace to garner some attention for his political thoughts. You have fuck all to show for it.
The criticism was of basically two varieties. Tim and others said, why are you trying to shrink the tent? That's ridiculous. There are people that listen to this guy that we could win, and you're alienating them. And our view is, first of all, we're not saying that no one should go on Piker's stream. Ron Emanuel said, I'll go on there and tell him he's an asshole. And our view is like, fine. If you want to go on and call him out, that's fine. What you shouldn't do is elevate him as a avatar or spokesperson for Democrats, which campaigning with him just inherently does. Mm-hmm. You can't campaign with someone and then turn around and argue that they are bad. And so our view is no Democrat should campaign with Piker.
Again, who are you? Why should any Democrat listen to you? You're a fucking random corporate group. Why do you have any say in Democratic politics whatsoever? The fact that you do is the heart of the problem.
They shouldn't speak to him, but they shouldn't campaign with him. And moreover, his audience, he does have a large audience, but a lot of it's under 18 or outside the United States or both. And those who are of voting age and Americans, is not 100% clear to me, are persuadable anyway.
Oh, okay. This is just total cope. Yeah, the number one left-wing streamer. Yeah, what are the chances his audience would want to vote for, like, the major left-leaning party? Fucking crazy. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. He made up all those things about the demographics of Hassan's audience. He doesn't know anything about the demographics of Hassan's audience. And he made up, like, oh, they wouldn't even be interested anyway. Well, they would certainly be interested if the Democratic Party goes back to its roots and is an anti-war and pro-worker party, which is the whole point of why he's out there trying to make the Democratic Party exactly that.
This is not a guy that has been helping Democrats. He said he was very skeptical about voting for Kamala Harris.
Jesus.
He did vote for Kamala Harris, you fucking jackass. He did. He just didn't grab his pom-poms and say only positive things for her, like a party hack, okay? Mm-hmm. This is what you need to understand. People like this don't understand. Well, they do understand it when it suits their agenda, but it's okay for people to have standards. So the standards for a leftist might be, hey, I want you to support Medicare for all, then I'll support you, right? The standard for a leftist might be, hey, I want you to stop arming and funding this very obvious genocide and maybe sanction the country doing that genocide. That might be standards that people have. Now, that apparently is unacceptable, but it is acceptable for him to have the standard of you have to be pro-Israel, or you have to be pro-tax cuts for the rich, right? Or you have to be pro-Wall Street. So you understand standards when it's having standards for the wrong policy. But when it's standards for the right policy, then, oh my God, it's unacceptable, and you're horrible, and you're toxic, and you should be nowhere near power.
He's a fair weather friend to Democrats at the best of times. And so we just think having a bigot around is bad.
A bigot? Really? Well, Matt Bennett, I would say you're a bigot, because if you're not openly in favor of cutting off all the money and weapons to Israel and arresting Netanyahu, then you are Islamophobic and you are an anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian racist. That's what I would say. You want to play this game, bitch? Agreed. We can all play this game. He's a bigot. Isn't it funny when you ask? I saw there was a compilation of like fucking 20 or 30 minutes long of Hassan Piker being extra careful and saying very clearly, we are anti-Zionist. We are anti-Israel. We are anti-apartheid. We're against this terror state. We are not against Jews. In fact, we are pro-Jewish. Now, when you guys smear Hassan as an anti-Semite, right, and you guys target him 24/7 all day, every day, then what are you doing? You're letting the actual anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes skate. The motherfucker who is out there going, no, the problem is Jews. And I'll say that with my whole chest because I believe that. Then Hassan comes along and goes, no, it's not. The problem is Zionism. And you guys go, Hassan is the anti-Semite. You're unserious people. You're unserious people and you're helping the far right. But maybe that's the point. Maybe that's what you actually want to do.
Not only is it immoral, but it's terrible politics. It allows Republicans, not unfairly, to connect us to his most vile statements and views.
Oh, my word. Are you kidding me? Republicans are going to attack us. Therefore, we can't do the thing.
A gull judges the entire interaction. Can you just imagine that? A fucking seagull looking at the fucking thing you just caught, Ducky.
That they'll attack us. They're going to attack you anyway. And why not have them attack you, but you actually stand for something and you actually represent something real. And the idea that, it hurts you if you campaign with Hassan. My ass cheeks. What we know for sure, Abdul El-Sayed campaigned with Hassan. He went up in the polls and he went up in the betting markets. It is total cope to pretend like this is hurting Democrats. It absolutely is not. Like, what you guys need to understand, yes, it is the case that when you look at somebody like Hassan, when you look at somebody like me, when you look at a lot of the left-wing online commentators, we are the Democratic Party's version, the left-wing version of Rush Limbaugh in the 1990s on AM radio for Republicans. That's what we are. And you're going to have to fucking get used to that, bitch, because that's the future. Okay? What we say matters. What our followers do matters.
Fuck yeah,
the people
Kyle.
who watch our show are engaged. They matter. You are doing a podcast with 17
Jersey
people listening.
just got back
talking
from moving her nalgas. But fuck yeah.
To your fucking grandma and bitching and whining and moaning as the Raytheon money is literally being dropped off down the hall for you to continue trying to corrupt the Democratic Party. Your days are over.
Damn right,
Your
girl.
days are done. All of your smears against Hassan are hollow. They are not landing. Nobody's listening. Because here's the thing. People can actually tune into Hassan's show and listen to what the fuck he says. And the second you do that, as I've pointed out 1,000 times, you're going to go, oh shit, they've just been lying about this guy. They've just been misstating everything about him. They've been calling him a bigot. They've been calling him an extremist. They've been saying he's unhinged. You listen to him, you go, he's just right. He's just right about shit. What the fuck's the problem? And the most important point, y'all, and we can end with this. I'll show you this here. Democrat voters agree with Hassan Piker more than the party itself. Oh, isn't that interesting? Look at this one. Raise taxes on billionaires. 95% of Democrats support that. That's what Hassan supports. Support for abolishing ICE. 78% of Democrats support that. That's what Hassan supports. Medicare for all. 85% of Democrats support that. That's what Hassan supports. Do you support or oppose using U.S. military force to attack Iran? Strongly oppose is 77%. That was Hassan's position as well. Is there a genocide in Palestine? 67%. That's Hassan's position as well. You go issue for issue. And Democratic voters are Hassan Piker. And Hassan Piker are Democratic voters. You might not like that. You could whine about that. You could bitch about that. You can moan about that. But he represents something real. Something Matt Bennett could never understand.
Could never be
So
him.
go ahead, son. You can keep running your mouth. With 17 people listening, you keep smearing Hassan, but you're just making him more powerful. You're just making him more powerful. And again, the more he gets involved in races, the more he endorses candidates, there's going to be a backlash from Zionist idiots like you and corporate ghouls and right-wing hacks. And then that'll let the Democratic voters know that's the real fighter. The one they're melting down over, that's the one you want to support because that's the one that's actually going to fight. No more of this cucked mentality of like, let's give the Republicans what they want in order to defeat them. No, you're just...
He will be a part of history. I think like he was like the first person I watched on Twitch. I think like, again, I don't agree with everything he's ever said or like done or even like, it's like I've said, like many of his foreign policy stuff is a little like misguided, right? But generally speaking, I view him, right, as anyone else on the left. And I think most people should, right? I think he's genuinely opened up the conversation for more people to talk about this stuff across different platforms, right? Twitch, YouTube, right? So, like, I respect him for that, right? It's cool. Like, we need more people like this, right? Not less. Something's going on. Let me just refresh.
Republican in that scenario. So the Hassan's critics are not doing well, and I have a feeling it's only going to get worse from here for them. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
All right, now we're going to talk about the UK. Geez, look at Keir Starmer taking a dump on the toilet.
For the first time ever, each of the UK's devolved nations, Scotland, Wales, and...
Right. Yeah, I have to explain this to people, right? So there's Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and England. Right. All these nations, or all these territories, like all these, they used to be nations by themselves, guys, right? So they formed one kingdom, hence why it's called the United Kingdom, or Great Britain, right? Because it represents more than just England, right? So when you're saying England, you're talking about a very specific part of Great Britain or the UK, right?
Northern Ireland.
And then you have like the crown dependencies and all this shit, right? Like it gets a little more, but just know like that's really what we're talking about here, right?
Will have a pro-independence First Minister.
What?
That's following last week's elections, which saw the Scottish National Party re-elected to a 5th term in government. And Plaid Cymru used...
Wow. The rise of nationalism, even in like, see guys, across the world, right? Correct. Wales too, yes, Wales is included in there.
Usurping Labour.
Yeah, so apparently, like the island of Man, Jersey, they're not a part of Great Britain. They're crown dependencies, right? Which is basically like a territory, right? Shout out. Yeah, that's where Jersey gets its name. New Jersey.
To become the largest party in Wales. As the results became clear, Northern Ireland's First Minister, Sinn Féin's...
I think there's another Jersey on mainland, like in England, if I remember correctly. Right? But yeah, like once you understand this, guys, it becomes... So when someone says they're from England, you already know, like they're not in Wales, they're not in Scotland, they're not in Northern Ireland, right? They're in England, like that part of Great Britain. So you can say, you're British then. Right? Yes, that's correct. But they probably don't have a lot of, like, you can't be like, hey, yeah, that means you're in Scotland. Right? There's a lot of, like, Dominion. Yeah. Oof. Yeah.
Michelle O'Neill.
Well, and Canada's a part of the Dominion. Yeah. Exactly. Right? The Dominion of Canada. Yeah. Meaning the Commonwealth, right? The Commonwealth is another thing, but...
spoke to Scottish First Minister John Swinney and likely incoming First Minister
I hear Dominion and I think DS9. How dare you guys fucking be a part of the Dominion? They're a bunch of fucking genocidal murderers. God, I knew Canada. Canada's just the Dominion, guys. How dare you? How insulting.
Rin up Ulworth to congratulate them on their results and pointing to a future beyond the constraints of the Union. So in this video, we're going to explain the new dynamic, what's fueled it, and what it means for the future of the United Kingdom. The next issue of our magazine is out very soon, with this issue focusing on all of the wars that Trump has been involved in during his second term, with each dot on the cover representing a different military intervention or strike. Inside, we run through each of the conflicts, from Venezuela and Iran to Yemen and Ecuador, as well as discussing what he's really doing.
Fuck you. Hey, you guys decided to name it that after a genocidal fucking group of people who want to exterminate, right? The Dominion. I didn't choose that name. I'm just saying it out loud. And Jersey's laughing her ass off. Her tookus. Laughing her tookus off.
Pre-order your copy today at toolong.news. So we're going to start with a quick recap of the Scottish and Welsh results, as well as a reminder of the political situation in Northern Ireland. In Scotland, the SNP scored their 5th consecutive election victory, returning as the largest party once again. However, the SNP fell short of the 65 seats they needed for a majority in the Scottish Parliament, securing 58 in total. That's also down from the 64 seats they won at the last election in 2021.
Clever, I'm saving
Scottish Labour and the Scottish Conservatives.
Jersey better save it too. Although she probably doesn't get the reference. But you get the reference, that's why I said it. Yeah, don't be like the Dominion guys. Bunch of genocidal fucking crazy motherfuckers.
Both also lost ground, while Reform UK Scotland surged to a joint second place with Labour on 17 seats. The pro-independence Greens nearly doubled their seat share to win 15, and the Lib Dems also made decent gains. As such, SNP leader and First Minister John Swinney may seek to run a minority government, or negotiate a deal with the Greens, although their last power-sharing arrangement ended in animosity. Meanwhile, in Wales, Welsh Labour's more than a centuries-long winning streak ended dramatically, as the party fell to a very distant third, and the party's leader, First Minister Ellen Ed Morgan, lost her seat. The Tories also lost significant ground, resulting in the Welsh Parliament, Senedd, being dominated by centre-left pro-independence Plaid Cymru, as well as the Welsh branch of Nigel Farage's Reform UK. Plaid surged to become the largest party with 43 out of 96 seats, so 6 seats short of a majority, while Reform jumped to second on 34 seats. Plaid leader Rinat Bulworth, who looks set to become First Minister, says that he intends to run a minority government in Cardiff. As for Northern Ireland, there was no election last week, as the next Northern Ireland Assembly election is set for May 2027 at the latest. However, at the last election in 2022, Sinn Féin, an Irish nationalist party seeking to break away from the UK and form a united Ireland, became the largest party for the first time, enabling Michelle O'Neill to become Northern Ireland's First Minister. It's worth pointing out, though, that neither Sinn Féin nor the Nationalist Bloc as a whole have a majority in the Assembly, and O'Neill doesn't actually have more power than the Deputy First Minister, who, because of the mandatory power-sharing system, comes from the Unionist Party, i.e. one who wants to remain in the UK.
Sinn Féin is the party that is trying to unify Ireland, right? So it's basically like the party that is trying to reintegrate the island back. Because remember, guys, Ireland is both Ireland and Northern Ireland, right? And just quick summary of history. The British took over Northern Ireland, right? The Protestants. And there's been historically, a lot of conflict between the two, right? So yeah, IRA politicians. Yes, correct. Hey, Rigel.
Regardless, a triumvirate of pro-independence First Ministers does not inspire confidence in the health of the UK's union, although there are some considerable roadblocks in the path to separation. In the aftermath of last week's election, Scottish First Minister John Swinney demanded a second independence referendum before 2029, saying that Scotland needed the power to decide its own constitutional future before the next general election, which could bring Nigel Farage to power. But given that Swinney spent the campaign fighting for a parliamentary majority that he said would be the mandate he needed for a second referendum, and then fell some way short of that threshold, it's a much harder case to make now. And ultimately, the decision on another referendum lies in Westminster. The same is true in regards to Northern Ireland. Sinn Féin wants an Irish unity referendum, known as a border poll, by 2030.
Yeah, Sean Féin is another thing entirely. He's a person. Did you rework the phishing text? I did, yeah. Why?
The cool one lies with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, who must do it when they deem it likely that a majority would vote for Irish reunification.
Your mom is a person.
However, while support for a united Ireland has grown modestly this century, it rarely surpasses 40%.
They look longer. I tried to just add more context to it, right?
So the
I might reduce it down, but
2030 timeline looks optimistic to say the least. In Wales, Plaid Cymru have made it clear that they will not be pushing for an independence referendum in their first term, instead focusing on the pressing issues facing Wales, while also trying to secure greater devolved powers. Independence, which had 22% support in a YouGov poll in April, remains their long-term goal though, and an independence push has not been ruled out further down the line. It appears then that Plaid Cymru hopes to emulate the SNP's trajectory, which saw it form a minority government in Scotland in 2007, prove itself in office, then win a majority in 2011 that enabled them to successfully demand an independence referendum held in 2014. In each of these three nations though, voters have bigger priorities than independence.
No offense, still want to see the new jokes in it inside. Oh, no. I know. I just wanted to add more stuff to make them funnier, right? Or make them more humorous or more interesting. Right, like Jersey netted a vault-sealed mug with tiny fins from beside Gloggy's impossible backpack. Right? Even the bobber seems impressed and is slightly afraid. Everyone gets one clean second admire before Gloggy starts appraising. The smell of coins. You've never smelled coins? Gloggy's some sort of weird interdimensional treasure goblin, man. He went to many different dimensions of weird stuff, right? It's like, has anyone ever seen that show, what is it? A Peacekeeper? They did that and they went to some weird dimensions, right? Bro, who you calling freak? Coins like copper ones definitely have a smell. Yeah, they do. I smell them. I'm just trying to be more creative with it, so it's a little less like, right? Because there's 3,000 entries now, over 3,000. I think there's 3,100. So
it's usually more bread and butter type issues.
I actually have an idea where, like we can show off what we catch depending on what it is, but we'll see. I gotta get it working. Hold on, where is it? Yep. It's kind of like a little mini game within that game. I'm thinking I'm gonna call it something along the lines of let's see. Gloggy's House of Oddity or something like that.
In Scotland, for instance, YouGov polling from March had independence as the 6th most important issue for Scots, with the economy and health topping the list. While in Wales, independence was at the bottom of the list of priorities. So it's not so much a surge in support for independence that drove last week's results. Plaid's victory in Wales was a result of deep disappointment and frustration at the UK and also Welsh Labour governments. This Labour collapse enabled Plaid to position itself as the strongest left-of-centre opposition to beat Reform UK, while the SNP held on in Scotland, in part thanks to Reform splitting the anti-independence vote. But Nigel Farage's ascendancy in England and the inroads that his Reform Party made in Scotland and Wales is seen as a factor that could fuel support for independence in the coming years. The thoughts of a Reform-led UK government forming after the 2029 election will be deeply unnerving to the large progressive blocs in Scotland and Wales, who could increasingly view separation as a way to insulate themselves from what they see as an English-dominated conservative nationalism. Another, perhaps under-discussed factor that could increase the salience of independence and help drive the push for referendums is the rise of Zach Polanski and the Greens. The polling surge that's placed the English and Welsh Greens on an equal footing with the other major parties means that England suddenly has a major party leader
Just the first name, like Chappie? Yeah.
That speaks out in
I've watched that movie.
favour of Scottish and Welsh independence. These factors, combined with pro-independence leaders across the so-called
Wally.
Celtic fringe of Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, who say that they want to cooperate
Wally,
on
Gloggy.
changing the balance of powers across the UK nations, means that the question of the Union's future cannot be batted away any further. So ultimately, there is no hurdle-free, short-term path to UK breakup, but last week's elections added considerable momentum to pro-independence movements.
Yeah,
Whether
which
this
is
leads to
interesting.
independence referendums, electoral reform, a new devolution settlement, or something else remains to be seen. But one thing that looks pretty certain is that the status quo cannot hold. Clearly then, the impact of these elections is still emerging, and there's much more to examine here, and we'll be doing so in the next issue of our magazine, Too Long, with a whole section dedicated to UK politics. There we'll be diving even deeper into these elections and their impact with our most detailed analysis. We'll also be discussing whether the UK has become ungovernable, unpacking Starmer's attempt to cozy up with the EU, as well as the state of the special relationship. If you're interested in that, then you should subscribe using promo code SUMMER26. That way, you'll get 20% off every copy as long as you stay subscribed. Plus, you'll get an additional £3 off your first copy, bringing the cost as low as $4.99. While you're there, you might also want to grab a copy of this spring's issue too, titled Disunited Kingdom. In it,
All right, let's do a little check-in on the MAGA women. These are the women that want to
These
carry the
ladies,
water for
God.
the patriarchy, carry the water for the fascists, and they never learn the lesson of Mike Pence. And the lesson of Mike Pence
I'm trying to come up with a little like sidekick for Gloggy, but I don't know. I gotta think more about it. It's gotta match like the tone.
is this. They will go after everybody. They will scapegoat women. They will scapegoat immigrants. They will scapegoat LGBTQ plus people. They will even scapegoat white, Republican, Christian men if you don't go.
Religner just got a 40-day stream streak. www.whattit. Candy
What
Sandworm. Andy stranded on Sandy Landy and got Randy Gust's 8G loggers.
Thanks for the 40 days, damn. Damn, dude, that's been that long already? I feel like you've only been here like 3 weeks.
Along with the lies. So this gamble
I don't
that
know
these
why.
MAGA women
It
are
just feels
taking
like
is a
time
real
flies.
psychological case study for me. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is speaking
How about a
publicly
fluffy
about the
raccoon?
president's response to death threats against her family for speaking out against him and his administration's handling of the Epstein files. Let's play the clip.
From Donald Trump. And I've saved these text messages. I'd probably get put in jail if I released them publicly, but I saved them. Where Donald Trump proceeded to tell me that it was my fault and that I deserve it. If my son gets killed, I deserve it because I was a traitor to him. That is our president of the United States. That's the man that says MAGA is whatever he wants it to be.
And again, she didn't learn the Mike Pence lesson. She didn't understand that this man that was so loyal, that went along with the lies, went along with the gaslighting, went along with all of the craziness in Trump 1.0. After January 6th, she saw the gallows. We all saw it. They wanted to lynch him. She thought she was going to be the exception. And then she just said in her own words, he doesn't care if her own son gets killed because she was disloyal. And I don't know how to teach people like this. You're not special. I don't know. I don't know what level of narcissism this stuff is.
Well, it's narcissism and it goes right along with religion. I mean, it's not so many decades ago, I thought I was special because God had chosen me and all of these people are super evangelicals. But my thought is this. Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about his own kids. I mean, that's obvious. Why would Marjorie Taylor Greene think that he gave a fuck about her kids? And then another thing that has fascinated me, and I've read all these books about people in his administration, Trump demands loyalty above everything else. That is his number one thing. Yet he's never, ever loyal to anyone. And that has just been a pattern over and over and over again. So I'm always just like, took you this long.
And following the president's unplanned health visit last weekend, Nancy Mace tweeted that she was praying for the president. And there's new reporting that the Trump camp hopes to sideline her bid for South Carolina after all of those prayers. He's trying to sideline her. Let's pop this up. Axios is reporting Team Trump fears a Nancy Mace governorship. Find myself strange bedfellows there because I fear a Nancy Mace governorship as well. President Trump's allies are growing alarmed that GOP rep Nancy Mace, who infuriated him by calling for the release of the Epstein files, will defy expectations and win the South Carolina governor's race. Angie.
I've watched the South Carolina races because I have a friend that lives there and Lindsey Graham. And I don't think she's even close. I mean, the polling that I've seen doesn't even sound like she'll win the primary, but that's not important. What I think about this whole thing is Nancy Mace has done everything he's asked her to do. She's gone on the news. She's been fucking crazy and defended him when his behavior and actions were indefensible. And she stood up to him one time about sexually assaulting and raping children. But he's for that and she's not. So he's cutting the cord. I just find it so interesting.
For real.
That all of these people, like Nancy Mace is out. She has been straight down the line with you on everything. But you're in on protecting pedophiles and being pedophiles. And she's not. Like, that's the distinction. And none of these Republicans are decrying it.
I'm going to push back on a little bit of that. I think Nancy Mace is for covering up for pedophiles because you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to straddle the way she's straddling.
I agree.
I want the Epstein files released and then I'm praying for President Trump. This is the duplicity that is born out of MAGA, where people think they can have it both ways. Not just people in government, but people we know personally, people in your personal lives that like, oh, I'm totally for gay marriage. And then they go triple Trump. This rotten moral duplicity that exists in America where people don't have conviction. Even Nancy Mace doesn't have conviction in standing up for child rape. How do you think the victims of this felt when they see her tweet, pray for President Trump? You know, this is moral duplicity. This is moral rot. She is just riding the train that the polling is, that people want the Epstein files released. People in her district want the Epstein files released. 6 months ago, everybody in the Trump regime was like, Kash Patel and Donald Trump are going to release the Epstein files. And so she followed that wave. And then she probably saw a poll where she sees that Donald Trump still has 80% or something of Republican voters. And so I call bullshit on a lot of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She cares all of a sudden about Palestinian children. Well, what about these documented and or undocumented kids in America? She doesn't seem to care about them. So I think these people are opportunists. I don't think they believe in anything, and I'm not ready to give out trophies to any of them. And meanwhile, other conservatives are slowly starting to realize that this president and his policies don't actually work for them. Riley Gaines has been going through some things, and she posted the following video. Let's play the clip.
Precious little angel in September of last year. It is April, nearly May of the next year, and I am getting bills in the mail nearly every single week. Let's look at this.
Oh yeah, we covered this girl.
This one is a bill for $2,000. The service description literally just says vaginal birth. Here's another bill.
I don't get it either because she's apparently MAGA? I never heard of her, so.
For
not that I watch this kind of content, so.
$1,261.
By the way, Rigel, I don't know if you have heard of it, but I discovered it recently. It's on YouTube. But have you seen Andromeda?
What's the description for? Actually, it doesn't even say.
Yeah. Yeah, Riley.
Well,
exactly. This is being an American trying to navigate the for-profit healthcare system, and every policy that you support and your triple Trump endorsement endorses greedy corporations that profit off of people trying to get medical care.
It's by apparently like it was taken from one of Gene Roddenberry's like ideas. It has like a lot of that. It's not exactly like one-to-one, obviously, right? But it has a lot of that, like a lot of his flair to it. But God, I don't like Kevin Sorbo. I think he's completely misplaced. Yeah. B-roll side. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But damn. Yeah, they tried to do it with Into Discovery. Yeah, I don't like him.
While at the same time,
I don't like
you're
him.
a big what would Jesus do girl.
Also, he's like a huge Trumper, so cringe.
What would Jesus do, Riley? Jesus would make sure everybody had health care. Jesus would think we cannot profit off of people's sicknesses. That seems immoral. Yet, here she is. She's going to straddle. She is going to straddle these morals. And this is the fundamental problem, not just with Riley Gaines, not just with people up in the Trump administration, but with everyday Americans. They think they can have it both ways. All of a sudden, these bills impact her.
Right.
And then what happens? Riley adopts a progressive position.
Mm-hmm.
All of these people, they want to say,
so
look at all these
selfish.
crazy liberals. The truth of the matter is, these companies are parasitic. They prey off of sick people. They deny people getting life-saving treatment. And then you have the Riley Gaines who will go shill for them on Fox News until it personally affects her. And then all of a sudden, what is she for Medicare for all now? Is she going to adopt?
Oh, Andromeda she's a great actress on many levels. You know what I mean, dog. No, but she genuinely is like, she's an interesting character, and she's like, but yeah, I don't know. I agree. I don't think the cast is all that great, except for her, right? Mm-hmm. Rigel coming in hot with that take. And then they showed us their centaurs. Yeah.
A progressive position.
Now I see why people love their fucking cars. Am I right, Rigel?
If her child there ends up being gay or a member of the LGBTQ+, then is she going to adopt a progressive position? Because it seems to me like so many Americans in this culture of individualism over collectivism,
it's junk.
They don't give a shit about anything until it personally affects them. And this sort of myopic selfishness is taught to them. And it's reinforced to them through this American culture. And the libs of TikTok, they're going through some things as well. And they're a prominent conservative.
You're speaking about you're talking about the wrong Andromeda. We're talking about the other one. The other girl.
Influencer. And let's look at her screen grab. Last week, I randomly got a $9,000 bill for a hospital visit from last year. I called them up and they said my insurance decided not to cover it. Why? Because at Aetna can just decide they're not interested in covering something, and then you're left with an inflated bill to pay out of pocket after the fact. This is in addition to a $2,000 bill that I already paid. They just don't want to cover it despite me paying a monthly premium. Meanwhile, here comes the racism. Meanwhile, illegals get free health care. Honestly, fuck you, Aetna. I'm going to do everything I can to destroy you. Libs of TikTok, do it. Take down Aetna. Do it, big girl. Put on your big girl panties and do it. And also, it's a lie. Illegal immigrants do not get free healthcare. That is a lie.
That is a lie.
Here's the thing. Having come from, I was that person, as you know, that if it didn't affect me personally, why would I give a shit about it? I'm special. I'm entitled. I'm righteously able to judge other people because of my evangelical Christian indoctrination. These two go hand in hand. That is why it's so easy for all of these people to say, well, I shouldn't have to pay a bill, but a poor person should, because I'm better. It's unbelievable.
Could never be me.
And all of the things that you do. And it's only when you realize I am not special.
Only peasants
I am
pay
not
bills.
chosen. Everybody's problems should affect me. I should care about everybody's problems, not because Jesus was empathetic, but because your moral compass is like, what is so special about me? I'll tell you what it is. Fucking nothing. I am no better than anybody else. And I have to fight for everybody like I'm fighting for myself. And I'm telling you, there are millions and millions of people, particularly in the Bible Belt, that only care about something if it happens to them, period.
Oh, I know. Aware.
Gus, why don't you stream on TikTok too? I was going to, but they censored anybody speaking up against Trump on TikTok.
Living in the Bible Belt for 50 plus years.
Like you don't get any views anymore. So I ended up deleting it. Now, like in Singapore, right? Like that isn't the case, but here in the United States, yeah.
I'm abundantly aware of the least empathetic people I've ever met are evangelical Christians. Their ability to completely demean anybody in need is really, it's overwhelming. It overwhelmed me. The moral rot of evangelical megachurch culture is just really, it's something that is so cruel, and they feast on the recreational cruelty of it. I had multiple conversations with women when I was raising my kids. It was during the Obama era, who were just overtly religious. I mean, just overtly would not shut up about how religious they were. And I'd say, well, what about, healthcare? And I had a lady straight up look at me and say, well, I think I should have it. I think healthcare is a privilege. I don't think everybody should have it. And I said, but you're a follower of Christ. Well, yes. And it's just all rambled and jumbled up in there. And the Republican Party has brilliantly co-opted this.
The most hypocritical Christians ever.
This moral rot of that voting group. And
yeah, it sucks because like before Larry Ellison bought it, like I had to get to 50 followers, and I had almost that amount, and then basically they just like censored everything, Kiki. So I ended up deleting TikTok. Maybe I'll make an account that isn't linked to like the US or something, but yeah, I moved over to other platforms, unfortunately. I wish I could do, if I didn't live in the US, probably, but
they are the most cancerous.
Right. Because Larry Ellison bought it out.
Part of American culture. They're co-opted by the Russians. They're co-opted by the pro-life movement. They're co-opted by the billionaires, co-opted by MAGA.
Like, I don't want to support him right? Like, I would never want to support Larry Ellison and all that stuff that he did. So at the same time, it's like, okay, well, I guess I just won't do it on TikTok, right? It's not like, I mean, they're going to, that's their position now, so there's no point. And I think TikTok is slowly going to start to die off. Maybe, I think it'll remain in many parts of the country, in many countries around the world, but like slowly, I think it's going to die off. Yeah.
They don't believe in anything.
Especially if a new one comes, like a new alternative.
And then Megyn Kelly, we had been covering how she had jumped off the Trump train and was criticizing Trump and all this shit. It's just, these people are true nihilists. They believe in nothing. Play the clip.
Now, obviously, you endorsed him. So what did you get wrong, if anything, that you believe will ultimately cost the GOP in the midterms when it comes to Trump? Can you explain that?
I don't think I got anything wrong because I would endorse him again. You know, I don't regret endorsing him, and I thank God still that he won.
What did I say to you, Pumps, last week?
You said she'll be right back on there. Should go
all of these people,
all of them
every
will.
single person in that is saying, "Oh my gosh, we made a mistake." In your personal lives, they will go quadruple Trump. If he's able to get around this amendment, they will be quad Trumpers, and they will do it enthusiastically. And the lesson in that Megyn Kelly clip is far deeper than her breathtaking, pathetic, nihilistic hypocrisy. The lesson in that is this: Democrats, you cannot move to the center to try to pluck off these reasonable Republicans. That is an oxymoron. There are no reasonable Republicans. Liz Cheney is not a reasonable Republican. She perpetrated a very dangerous lie that is causing women right now to have massive health issues in these abortion ban states. You're never going to peel off these reasonable Republicans because Republicans are not reasonable people. They voted for a man that we have all seen now for 11 years on the international stage that says he can grab him by the pussy, that is an adjudicated rapist, that is in the Epstein files over 1 million times, that bankrupted casinos, that is a total con artist, that it rambles on about insane asylums. I could just go on and on and on. Every time he gets the keys to the White House, what does he do? He wrecks the economy. There is nothing reasonable about any of this. And anybody who showed up 3 times to triple Trump, I promise you with everything in me, they will show up. They will pull up the 4th time. They will, because they cannot allow this level of honesty and introspection into their lives. There is a money component to it, but deeper than that, these people love the permission structure that Trump gives them to engage in racism.
I agree with that.
These people, that felt very liberating for them after Obama. They felt liberated. And behind the scenes and closed doors, these triple Trumpers, they were having to whisper the N-word during the Obama era. And now they're able to say it freely and more openly. And they're also seeing a return on that investment. They're seeing Black people get fired from government jobs.
Well, because Kalagi's a treasure goblin. He can create them.
In the Pentagon, qualified people that have done nothing wrong. They're seeing women get fired. So they're seeing a return on their investment into racism. And this is not something that common sense or empathy is going to fix in these people. They're broken. So the Democrats quit trying to campaign to them. Do not go to the center. Go left, because as I pointed out, all of these people will adopt a progressive position when something personally affects them. Our positions aren't crazy fringe. They are something that benefits everybody. And I would even say, as an atheist, in the way that Jesus would want us to care for one another. All right, that's all we have. Like and subscribe, and we will be back later with more news.
Yeah, but Let's see. All right. I added, now there's over 3,000 items, Blue Room. So I tried to make as many different things to be hot. Let's see. All right. Over here. They finally finished the construction outside, guys. Oh my God, yes! Let's learn about the Trump phone some more. Remember we covered this?
I don't need to tell you guys, but Donald Trump is a bit of a scam artist, okay? His whole thing is fraud. His whole thing is that he's a con. You could argue he's one of the most successful con artists of all time. being that he conned his way into the position of the most powerful man in the world. Well,
guys, we talked about the how this smells of the Escobar phone, and we went into that, and now I think this should be fun.
As you all know, there are horror stories that his charity was a fraud, for example. His family stole from like a kids' cancer charity. Remember that story?
Yeah.
He had a university, total fraud. He stiffed his workers for his hotels and his casinos. He's been found liable in civil court for tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud. He's literally, what is it, a 34-time convicted felon or 42-time convicted felon? I mean, it is... that alone should tell you everything you need to know about this man. Like, you can get a good sense of who he is just from that, right? Well, apparently some people are slow to learn. And so Trump decided to launch a new venture. Now, right off the bat, that should already be a red flag because you're president. Like, who does that? Right? You know what I'm saying? It's not like Barack Obama, as he's in the White House, he's like, and also I'm going to run like a fucking financial advice company. Like, no, you can't. You're not supposed to do that. Well, Trump did the fucking, he did NFTs. He's sold these watches, which were $100,000 a pop, which many people speculated it was just a pay-to-play scheme for foreign billionaires to send him money, and then, he does favors for them, right? One of the ones he rolled out was this Trump Gold phone, okay? Well, guess what? Total scam. Usually the scammer at least gives you some like half-ass...
Wait, what? We didn't say that in the fucking... on the stream. We covered this for like an hour. A scam? No way. I bet people didn't even get their fucking phones. Or they just got like Samsung phones with stickers in the back, right?
Product. This one, he just,
gold stickers.
just didn't give anything. So look at this from More Perfect Union. 590,000 people paid $59 million for the Trump Gold phone. A year later, not a single one has shipped. Not a single one. No one has received a phone. The original release date was August 2025. Now, all info about the release date has been removed from the website.
How dare you guys?
According to MoneyWise, Trump Mobile quietly updated its pre-order deposit terms and conditions. On April 6, 2026, at the time of writing, the terms and conditions read, quote, a pre-order deposit provides only a conditional opportunity if Trump Mobile later elects in its sole discretion to offer the device for sale. Excuse you? I know you gave us money for this thing that we promised to deliver at this date, but it turns out we have sole discretion to determine whether or not we want to send you anything at all. What? A deposit is not a purchase. Does not constitute acceptance of an order, does not create a contract for sale, does not transfer ownership or title interest, does not allocate or reserve specific inventory, and does not guarantee that a device will be produced or made available for purchase. Are you fucking kidding me? The terms also add that a binding sales contract is formed not only if the customers complete checkout, submit full payment, and Trump accepts and successfully processes that payment, but also if Trump Mobile makes the device available for sale, adding that there's no guarantee of release, delivery, or timing. Oh my word. This is his move. He's done this before. He did the same thing with the watches. Bro, when he started selling these $100,000 watches, there was a disclaimer at the bottom of the screen saying, these are only for display purposes. These are not what the actual watches look like. The watches hadn't even been made yet, and he was selling $100,000 watches. Again, why? Because it was a scheme. It was a pay-to-play scheme. It was a corruption scheme. It was a bribery scheme. If you're some fucking Qatari billionaire, what are you going to do? You're going to go, oh, here, Trump, let me get fucking 100 of your Trump watches. And, you send him a shitload of money, right? You send him $1 million.
Hilarious.
And then they say, oh, thank you for that. And then it's, okay, well, what do you actually want? Like, what do you want? You want subsidies, you want tax cuts, you want a Trump hotel in Qatar, you want to be cut in on a deal. Like, what do you want? That's the whole purpose of it. So the watches were ancillary. Now, maybe they created some. I actually don't even know if they ended up creating some. But usually there's, some better cover story where they can sort of get away with it in a more smooth way. This is like fucking amateur hour here. Because this isn't even smooth. This is like you just caught red fucking handed where now you're trying to backdate shit and pretend like this was the deal when it wasn't the deal. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, people got, bro. They got. The first commenter points this out, and shout out to this person. Track down how many of these were from foreign nationals. Something tells me that you'll find a lot less than 590,000 individuals, and most of them were from Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
Bingo.
That's right. I don't think it's all of them. In fact, I would venture a guess that like at least half of these people, these 590,000 people, actually thought they were getting a fucking Trump phone. actually were like, let's test this thing out. Let's fucking give it a spin. There's probably a bunch of Trump fans who are on board with that because they promised it to be made in America. Then, of course, you can't make it all in America. So they changed it to like assembled in America quietly after the fact because they couldn't make it all in America. So many, and they keep pushing back the date. They pushed it back. And now here we are. And it turns out they're like, oh, by the way, maybe there's never even going to be a phone. So what did you learn? If you're one of the people who bought this
you're an idiot.
Thought like, no, I'm actually going to get the phone. What did you learn? You need to understand something. This man is the most loathsome kind of person that exists on this planet. And I'm not kidding about that. He has no scruples whatsoever. Jeffrey Epstein famously said, Donald Trump is a man with no scruples. That is a fucking pedophile rapist saying, this guy is even worse than I am. That's what he's saying. So here's a guy. He launched a crypto scam meme coin, a shit coin, 2 days before his inauguration and robbed his own supporters. Melania also launched a coin 2 days before Trump's inauguration and scammed MAGA as well. They have a fucking crypto exchange called World Liberty Financial. 2/3 of the World Liberty tokens were bought by foreigners. Trump literally pardoned a guy who laundered money for Al-Qaeda because that guy bought $100 million in World Liberty tokens. This is the extent of the moral collapse and the disgusting corruption and degeneracy. That Trump is willing to pardon a guy who laundered money for Al-Qaeda, who did 9/11, because that guy bought $100 million in World Liberty tokens. Eric and Don Jr. in the Trump crime family, they have a Bitcoin mining operation, okay? They created this club called the Executive Branch Club. It's $500,000 to join. The whole point of it is pay-to-play corruption. You pay, you're in the club, and you get favorable deals from the regime. They're building a hotel in Dubai, totally illegally, against the Emoluments Clause. Golf course in Qatar, totally illegally, against the Emoluments Clause. Trump's taking that $400 million plane from Qatar, totally illegally. Trump Jr. has this company called Vulcan Earth, okay? They took $620 million from the government, the Office of Strategic Capital, for this company that is a Trump Jr.-backed company. The corruption is off the charts. It makes Hunter Biden look like a fucking Boy Scout. Yeah. It makes Nancy Pelosi look like a fucking Girl Scout, okay? There's a resort in Vietnam that they built. The Trumps took probably tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars from Saudi Arabia for the Live Golf League. Now that's falling apart, by the way. Why is that falling apart? Because Trump's war in Iran backfired. It's destroying the Saudi economy. So Saudi Arabia's way of trying to fucking tell Trump, like, hey, man, you fucked up here. You're screwing us, was to now cut off. They're done. They just like finished with Live Golf now. So that's a sign, if I've ever seen one, that the Saudi royals are not happy with Trump's illegal war against Iran. And this is their way of expressing dissatisfaction. I know they've been reporting that, oh, no, they're for the war. They're not. Saudi Arabia's not for the war. It's destroying their economy completely. And now they got to look to China, maybe, break up with the U.S. and look to China to have some semblance of a future, because the U.S.'s power is waning because Trump's a fucking idiot, the likes of which we perhaps haven't seen controlling this country. And then, don't even get me started, the pay-to-play pardons. One of the most corrupt schemes we've ever seen. One of the most corrupt things we've ever seen in our life. They've made billions in the White House. They've made at least $160 million from foreign countries as president, as Trump has been in there. They sold NFTs. Jared took $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. They got a $500 million project with Oman. The list goes on and on. The corruption is so extreme and so over the top. I can't even list it all.
Kyle, how else are they going to make money?
Even list it all. So I'm filled with a burning, passionate hatred for people who've gaslit us every step of the way. When we were pointing out all of these things, and you still had people leading into 20.
Can you imagine having this opinion like Kyle? How else are they going to make money, guys? Come on.
2024, who thought somehow Trump would be more anti-establishment and more anti-war and more anti-corruption than fucking Kamala Harris. I mean, what a sick joke. What a sick joke. She looks like a paragon of morality and virtuousness next to this fucking scumbag cretin. This wretched, repulsive liar. This degenerate of all degenerates. This murderer, war criminal, pedophile, con man, rapist. I mean, it's insane who he is and what he's done. So just a horrible story. 590,000 people getting screwed. But like I said, probably cut that number in half or so, because a lot of it is just, a bunch of mega wealthy people who are buying influence with him. Foreign billionaires, foreign multimillionaires buying influence with him. But a lot of people, man, just got robbed, flat out robbed by Trump. as I've said 1,000 times, I hope there's some law and order Democrats out there who have a running list of all the corruption, all the crimes being committed by the Trump regime, because we need to bring them to fucking heel. We can't let them get away with this crime spree. If we do, we don't have a country anymore. So we gotta go after them with everything we have as soon as we get back in power. At the state level, they should already be going after these people. It is just untenable what we're witnessing here, and there's gonna come a time when it's like 90% of the country is begging for justice and accountability for what we're witnessing here, which is just out of this world. That's the show. Love y'all very much, man. You guys know the drill. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. You could also support the show on Patreon. Sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. And of course, go sub to U.S World and come hang out with us tonight. We'll be live tonight. All right, love you guys, and I'll see you there. Peace. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right. And then we have this. There is a civil war with Fox and Trump.
The DOJ now trying to pressure war coverage at Murdoch's Wall Street Journal. That's, of course, Fox News' sister outlet. They're using subpoenas.
What?
And the government is claiming
Hey, why so dangerous?
to, according to many experts, abuse power to shape or stifle critical war coverage, which, of course, the country is aware of because it is partly the press and information about the war, its reality, that's made it a very unpopular war, plus the economic fallout. And I have more on that part of the story later tonight. It is a problem for Trump and the midterms. But this story is one where journalists must actually also kind of weigh how we, in this case, our colleagues at the Journal, peers, competitors, whatever you call it, but how journalists report on something that Trump has done more than any other administration since Nixon. How do we report on the government trying to make us, our reporting, or our colleagues and competitors' reporting part of the story? Well, the Journal has decided to report on unusual subpoenas that its own journalist reporters received from the Trump DOJ, as you see here. The masthead is the Wall Street Journal. This story is about the Wall Street Journal. This is reporting about how they are reporting and being potentially intimidated or punished through this government that they're reporting on. Now, to be clear, this has been a losing revenge streak in legal moves by Trump. And you probably, if you follow the news, have heard about them. We've seen these efforts against people. James Comey was a big story. He did an interview on MS Now in Nicole just yesterday. But we're also seeing it against institutions and journalism itself. That article I just put on the screen notes that the paper received grand jury subpoenas for records of its reporters covering this war. Now, this is a huge deal. This is about war, which is one of the obviously most important.
Pee-wee looks at Mickey's hand as he is wearing one handcuff. Pee-wee, what did you do, Mickey? Well, I lost my temper and I took a knife and I, do you know those do not remove under the penalty of law labels they put on mattresses? Pee-wee, yeah, Mickey, well, I cut one of them off. Pee-wee, geez. Mickey, yeah, I have a real bad temper.
And grave powers that President wields. And remember, this war, which has proven so unpopular, is being waged unilaterally. The president did not work with Congress. The president did not address the nation up front or leave any time for any kind of meaningful dissent or protest. He launched a proactive...
It changes. It's dynamic. It changes every single time you submit a request.
...attack on Iran. The strait that was once open for our energy needs is now closed. The ceasefire...
I actually have to add like a shit ton more voices, too. It's just, I've been working on a bunch of other projects, so I've been... Yeah.
We don't know what comes next. But I mentioned that brief war history to say that with Congress cut out of the loop and the American public cut out of the loop, one of the only other measures left is journalism reporting how the war is going and the facts about the war. And the facts have been, to put it fairly,
Gus works.
Mixed.
True.
Negative. Plenty of them look bad
Jersey
for the
seems
Donald Trump
surprised.
administration, for the war planning, and obviously for the gas prices and the economy we're all living through. And against that type of accurate, or shall we say evidence-based information, this government,
Cool
your
down,
government,
bro.
is responding by trying
Blue Room.
to intimidate, legally stifle, and potentially jail the people doing that reporting. You know, I always try to talk to you. I mean, I'm talking through a camera, right? But I always try to talk to you directly about what we know and don't know and what's happening. This is what's happening, and we know it's a problem. We also know that our Constitution, the 250 years that we're celebrating, argues exactly against any leader, I don't care what party, who would try to rule our government and crush the First Amendment. It's the first for a reason, and crush this type of free speech. So that's why this matters. Andrew, as I mentioned, joins me shortly. I want to tell you about the methods because it's really something. Trump delivering his message on a sticky note with the word treason in Sharpie placed atop a stack of printed articles that he handed to the acting attorney general. That's how some of this got started, according to a very detailed account from CNN.
Damn, Jersey, you're going ahead.
Now, that official is, of course, Todd Blanche. And he's under this public pressure by Trump to take measures
Way ahead, girl.
that I want to be clear might ultimately, if he takes
Ducky's
them,
coming
see
in
Mr.
hot.
Blanche
Ducky, you're going to catch up.
investigated, sanctioned, or disbarred.
Keep at it, Ducky.
He knows, with his law degree and his experience, that if he actually is going out and pursuing baseless, false claims against journalists or others that are only designed to intimidate, to do selective prosecution, or to shape war propaganda, yeah, you can lose your law license.
Stop
over that.
saying
And
head,
if you look
Gus.
at these polls, it's not clear that Trump's friends are going to be in office forever.
Head.
Trump shared a literal enemies list as well that demands that Blanche indict John Brennan, Hillary Clinton, and Barack Obama. So it's someone else's post, as you see, and it's Donald J. Trump, the sitting president, who shared it, reposting that. The idea of the Trump DOJ indicting Barack Obama may sound far-fetched, even after everything. But the evidence we have shows that in his
giggles in the
demands,
night.
Trump is serious. It was once far-fetched to think he would abuse legal powers against so many sitting lawmakers, an FBI director, a CIA director, the current Republican leading the Fed. That's already happened. I keep showing you this chart because it's a fact, and it is a problem if our country lets this become normal or memory hold like so much other civic amnesia that we have. This is our current situation. So you can't just look at the new next effort by Trump to turn up the heat on a supplicant like Blanche and say, well, he won't go to Clinton or Obama. They very well may try.
Yeah, I think
Remember,
so. I wouldn't
this
be
list of
surprised.
faces were already pursued, most of them, under an attorney general that Donald Trump just canned for not doing enough, in his view. That's why we have Blanche instead of Bondi. Now, the guardrails have still prevented any of these efforts from succeeding. Depending on how you count, he's 0 for 20 or 0 for 25, 0 and 25, but none of these cases have led to any conviction. Many of them, as
Guardrails. Can
saw,
you
have been
imagine
tossed.
being
But Trump views
still
Blanche
being on this fucking
as
talking
his
point about guardrails? Gus, did you hear Carrie Lake is set to be the new ambassador to Jamaica? Are you from Jamaica? Cause you Jamaican me crazy, girl. Is that why you're telling me that? What a lame joke, right? I heard that joke and I was like, that is the lamest fucking joke I've ever.
He kept me out of jail for years. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. I said the other day that some of that.
Hey, technically your family is from the country that is right above Jamaica. I feel bad for the people of Jamaica, though. Yeah, I know. I do too. Carrie Lake is a whack job, for fuck's sake. That sucks. I did not hear about that. I don't know, like, every single ambassador, especially because, but I mean, I'm sure, like, a lot of these people are absolutely dog shit. But Carrie Lake, out of all people, should never be anywhere near. I mean, did she get confirmed? Did she even get confirmed by the Senate? You got to be confirmed by the Senate. Right? I haven't heard anything.
They said, weaponization. He's a terrible human being. Weaponization, right?
But unfortunately, like, the Republicans don't give a fuck, right? Yeah.
They blame me for weaponization.
That's so bad.
He is not the communicator he once was.
Indeed, they blame me for
Donald Trump, who used to
weaponization.
be pretty good at PR, knows that you don't just repeat the attacks on yourself. They blame me for weaponization, he says, reminding everyone that he is weaponizing the government, using a term that even the right has said is bad, because he is weaponizing the government. You can call it weaponization, you can call it lawfare. The actual term in the law, when you prove that the government has gone after a person for illicit reasons rather than just investigate the facts where they lead, it's called selective prosecution. It gets your case tossed. It can get the prosecutors, of course, sanctioned, as I mentioned, which is something that Mr. Blanche should think about. It's not my job to give him legal advice, but we'll run this clip later if we have to, if Mr. Blanche ultimately not only discredits himself, but loses his law license or worse, because if he goes forward with some of these things, like going after Obama and Clinton because the president asked for it, yeah, that would look like selective prosecution without at least clear evidence to the contrary. Now, Trump is taking these legal weapons well beyond the Obamas or the Democrats that he's called out, or the critics. He is now, as I mentioned, the lead story that we're going to bring Andrew in on, going after the conservative institution of Murdoch's Wall Street Journal. Now, previously, you may recall, he sued them over their Epstein coverage.
I remember that.
Lost in the civil courts. And I want to be clear. Anyone in this country can afford themselves the civil courts, including government incumbents. So that is something he can do. He lost, so he had no case, but he can do that. But after failing, what we're seeing now, and why I mention it to bring us up to speed to tonight, is Trump's doubling down with this criminal probe, which is much more serious, using a criminal investigation and those kind of subpoenas for journalists, which carry the implied threat of potential jail time if you don't cooperate, and using the part of our
Jesus,
system
he's
that
so
is
old,
strong.
guys.
When you say
Fuck off, Rupert
to
Murdoch.
the courts, well, this could be national security or this affects war, there might be illegal government leaks. That can matter. And by the way, the DOJ is
Why
allowed,
do
of
these
course,
people never
to
die
pursue illegal
young?
government leaks. That usually means going after the person in government who broke the law. The journalists didn't, if they only reported something that came
He
from the
looks like
government.
a wax, but he
They can do
really
that.
does.
The question here is whether this is abuse of power, leaning on that type of power to silence and censor the war coverage. Now, Rupert Murdoch is a big figure. He has a complex history with Trump, but he still runs Fox News, which nowadays Trump and MAGA see as a very friendly place. But just like Putin started with the biggest opposition critics, but moved on to other people that used to be in his inner circle, Trump will go after
This
you
always
even if you own
happens.
Fox News.
Yeah,
Nobody's
and
really
this is why I say, guys, if you think like you're not next, you're always like, guys, Hitler and all these authoritarian regimes have proved you can be an ally one day and just disagree with the tiniest little thing and done. You're out of there. It's why you don't support it to begin with, right?
safe if you start publishing or airing things he disagrees with. Remember, Rupert Murdoch is such a kind of big political figure. They had that whole show and character based off him in HBO's Succession. Now, this is fiction, echoing perhaps some view of reality, but they cast Murdoch as someone who was tough and willing to fight anyone.
Here's the safety briefing. If you move against me, I'll put a hole in the back of your head.
Tough guy. That is a fictional character based on the real Murdoch, but plenty of folks said that that toughness and that style reflects the now aging patriarch of that conservative empire.
Well, I'm glad the Wall Street Journal is resisting. They've done terrific reporting. There's been other great reporting by other news organizations, the New York Times.
Gus would never watch it. Yeah, I only watch good TV shows.
Well.
Jersey.
I mean, this is part of an attack from all
Could never
angles
be me.
on the press. So you have
Watching
these grand jury
trash
subpoenas
like that.
against the Wall Street
I'm joking.
Journal. You had a raid on the home of a Washington Post reporter where they confiscated all of her. It was an unprecedented raid in a national security investigation, seizing all of her electronic devices. You have the EEOC bringing a discrimination complaint against the New York Times because a white male reporter didn't get a promotion he wanted. You have apparently the FBI apparently investigating the Atlantic magazine. For
I heard it was good though.
on
Seriously.
Kash Patel and his alleged heavy drinking and his other behavior. So really, all across the board, you're seeing this administration use every weapon within its possession to attack the press, to harass the press, and to endeavor to intimidate the press.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. Now he's going after Rupert Murdoch. Couldn't have happened to a nicer man. Am I right, guys? Not a nicer man. All right. Let's see here. And then... it looks like Trump's releasing UFO. I've noticed he does this when people are getting really upset, right? He'll just like release UFO stuff because remember, guys, this is what you dipshits want, right? He literally said something like that. He's like, I don't give a shit, but you guys love it. So I'll give you that slop. Remember, we heard him say that, and it was the funniest thing in the world.
Turning now to UFOs, my favorite
Literally
subject.
the funniest thing ever. And here he is, like, here is Sagar eating this shit up. Right. Now, do I think there's extraterrestrial... I've already mentioned this, right? Do I think there's extraterrestrial life out there? Sure. Right? Do I think we need to see fucking pictures that are blurry and tiny of fucking UFOs? No. I think this is a complete waste of time, and this is a way for... even Trump has admitted it, right? That this is a way to basically fool you guys who think you're into this super... like, into this stuff, right? He thinks it's stupid, right? But again, I think both can be true, right? You can think, obviously, extraterrestrial life exists. It's pretty obvious based on the numbers, right? We went over that. But, like, guys, don't fall into these, like, fucking, oh, look, there's an alien ship. It's just like, who cares? Yeah. There probably is. It doesn't matter. I don't want to see little tiny ships in the distance and pictures. Like, if they're going to come, they're going to come. I'm going to come.
A lot of people have thought about this with consternation. Is this a distraction from the government? So let's get this out of the way. Almost certainly. It almost certainly is. Now, does that mean that some of the information released by the administration isn't interesting? No, it doesn't.
Do not
now,
come.
is anything earth-shattering? Let me just say at the top, absolutely
not
not. It's not like we've gotten absolute confirmation of nothing. However, as usual with government files, Emily, the way that I like to look at it is what they choose to show you is probably less important than what they chose not to show you. And what they have chosen to show us is a few new things. And, with this aura of transparency, a lot of it is recycled video and or things that anybody's been in the UFO, the interest for quite some time, very little in this will shock you. But nonetheless, what we have learned from it so far is that in terms of the transparency that's promised, it basically confirms what a lot of us had already thought about the subject, which is, are there some videos and others in U.S. possession which are shocking? Absolutely. Certainly. We'll show you some of those. However, they're not like the best videos. But the real stuff, if it exists, which I, support your right to believe, if it doesn't, none of that is really in government possession. And if it is in government possession, it's either hyper compartmentalized or spread out amongst defense contractors. It's set up in such a way where it can't even make its way to the type of people who are trying to do disclosure. And so to give your general reaction and your read of these files. I'll turn to Dave Grush, one of the whistleblowers here, who gave an interview to Fox News. And he's basically saying that the administration is being blocked, and this is according to his own information, by these elements within the government which may have some insight into these files from any sort of release. Let's take a listen.
What you're saying is we are on the cusp of getting a lot more details that deal with actual alien beings, however you're going to describe them.
That's certainly up to the president's team, and I certainly support them, but it has come to my attention actually recently, as of today, there are some actors within certain intelligence agencies, to include DIA and CIA specifically, that are actually blocking some of the president's presidentially appointed team and getting access and getting control on some of these historical records. So I really expect the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, Bradley Hansel, to take care of that, as some of that's under his cognizance, especially on the national program side, which is directly under his organization, to reveal some of the historical National Security Council records on this.
Right. So what Grush is saying there is that the DIA and the CIA are blocking some of the team from getting access and getting control. And this is why this stuff really matters, because you can only declassify what you have access to. Mm-hmm. And remember, this has already happened with Epstein. Oh, we found 89 million files. That's just a case that's been going on since 2019. Now imagine a subject from 1947, possibly, even earlier, that you continue to look at. And I tend to look not just at Dave, but at many of the congressmen who have much more visibility into this subject than you or I, from Tim Burchett or even some of these Democrats, like, or Eric Burleson, or, who am I thinking of? Jared Moskowitz. Like, all of them continue to just make comments where they're like, yeah, it's not really everything that's been shown. Let's put C2, and let's take a listen to that, of a Democratic Congressman, Subramanian, talking about the UFO files. Let's take a listen.
No, I don't think so. I'm underwhelmed by the release, honestly. Given things that I've heard and things that I've seen, I'd like more to be released. The American people deserve to know what we do have, and any sort of evidence of anything we've seen.
So he's on the oversight committee, and really what they're saying is either the things that they've heard or the things that they've seen, either in a classified setting or been testified to from witnesses. We just know that this is not the full breadth of it. Now, there's some interesting stuff in there. Nice. We'll get to it. A lot of this is always a problem with this subject, is that the stuff that's really flashy attracts all the attention, which I understand. I get it, as somebody who's interested, but it's really about the nitty gritty whenever it comes to the U.S. military videos, their own internal assessment, their knowledge and or lack of knowledge, let's say, on certain things. And then the most important thing is when they have a video of something, they go, we have no idea what it is. Right. And then what usually happens in that no idea what it is it just gets buried. They're like, oh, we're on deployment. We don't want to deal with it. But that's the interesting thing, right? And that's what a lot of these these internal, like Aero and all these other departments, were set up to find. And every time they inevitably come out and be like, oh, there's basically nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. There's never been any real effort. Trump allegedly is trying to get here to the bottom of it. But the unfortunate thing is I think they see it as like a fun thing as opposed to a very serious endeavor. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that nothing serious won't come out, but I'm personally a little bit skeptical into the terms that it's gone down so far, and especially because the way it was received initially is people were like, wow, like the Apollo astronauts saw aliens. It's like, guys, that's not what happened, right? Like what happened is they saw some shapes and by the way, all of this has been reported now for years. Like we literally know all of this from the photos, from the testimony of the astronauts and others. I'm glad it's reigniting discussion, but that doesn't necessarily mean there's any sort of smoking gun. So go ahead.
Well, I was just saying the feeding frenzy around this is becoming so, it's made it so much less serious and accessible because this is obviously now a tool of theatrical transparency because we're in an era where institutional trust is really low. Right. And so politicians have decided that it will make them look really good to kind of flex their muscles of disclosure. But nobody, that's the thing with disclosure, nobody knows if you're actually fully disclosing anything. And so when you see some of these establishment type politicians starting to enter the discussion, when you start seeing, really establishment-friendly scientists enter the discussion, when you see whistleblowers enter the discussion, and then you have to compare and contrast all of these different perspectives, one person trashing the other person, this person trashing, it just becomes impossible to disentangle what is limited hangout type information, what is real, are things real, but also limited hangouts. Like this last several days, I think have been some of the most.
Watch it, girl. Or I'll dye your hair blonde.
Most frustrating because it's a feeding frenzy. There are a lot of new people trying to like pick at things who haven't been deep in the space like you have for many years. And it's just all so impossible now. It's always been hard, but now it's gotten to the point where it's actually like probably the government's plan. It's almost impossible to really sort the wheat from the chaff.
Very well said. So we picked some of these videos, which are actually interesting. Nonetheless, let's put them up here on the screen. We have some of them, they're all clearly labeled. Actually, this one's the most interesting one. Indo-PACOM submitted a report of a UAP consisting of 1 minute and 39 seconds of video from an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform in 2024. You can actually see it right there in front of your screen, just flying there among windmills. I haven't seen somebody be able to geolocate it just yet, but this is consistent with some of the videos that we've seen, things that are flying just over the water.
So stupid.
At a rate of speed, which we don't exactly know how it's moving, no visible forms of propulsion. Now, I'm going to give the caveat that in many of these cases, what ends up happening is it's a camera flare or it's, some sort of, like some sort of technical glitch, let's say, within the system. That's why you need rigorous review of all of these things, and you don't just put it to the side. But this was an interesting video, definitely, for sure. Let's go to the next one, shall we? So what we have here is a report of a UAP consisting of 9 seconds of video from an infrared sensor, again, aboard a U.S. military platform in 2024. What is it? I mean, it's a bit hard to say, right? We can't exactly see. It's kind of blurry from everything that we're able to know. I mean, at first glance, it might look like almost like the space shuttle or something like that. It could be a blimp, right? But I don't think so, just because of some of the things that have been ruled out now in the past, and especially that's usually you're very able to identify. However, I always give the caveat with these things. Sometimes it's a weather balloon, but now that's also been used as an excuse, like at Roswell. Let's go to the next one, shall we? Okay, here we have Northcom submitted a report here of a UAP consisting of 21 seconds of video from an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform, again, in 2024. You know why these are interesting to me is the windmill video and others, is we have had so many reports over the years now about UAPs with no visible means of propulsion that can move in all of these different ways. And it's usually over bodies of water. And it's also, I know this sounds crazy, but what the testimony that comes from it are the ability to move both underwater and over it, right? And so you actually have some reports, right, of things going into the ocean or out of the ocean. So the fact is that you actually were able to see some of these things very, very high, over the water, and it's in a small type of, or at least small movement.
No, this is from 2024.
All of these were from 2024. That's actually what kind of made it interesting. I will say there's several videos which are coming out in a new documentary by Jeremy Corbell. He's got 8 out of 24 videos which members of Congress want to be released. So those videos we'll all be able to see in a documentary. And again, many of these are leaked or provided to them, which they heavily scrutinize, and they do so to get it out because of things like this, where they don't want it to be covered up. Many others continue to say that there are better videos inside of the Department of Defense which haven't been released, or the CIA in some
That's what Avi
cases.
Loeb said.
I've heard about these for years. At a certain point, I'm not going to lie, you're getting frustrated that they're not being released. But so far, I mean, I wouldn't compare this to the Epstein release. I wouldn't compare it to, actually, let's take the Epstein one as a good example. Why did we ultimately get what we got with Epstein, which is not everything?
Yes.
It was a huge movement behind Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie to have a bill that was signed by Congress. Massie made a good point in his interview with Tucker Carlson, is that in the long run, this bill survives all administrations. It's not just a resolution. So even if this current administration isn't doing what it's supposed to do, in the future, future administrations still have to comply with the bill.
Well, it's also, and he told Ryan and me here that it's prosecutable.
Right,
so
exactly.
They added that in the bill, which I think went really under the media's radar. That was part of, people were upset about the bill because it had national security exemptions and the like. And so we were talking to Massie about it, and he said, well, if there's another administration that comes in and is doggedly anti-Trump, and they find evidence that some of what Pam Bondi did not release was not national security, was not relevant to national security, then guess what?
Right.
You're on the hook still.
Yeah, I think it is. Look, I just think that that's good evidence, and there's a reason that almost every bill like that hasn't moved through Congress.
Yep.
And so, to my UFO friends, what I would say is we don't rely on executive orders. We don't rely on any of that. If you really want to see something happen, then you're going to need a bill. And by the way, don't forget the JFK Records Act was signed in what, 1991?
Yeah, I was going to say even a bill.
Even a bill isn't necessarily going to get you everything that you need. It's going to be a long slog. All right. And so, look, we got something that's interesting, but did it prove, did it prove really anything? Not really. We got a few interesting videos out of it, and that's good. But I'm going to treat it with some of the skepticism I think it deserves.
I just want to say that video is from 2024, as we were just talking about those videos. 2024, JFK, 1963.
Mm-hmm.
We heard up until the Biden administration, actually early Trump 2.0, if I'm remembering correctly, that people alive could be harmed by the release of the JFK files. And so any bill that you get is going to have national security exemptions, and you are going to hear the same damn thing for the next 100 years about people who were alive, or 80 years, people who were alive in 2024 who could theoretically be harmed by releases of things from 2024, let alone 1947. I'm sure they still have some excuse why things from 1947 can't be released because of people who are affected potentially.
Yeah,
so,
how? It was
I mean, it's just you'll always be putting together the pieces of a puzzle. Without knowing what the picture in the puzzle looks like, right? Like you don't have the box, and you don't know when the puzzle is complete. You don't know what the picture is. You're just assembling all of the different pieces, or trying to. And some of them are to a different puzzle. Some of them are fake pieces.
Yeah, some of them are decoy pieces. Yeah. Very well said. All right, let's move on. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show, ad-free, and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
God damn it. So stupid. All right, before I go, I have this. We'll watch that Latin American one next time. I just had it.
Rare.
Oh, right. The Sean Duffy thing. That's what I was gonna. Here we go, guys.
So I wanted to lean into America's 250th birthday. Rachel and I actually met on a road trip on a reality TV show. Right. And so over the course of 7 months, we just kind of found these moments where
Sean Duffy, Real World Boston. What a disgrace to Boston.
I might be able to do some work. I could take the kids with me, do a road trip. Oh, yeah. And our motto is to love America is to see America. And there's so much to see in this beautiful country. We did that with our family. The president kicked us off, as you're seeing right now. We went to the Oval with the kids. By the way, who gets to do that? The kids were wildly excited, and he was so generous with his time, the president was. So I wanted to lean into America's 250th birthday. Rachel and I actually met on a road trip on a reality TV show. Right. And so over the course of 7 months, we just kind of found these moments where I might be able to do some work. I could take the kids with me, do a road trip. Oh, yeah. And our motto is to love America is to see America. And there's so much to see in this beautiful country.
I hate it.
We did that with our...
I hate it. I hate everything, guys. Oh, fuck this. Wait, hold on.
You had time to bond with your vehicle. You had time to put the nozzle in and set the clicker and look through your car and clean off the dashboard and look through your CDs and run in the store and get some Pringles and a Snapple and it'll...
Now it's like... Wait, what? $15 is up?
Still be pumping. Now if you put $15 in, you can't even turn around good for that son of a bitch clip. As soon as you put it in, just click, click. There ain't no damn gas in that car. Used to be, if you put 50.
Let's make a road trip. Hell yeah, we're doing a road trip. Let's do a Gustex road trip.
Imagine if I had done any of this. Let me just, I just want to be clear about this. Donald Trump.
Yeah, we saw that one. Oh, and thanks for this one, Jersey. You may have heard about upcoming changes to New Jersey Family Care Medicaid, right? In news from friends, family, and through the community. We're reaching out to let you know how this may affect your health coverage and where to find more information. The new federal law known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act changes rules on how to qualify for New Jersey Medicaid. It is important that these changes do not affect. It is important to note that these changes do not affect everyone, and they will also they don't start right away. If there are any changes to your coverage, New Jersey Family Care will send you another letter by fall 2026 with more information. Beginning January 1st, 2027, certain adults ages 19 to 64 will have to work, volunteer, or go to school to keep their coverage or qualify for New Jersey Family Care. Oh, fuck this. This is called community engagement. Wow, what a word. Thank you, New Jersey. Or work requirements. These members must also renew their coverage every 6 months instead of every 12 months. Yep, it's just a clever way of gatekeeping and basically kicking people off their health care. Right? Like, work requirements are a way of reducing the amount of people in general. You are receiving this letter because as of April 1st, at least one of the members in your household has a New Jersey Family Care Plan APB, Alternative Benefit Plan, and may have to participate in community engagement. Open up those butt cheeks, girl. Community engagement. Please scan the QR code at the top of this letter and visit Obuba website at newjersey.gov Human Services for an online tool to help you find out these requirements, how they apply to you or a member in your household. HR 1 also changes the rules surrounding non-citizen immigrant qualifying for New Jersey Family Care. Impact members will receive a letter from New Jersey with more information in October 2026. You do not have to do anything right now. If your contact information was changed, please use the online form through the QR code at the top of this letter and visit Abuba website, newjersey.gov, Human Services, abuba./index. Wow, you guys like booba, huh? Okay. New Jersey Family Care Customer Service at 8, to report the change. Respond quickly to any email you receive from New Jersey Family Care. Keep your coverage. Thank you for your patience and cooperation as the rules begin. We will work hard to make any changes as easy as possible. New Jersey Family Care. Thanks, New Jersey. Another fuck up. Nah, this is terrible. Right? Objectively, this is what we were talking about a few months ago before the bill passed, right? That this would affect And now we're seeing the effects of it. Thank you, Jersey, for sharing this. Because this is really important that we post these kind of things and we share it with the community. Because these are the impacts of these kind of laws. If you have another story like this, please post it in the Discord. I seriously mean that. Because I want to share it with everyone who watches. That way we can get the word out on actual impacts of people's lives, right? Like, this is a letter she actually got in the mail, guys. Bullshit. Insane. Assuming people have a phone to scan. Yeah, exactly. This is assuming a lot, right? Insane. That's the Trump admin. So please, if you have anything like this that you get in the mail, if you're on Medicaid, Obamacare, whatever it is, and you get these kind of letters saying that Trump fucked it up, please put them in the Discord and I'll try to cover them. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, I'm out of here. I'm going to go eat burgers. And with that, we're out of here. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gus X broadcast. Yeah, please don't dox yourself. That's one thing I will say. I'll see you guys Friday. Bye now. Take care. I got some more work to do. I'll see everyone soon. Ciao. Stay tuned for the credits. I got mad work to do. I got to work on a few things for the stream.
Have you said thank you once?
Nobody said thank you. Nobody. You're welcome.
And billions 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 and billions. We had our Marine standing there. Billions and billions.
You know the old days. Bing, bong. You know with the map. Bing, bing, bing. Little mouths on it. Bing, 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 bing.
Billions and billions and billions and billions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Over the next 2 periods.
No.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
2 weeks. Bye, guys.
Please clap.